well, 21 years, but it seems like even longer than that because it's become such a annual event here at Northern. And I want to just welcome you all to this event and just give you some heads up about what's going on. There are schedules out in the lobby and also in the other room where we'll be having presentations. And we have presentations going on in both locations here in Ballroom 4 and in Peninsula 2. Now, Peninsula 2 is all the way down the hallway, turn right, and it's right there on your right-hand side. That is also where lunch is going to be. That's why it's set up for like a luncheon, but we don't have time to like tear everything down and put everything back up, so we're just going to leave it that way throughout the day. So you have tables in there for your coffee and sweets, which please avail yourself of today. And the first session over there this morning is going to be a remote session from a historian, Barry Levine, on the air bases of northern Michigan and the Charlevoix incident, which I don't know about, but it's a nuclear, something to do with a plane and the Charlevoix nuclear plant. So a very interesting topic that I am not aware of. And I can't wait to watch this. We are recording all the sessions, so if you can't get to the other one and are in this one, you'll be able to watch it later on YouTube. We are streaming it live too, and that is, if you have any questions, we ask that you use the microphone in back, or the moderator will be walking around with the microphone for you to ask any questions so that it's captured for the live stream. So today's topic is challenges, and this was something that my advisory committee on this thought challenges was a great topic because the Upper Peninsula faces a lot of challenges in the future. Right at that time, there was a lot of discussion about population change, economic change, and of course, COVID going on. That isn't to say that it's a negative conference. That is not the intent here. We're hoping that from discussing our challenges as the Upper Peninsula, we can come to some ideas and some solutions of how to approach things in the future. And so the idea here is really to think about what are the things that we are facing. And the UP faces a lot of challenges and opportunities in the future. And so we have a real wide variety of different presentations, things dealing with the economy, dealing with the environment, and also, I'm going to take these glasses off because they get fogged up when I'm talking with my mask on, everything from the opioid crisis to also historical topics that really deal with challenges that people faced in the past, such as the Civilian Conservation Corps and the reforesting of the Upper Peninsula during the 1930s and 40s. So there is a real wide variety. You'll see it on the schedule. And if you have any questions throughout the day, please feel free to ask. But to get us started, I'm going to ask Leslie Warren, the Dean of Library and Instructional Support, who is going to come up and give you a welcome. She's my wonderful boss, and she has been involved with the Sonderegger now. You've come to them ever since you've been here, which is many, many years. So a great supporter of the Symposium. And so Leslie, come on up and give it a welcome. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for being here. As Dan said, I'm Leslie Warren. I'm the Dean of Library and Instructional Support here at Northern. It is my honor to welcome you this morning to the 21st Sonderegger Symposium, or 20th Symposium. 21st. On behalf of the university, President Schuling and Provost Kaplan and their apologies that they're not able to be here this morning. Please first join me in honoring our Indigenous community members and acknowledging that NMU is located on the ancestral homelands of the Anishinaabe Three Fires Confederacy. You can learn more about the Three Fires Confederacy by visiting the current exhibit at the Beaumere UP Heritage Center, which is that way. And I'm very excited about this year's schedule. As Dan said, it is a full day with lots of programs going on. I'm particularly grateful that they are being recorded so that I don't have to choose between the two that are going on simultaneously. I'd also like to thank the Sonderegger family for their generous support of this event. We will have a special tribute today led by Dr. Miyagi to Marion Sonderegger, who passed away in May of 2021. We'll also have a tribute to Miriam Hilton, who passed away last month. Both of these women made generous contributions to our community and have made significant strides in preserving the history of Northern Michigan University and the Upper Peninsula. So at this point, welcome. I hope you enjoy the day. I will turn things back over to Dan Truckee. Dan, thanks for having us.
Thank you, Leslie, and welcome, everyone. Just to let you know, at 11:40, we will be serving a free box lunch in Peninsula 2. Actually, you'll get your box in Peninsula 1 and go into Peninsula 2 to eat them. And then afterwards, at 12:50, we'll be reconvening in this room for the keynote address and also the tribute to Marion Sonderegger and Miriam Hilton from Dr. Miyagi. The keynote speaker will be our state senator, Ed McBroom. We might actually have to switch the order and have Russ go first because Ed has a meeting at noon. And he said, but I'll be there by 1. So you may go first, Russ, on that. So we'll see how it goes at 12:50. All right, with that, we have a few minutes before the session start at 8:10. So please feel free to get some coffee, some baked goods, and we'll start right up at 8 o'clock, 10 minutes after 8. Great, it's good to see you all. Thanks for coming. And those of you online at home, hello. I see that. This is going to be a shared session between myself and Jason Nicholas, the Director of Institutional Effectiveness here at NMU. And I will introduce Jason before his portion of the presentation. This presentation came out bad. We were just talking about challenges. It's something we talk a lot about at Northern, is the challenges of enrollment in the future, because there, and Jason will tell you all about that, the challenges that we face with Northern's enrollment in the future. But it really also sparked for me and really thinking about how Northern's enrollment changed in the past and how we became this university that we are today. And so this is going to look at both the past, the present, and the future with regards to enrollment at Northern. Start here. Oh, I love this picture on the top, which is, you probably can't see it from way in back, but that is from the 1917 summer session here at Northern. Actually, back then, there were more students who attended in the summertime than attended in the academic year, because so many of them were one-room schoolhouse teachers who were teaching throughout the year, and they would come for training in the summer. In fact, a few years after this, my grandmother started in that program. And then down on the right is from 1965 in Hedgecock Fieldhouse, the opening day of the school year, which at that time was the largest class in Northern history. So this graph is really what I want to talk about, or at least a portion of this graph. This, I went through the records at the archives, NMU archives, to determine what the enrollment was at Northern from as wide a swath as I could find. This is the enrollment numbers I found for Northern from 1906 to 1983. And as you can see, Northern's size really until the late 1940s and then the mid-1950s was fairly stable. And then all of a sudden you see this like ski jump going upward into the stratosphere, going from less than 1,000 students to over 9,000 students by the 1970s, late 1970s. And the period I really want to talk about is this period from 1957 to 1967, which was really a crucial period, and where Northern really decided what it was going to become and how it was going to get there. And there were many forces that led that to happen, and that's always what people ask is why? What happened? How did that enrollment just kick up so, largely, going from less than 1,000 students to over 7,000 students in basically a little over a decade? First, I want to drop back a little bit to the post-war period. During World War II, enrollment had dropped to about 210 students. Only 14 of them were men in the fall of 1943. That makes sense. Most of the men were either in the military or working in the factories or were in the mines as part of the war effort. But of course, as soon as the war was over, attendance jumped precipitously to 903 in the fall of 1946. 633 men and 297 women. This was only the third year in Northern's history that men outnumbered women at Northern. Men outnumbered men, it says here now. Men outnumbered women. The previous years were 1938, 39. And the main reason for this increase is all the soldiers returning from the war and having the GI Bill, which was going to pay for their education through their service in the military. And this boom would really continue through 1950 when these men all started graduating. So in the early 50s, Northern's enrollment drops again. And this is due to the graduation of those World War II veterans and also the Korean War. It was during this period, during the Korean War and the beginning of the 1950s, that Northern's enrollment dropped by 45%. Actually, it began in 1949, but it would continue through the war and into the 1950s. It dropped for both men and women. And this is after the state had already paid for Carey Hall, which was the first women's dorm at Northern, or the second. The first was by St. Mike's Church, which is no longer there. The Lee Hall Student Union and the Olson Library, which was attached to the Peter White Science Building. And the men's dorm was in the process of being built, which we now know as Spooner Hall. Other colleges in Michigan, however, at this time were growing, but Northern was really stagnating and even dropping in enrollment. And for this reason, like the Hedgecock Fieldhouse, which they had first been planning in 1950 with the state, would take over 8 years for it to be built and opened. When President Edgar Hardin, took over office in 1956, he was told by Clifford Morrison, the state rep from the Eastern UP, that Northern should be closed. And evidently others in Lansing felt exactly the same way as Morrison did. The feeling in Lansing was Northern's not going to make it. There's not enough of a populace up there. There's not enough a draw. We should probably think of closing it or consolidating it. And the state superintendent, Dr. Lee Thurston, felt that Northern had to make a decision. It was either going to expand or it was going to close. And that seems to be always the case with universities. You're either growing or you're shrinking and maybe out of business. It was at this time Dr. Edgar Hardin came in 1956, and he had a lot of ambitions for Northern's growth. He saw incredible potential. He saw one of the key things is that Northern's administration was pretty weak in size, and so he hired the first vice president and a director of public services, a consultant for the guidance office, and a new dean for women. Up to that time, Ethel Carey had been the dean of women. There was a dean of men and a dean of women. She had been a dean of women since the 1920s. And there are lots of stories about Ethel Carey. They named a hall for her. She was very popular in some respects. In other respects, she was very, very strict. And they needed to shake it up a little bit. Maybe Northern's reputation, her reputation, was maybe hurting Northern's attracting students because she was so strict. Enrollment had increased by the fall of 1956 when Hardin took over to over 1,000 students. So Hardin gets all the credit oftentimes for Northern's growth, and he certainly played a role in that. But by that time he came in, Northern's enrollment had been increasing slowly since 1952. So there was something going on already. But from the fall of 1956 to the fall of 1967, which is the year that he finally retired, Northern would grow 550% in size, from 1,090 to 7,085 students. But the question is, why? What was going on? Well, the Korean War ended in July of 1953, so you had a bunch of new men with the GI Bills in their pocket who wanted to enter college. But I think just as important to that, maybe even more important, was the third-generation immigrant story. The third-generation immigrants, unlike their grandparents or parents, were young people who did not want to work in the mines, the farms, and the factories, the woods, or labor professions. They wanted professional jobs. In fact, their parents wanted them to get out of those jobs as well. They didn't. The expectation wasn't that your kids were going to continue to do the work you were doing. You wanted them to get a college education. You wanted them to become professionals. So you had a whole generation of immigrants, grandchildren, and children who wanted something more than life and labor. There was also economic growth. In 1955, Detroit produced more than 40% more automobiles than the year before. And though there are some recession dips in the 1950s in general, Michigan's economy is booming in the mid, late, and especially in the 1960s. And so a thriving economy translates into a greater tax revenue for investment in education. Now, Edgar Hardin does deserve a lot of credit for Northern's growth in this period. And it was in 1957 that he wrote in the NMU Bulletin an article saying that higher education should be accessible to all who have sufficient mental, physical, and moral competence to profit from an opportunity to attend college. And by the 1960s, this has become what people are calling the right to try policy, and it is synonymous with Northern. In fact, this picture on the right, which says right to try on the bottom, is from the yearbook, I think from 1965. So students very much recognize that this, and I talked to students who went to college at that time and even in the 1970s, that right to try was a very important part of the reason that they came to Northern. Other colleges probably wouldn't have given them a chance. Northern was willing to do so, and this has a huge impact on the number of students that come. Another thing that Hardin felt very strongly about was athletics. Northern, by the 1950s, all of its sports teams were coached by the same guy, C.V. Money, who was also the athletic director. So Northern did not have a very professional look at athletics as an extracurricular activity. There were scholarships for athletes, but in general, the coaches were pretty utilitarian coaches. Hardin decided to hire professional coaches such as Stan Elbeck, who went on to coach in the NBA, and Frosty Frazaka for football, with the idea of expanding the programs and creating more regional awareness of the school. And so from that period, from 1957 to 1967, the team sizes and the number of sports grows exponentially, though only for men. Women would not have athletic teams at Northern until the early 1970s. And it was also bringing in more athletes from outside of Michigan. So this was one of the reasons for the athletic program was let's attract students from outside of the UP, from outside of Michigan, northern Wisconsin. And they were starting to attract a wider student body. It was getting more regional awareness to Northern, having an athletic program that was, and increasingly successful athletic programs as well. Now I bring this up because my parents in many ways represented these things that Hardin was talking about, or the main reasons why Northern grew at this time. My father on the right there was from Marquette. He was a Korean War veteran, had worked for a while in Milwaukee, decided to come to Northern to get his degree. I think he started in 1957 at Northern. He was a third-generation immigrant. His parents had been working class people. His family had always been working class, both in the Lake Superior-Ishpeming Railroad and in the lumbering industry here in Marquette. And then my mom on the right here, Suzette Marie Gollinger, was from Munising. Also, she was the children of Canadian immigrants, or a child of Canadian immigrants, who wanted her not to be stuck in the labor cycle that they had been in. Her mother had worked at a plywood factory in Munising until she was laid off. And so they wanted her to go to college, and she was the first person. Well, her father did go to Ferris State, that's right. But she attended and became an English teacher at Graverette High School for several years. And that's them in the middle. They were Northern used them as the model couple when they built the married student housing at Northern, which is behind Spooner Hall, was behind Spooner Hall. It's now a parking lot. And that's my father at the top there, because originally they lived in the barracks, the old Army barracks that was known as Vetville here at Northern. Oh, sorry. But they're a perfect example of this growth that's going on at Northern at that time. Now, there are other reasons for growth, and I call this the chicken and the egg syndrome. Was it Northern's building boom, or was it the baby boom that led to the building boom? And this is an important thing. There's a great physical expansion that takes place in this period of time. The Hitchcock Building opens in 1958. The University Center in 3 phases, 60, 64, and 66. Greece and West Residence Halls in 1960, 61. The Thomas Fine Arts and Forrest Roberts Theater in 1963. The Quad 1 residence halls, 64, 65, Quad 2 in 66, West Science in 1966, and then Jamrich Hall in the Learning Resources Center, or now Hardin Hall, in 1969. This is a massive expansion program. And the really question is, was this what drove students to come here, was the expansion? Or were we expanding because students were coming here in larger numbers? It's probably a little bit of both. Northern's trying to accommodate. In fact, one of the jokes was that they built the quad residence halls before West Science, which meant that students had to walk several, like half a mile to classes through a muddy field because they hadn't built the academic core of the university yet. It was still far away from where they knew the dormitories were going to be. So they put up the dorms first because they had the students that they had to house, but they didn't have the classroom space for them yet. So Northern was trying to keep up with this thing that we now know as the baby boom. The baby boom is only partially involved, I think, part of the reason for this growth, because really the baby boom does not kick in until 1964. The first children are really born in 1946, so it isn't until 64 they've graduated from high school and they're starting to come to college. But what we do see in this period of time is that in all of the colleges across the state of Michigan, huge growth. It's a little small on the bottom there, but on the far left is eastern Michigan. The next is central Michigan. The third is western, and then northern. This is 1950 numbers, 1960 numbers, and 1970 numbers. So you can see absolutely massive growth in all the state's universities at this time. And just to look at it as a percentage, though Northern was the smallest of the colleges, it had the highest percentage increase during that same period of time. This may have had something to do with the right to try policy, which was something different that Northern had that the others did not. And that may have been part of the reason for Northern's huge growth at that time. Another thing that came up in my research was really the importance of the Vietnam War and growth of especially men going into college at this time. If you look at the numbers nationally, you will see that there is a huge increase or a marked increase of young men going to college to get deferment from the Vietnam War draft. And if you look at the numbers, I don't have the numbers for men and women in 1966, which is why that's blank. But starting in 1964, when the United States enters full-fledged into the conflict until 1973, this shows basically the growth of students at Northern based on men and women. The light green is men, the dark green is women. And where in those first few years of the war, we definitely see a big increase in men, it stabilizes after 1967 for the most part, and actually there's an increase of women who are coming to Northern at this time. So I'm not sure at Northern how much influence the Vietnam War deferment of the draft was throughout the war, maybe at the very beginning, but throughout the rest of the war, I'm not sure how much of an impact that had on enrollment. So my conclusion is that, one, I think the biggest thing is that there's a growing middle class in America, a middle class that wants to get out of working in labor roles in the United States like their parents and grandparents did. Economic growth in Michigan and the United States in general. Hardin's right to try policies. Athletics for men had some impact. State of Michigan, Northern's investments in new facilities, the baby boom after 1964, possibly the Vietnam War draft, only from 1964 to 67. But I think as we see with that huge influx of women coming to college in the late 60s, I think it's a changing identity roles for women in society. My mother came here in the 1950s. She got her degree. She started teaching. But as soon as my father and her got married and she had a child, she was expected to stop working. By the late 60s, that starts to change. You see women who are saying, no, I'm not going to give up a career just because I have kids. My mother-in-law, who was a few years after her, decided not to. She raised her family while working as a teacher. So there was a huge change that was going on here at that time and everywhere in the country at that time with women's roles in the workplace. And so I'd like to acknowledge Russ Miyagi, who wrote the report on the possible closure of Northern back in 1997, Miriam Hilton for her book on Northern's 75 years, and the NMU Archives for their help with this presentation. So now I'd like to bring up Jason Nicholas, who's going to talk about enrollment now. Jason received his bachelor's degree in psychology from Minnesota State University in Moorhead, his master's in applied psychology with a focus on program evaluation and industrial organizational psychology at University of Wisconsin-Stout. He worked for the Wisconsin Cooperative Education Services Agency in Chippewa Falls and also at the Applied Research Center in the Institutional Research Office at Stout. And he is currently the Director of Institutional Effectiveness at Northern, overseeing institutional research duties, including state and federal reporting, data analytics, and lots of other stuff that I could go on. And he's also our Assistant Provost, I believe. So would you please welcome Jason Nicholas. There you go. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody. Give me just a moment to get my presentation up. It's so interesting to to see Dan's presentation because we focus so much in my office on sort of the current enrollment and future enrollment, but there's so many echoes in the past, and in particular the social influences that really have an impact on enrollment, and we'll get into a little bit of that here as we look forward with enrollment at Northern. So Dan covered most of what we do in my intro. As he said, I'm the Director of Institutional Effectiveness, Assistant Provost. We've just recently retitled the office Institutional Effectiveness, and it's really because we've been growing over the last 4 or 5 years and adding a number of different services that we provide to the university. It started out as institutional research, where we did mostly federal and state reporting and a lot of the census for the university, sort of those yearly statistics, enrollment, completion rates, things like that. A lot of surveys, focused projects, but then we started growing and taking care of the university's accreditation responsibilities with the Higher Learning Commission. We started doing university assessment support for learning and co-curricular assessment. Recently been growing into student success analytics, and all of this kind of ties into enrollment projections. So I'm just going to jump right to the end of the presentation and show you what everything looks like for the foreseeable future. So if this is all you kind of came to check out, then you're welcome to take off after this, because we're going to get into the details of why these lines are going the way they are. The blue line represents sort of the most recent history, going back to about 2010. And you can see some significant changes there. The break in those lines is kind of where we're at right now. And then the orange line is kind of where we're projecting the university's enrollment should nothing change, which obviously that's not going to hold true. Things are going to change dramatically. But if status quo holds, that's about where we expect things to be going. So what does that represent? Looking forward till about 2037, 36, 37, we are anticipating about a 10% decline in the overall headcount. And that's mainly driven by demographic changes that are going on, and we'll get into those in just a moment. The rest of it, though, when you kind of stack it all up since 2010, really puts together a pretty significant decline in the university over the last, well, if we end up at 6,500 around 2037, 30% decline will be a pretty significant step backwards in enrollment over that period of time. So, you know, a lot of the changes in the blue lines in the early 2010s are things that I wasn't here. I can't really speak too intentionally about what was going on there, but I know that there was significant change going on as we were coming out of the recession, 2008, 2010 recession. Oftentimes when you have a recession, there is a little bit of growth in like 1- and 2-year programs, tech and vocational programs, but the traditional 4-year programs are oftentimes a little bit out of people's price range for those economic crunch times. So we'll usually see a decline in those 4-year programs, and Northern's 4-year programs make up about 80% of our enrollment. There were other things that were going on during that time as well. We had a number of different leadership changes in the early part of that decade. I think 3 presidents in a short amount of time. Whether those were positive or negative influences, I won't speak to that, but certainly that change would have had an influence there. And then there were also a number of different rebranding efforts that were going on during that time, and when I talked to some of my colleagues, some of those may have kind of missed the mark a little bit. So all of that contributes to sort of that big decline, that 20% decline since 2010, but then we add that into what we're looking at into the future. And there's significant challenges at the university when it comes to enrollment. And so what's going on here? Right now, sort of that current landscape is there's so many things. There's so many things influencing our enrollment right now and moving forward. This is just sort of a collection of a number of them that kind of are things that we pay attention to on a regular basis. So obviously student physical and mental health. There's interstate migration with populations, people moving between states. The coasts are becoming so expensive, people moving across states. Political factors, high school graduation rates have a really big impact for us. Regional economic factors, national economic factors. Over the last 30 or 40 years, there's been a reduction in state appropriations. And lots of questions about the value of a college education and tuition increases. So for us as researchers for the university, trying to better understand what's happening, this is kind of the soup that we're trying to pick apart. And some of these things are a little easier to sort of quantify than others, but the ones in particular that I want to focus on, COVID obviously in the last couple of years has had a big impact. And 2 years ago, we had a 15% decline in new freshman enrollment. Luckily, this year we had a really nice freshman class. We were up about 10%, but we're still sort of at a net loss of 5% over the last couple of years. But really that little one, fertility rates, is probably the sneakiest of them all and probably has the biggest impact on things for us moving forward. So what do I mean by that? So during the Great Recession, heading up to the Great Recession, the total fertility rate in the nation was strong. The replacement rate for the U.S. population is about 2.1. So what that means is for every mother who's entering childbearing years, child-rearing years, they need to have about 2.1 babies per mother in order for us to sort of outpace that mortality rate at the national level. And you can see in 2007, on the way up to the Great Recession, the country was doing fairly well in sort of achieving that replacement rate. There were only a handful of pockets sort of up in the upper northeast part of the country where there were starting to see some decline, but for the most part, the rest of the country was meeting or exceeding those numbers, in some places doing even stronger than 2.1. So then 2008 hits. The recession takes its toll on the country in a multitude of different ways. And as that starts to settle in, changes happen in families, family dynamics. People are putting off having children till later or not having as many. The fertility rate starts to fall and really starts to hit kind of a significant decline over the next 10 years. So that map, that same map we were just looking at that was all blue in 2007 or nearly all blue, is now all red or orange. And what that means is that those orange and red states are the ones that are below that 2.1 replacement rate. So that map changed dramatically. If you look at going from those blues to that red, and they actually ended up having to add a new category on there for 20% below that replacement rate. So at this point, the average replacement rate for the nation is about 1.6. So that's a significant, very significant decline. So here's a little bit longer view of that. Same kind of thing. Going back to the 40s and sort of overlapping a lot of the work that Dan was just sharing with us, the baby boomer generation really drove a lot of that growth. Look at that replacement rate was not quite 4 in the 50s and 60s. So it's really easy to see a lot of the sort of demographic or environmental factors that were driving enrollment. We get into Generation Y in the 80s and the 90s, starting to pick back up a little bit. You get to that 2007 point where we were showing that map in blue, just creeps above that line after it was down for a while. And then the recession hits and it really starts to tank. It starts to go downward. So what does that mean for us? If we look at the state of Michigan, Michigan students, Northern's enrollment is made up about 80% Michigan students. It used to be close to 50% were UP. It's around 40% now. It's a little bit more 40% UP, 40% downstate, and about 20% out of state. But if we look at those Michigan numbers for the students, residents who are under the age of 18, you can see, I showed the whole scale, but if we cut that in half, that line would look a little bit more dramatic. But that's a 9% decline going from, boy, I can't even read my numbers, 2000 to 2010. So we're starting to see the impacts of the recession in those population numbers. And if we look at segments of these population ranges, age 5 to 11 or so, the declines are even more obvious. So what does that mean for us at Northern? So we work a lot with data and reports that come from a group called the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education. They are a West Coast nonprofit that takes a look at sort of these kinds of issues and a number of other issues that really impact higher education. But this one in particular is a publication they put out every few years called Knocking at the College Door. And what they do is they take this idea of how these demographic changes happen, and they look at where those impacts are happening in K-12 data. So you can kind of get a sense of where we're going to be at the university by watching how those class sizes are changing in the K-12 world. So these guys at Witchy do a really great job of breaking these numbers down nationwide. They break them down regionally. They also break them down statewide. And you can really get a sense here of sort of what that trend line has looked like over the last few years as they translate some of those demographic and economic numbers into projections for the number of high school graduates. So this isn't necessarily the number of graduates going to college, but it's the number of graduates coming out of high school. So in a sense, it's kind of the size of our market. So you can see if we take all of those impacts from 2007 through 2017, and just on a side note, those fertility rates have not recovered. They're staying down low, and there really isn't any recovery in sight. If you search for fertility replacement rate and Brookings Institute, you'll find a recent publication that really goes into depth on some of that topic, if that's of interest to you. But they take that information and they kind of throw it forward for us and give us a sense of what those trend lines are going to look like as we think about the number of high school graduates. So if you look and see from 1992 through 2037, similar, go back 18 years from that, and that's right around this recession, the end of the recession. That's when we expect to see some of those declines really starting to bottom out. That cliff starts at about 2025. So go back 18 years from there, you're around 2007-ish, right at the beginning of the recession. So it's all kind of tied together. So we've been paying attention to this research for a long time. This is one of those things that, this work is so impactful for not only us, but for higher education as an industry, to get a sense of what we need to be looking at down the road. So if we take a look at some of the Michigan numbers, you can see the same kinds of concerns in the Michigan numbers. The black line here is the grand total of both public and private. The blue line is the public schools, all of them following a very similar trend line, again, from that witchy knocking at the college door source. So that brings us back to NMU's enrollment in the recent past, and then moving forward. So again, this is status quo. This is what we expect based on just changes to the size of our market, the number of students, which you just recently re-updated their knocking at the college door, and these projections got quite a bit more optimistic. And that's because there's so many efforts in so many other places that have an impact on these lines. So for example, a lot of the work around graduation rates in high school, those graduation rates have been consistently going up. So the more students that are graduating, the more that has an impact on our market. So we were actually expecting more like a 12 to 15% decline over the next 15 years until they updated those numbers, and now it's more in that 10 to 12 range. But again, that's just if things sort of hold steady, and there's any number of those factors I showed at the beginning that could really move these numbers up or down. So what does all of this mean for us, right? We're aware of this, we know these things are coming. What are we doing to sort of get ready for sustained, prolonged enrollment decline? I can only speak to a few different things, but there's a lot that we've been doing. In particular, a couple years ago, sort of when this topic really jumped up nationally, was around some work by an economist, nationally renowned economist, Dr. Nathan Grah, who is from Carleton College in Minnesota. He wrote a book called Demographics and the Demand for Higher Education. And he took a lot of that witchy data, and he took a lot of the K-12 data. He's an economist, so he factored in things like migration and race and ethnicity. And he put together a series of projections for regions and by market, and did a lot of work in this space. I had the great fortune of seeing him present a couple times on the topic and started a conversation with him, was able to bring him to campus. I wanted to make sure that for Northern, that I wasn't the only one running around trying to share this message. I didn't want to be Chicken Little and telling everybody that the sky is falling. I wanted this to be something that was backed up by a number of different experts. So we had Dr. Grah to campus, we had a few public presentations, internal meetings, and had a chance to really pick his brain and get a sense of this. So we know that this is coming, and we believe that this is something that we're going to be facing as challenges for the universities. So it's also been included in a lot of our strategic planning documents and initiatives. It's a central focus there. In 2019, in December of 2019, the board made significant investments in student success initiatives. And one of the ways that we think that we can sort of mitigate this decline, we can do it a couple different ways. We can do it through additional admissions, recruiting additional students. But we can also do it by better serving the students that we have. We're doing a good job. Our retention rate, so what I mean by that is the number of students who show up in the freshman year who are still here at the beginning of the sophomore year. We do a pretty good rate when we benchmark against the rest of our Michigan peers and national peers in our current classification. But that's still only 75% of students who start in their freshman year who make it to their sophomore year. So 25% of the students they're either transferring out, they're leaving the university for whatever reason. So if we can improve that, number, there's so many benefits that come from that. Not only from the university's perspective when it comes to sort of the fiscal responsibility and maintaining tuition levels, but also for the students. They trusted us to come to the university and to help them achieve their goals, the right to try kind of ideas that Dr. Harden was sharing. You know, if we can serve them better and we can get more students through retention and through completion, then we have fewer people in our communities who are without a degree and a pile of debt and a harder time taking care of that. So we recognize how this linkage all works and really felt like investing in student success was a big place where we can try to improve the outcomes for our students. And when I say we invested in student success, what we did with that, some of that comes through my office, and we invested in really strong analytics capabilities. Some of the more recent data science kinds of techniques, we're sitting on mountains of data. We know what students have done as they come through the university for many years. How can we use that to better inform pathways through? We also invested in advising staff. We added, I think we're at 12 new advisors in the last 3 years. Before that, we were at about 9 advisors, so we more than doubled our advising staff to be able to consume some of the analytics, but also to work on strategies and to be able to be there for students when they need help. The retention committee has been really focused on reducing other barriers that get in the way to completion. We pay attention to the research a lot and watch for things like there's a lot of discussion around sense of belonging, homesickness at the beginning of those freshman years that really kind of pulls students away in those early weeks, the first 6 to 8 weeks. So what can we do to get students invested in the university early on? We've also invested in things like the SISU Center, which is the new Innovation Institute at NMU, which is focused on academic innovation, new programs, innovative programs, and delivery methods to be able to serve students in a number of different ways. We're also looking at investing in broader partnerships to improve enrollment, transfer agreements, relationships with other Upper Peninsula and downstate universities to create pathways to transfer in. Our admissions department has made investments in their tools. They have cutting-edge sales and marketing solutions, so they're reaching a broader swath of students and bringing in more applications that way. But we also, in my office, work closely with the admissions department to make sure that things like our admissions criteria are appropriate. So you may have heard in the last year or so that NMU eliminated the ACT and the SAT test. And that wasn't just one of those things that we just kind of did based on COVID, like a lot of institutions have done. They've made it optional. For us, we started researching this before COVID and found that the ACT or the SAT test really didn't predict a whole lot when it came to student success. And what I mean by that is sort of their GPA at the end of their first term or their first year, or whether they make it through in that retention capacity to the beginning of their sophomore year. So when we took a look at the data, the ACT and SAT didn't really predict any of that for our students. So we know that there's equity issues with the ACT and SAT, and we wanted to try to remove additional barriers to to allowing more students to come to the university. Again, staying connected to our rural identity and developing initiatives like the UP Center for Rural Health, and Elise will talk about that a little later. Better understanding of rural economies, you'll see that showing up in a lot of our strategic planning documents now. And then really in the last couple of years, we've doubled down on listening to our students, in particular during COVID times. So, you know, we're hearing from them that issues related to mental health really are, they're something that we can't give up on. They're only getting bigger and more difficult for students, and in particular during COVID. Students are really focused on issues of social justice, diversity, equity, inclusion, and then also looking at getting additional post-graduation support, so helping them with that life after graduation. So this is a really brief list. This is only the stuff that kind of comes to my mind. There are efforts all over campus to try to, do everything we can to serve our students as best we can, and then also bring new students in, because we know that that trend line is going to be there, but it doesn't have to be the future for the university. That's sort of what we're fighting against. So what can we do to support enrollment through a number of different initiatives? So there's a list of references. I'd be happy to share the slide deck if anybody wants to take a look at any of those later. Otherwise, we can open it up to questions.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you have a question for either myself or for Jason, please raise your hand and I'll let you use the microphone so that we can get it onto the streaming folks who are at home in their pajamas watching.
Hi, you spoke about advising staff.
Yeah.
I know faculty sometimes advises staff, but what in particular are you talking about when you talk about that dozen advising staff?
So that was, there's a little bit of a change in the model of advising at the university, and the way that it used to be done was in the first year, students were advised through our ACAC, Academic Career and Advisement Center. I think I always get that acronym wrong. They were advised in their first year through the ACAC Center, and then the students would transition into being advised by faculty in the departments. But what we're finding is that the issues are so broad for students nowadays that they need help with, that it goes beyond the scope of what faculty either sometimes have the time for, or the expertise in, or the willingness to participate. I mean, faculty are always going to be willing to help a student as best they can, but that might not be their best suited area. So what we wanted to do was invest in a team of people who have the skills, who have the professional development opportunities to learn those strategies to best support the students, and then create the time for faculty to be able to do what they do best with the students, mentor them on career advice, or help them with content, or whatever the case might be. So the advisors that were recently hired are embedded in the academic departments. They work alongside of those faculty. They're really meant to be built in as part of that department and work with them hand in hand. So we're not de-investing from sort of that faculty mentorship in any way. It's just a complementary piece to help the student with some of the other broader issues. You bet.
Are there any other questions?
I'm going to date myself. I'm a retired school counselor. I retired 25 plus years ago. Back then, the NCAA had an ACT minimum requirement for athletes. I don't know if that's changed or not, but if that has changed, how does the fact that Northern is eliminating the ACT as an admission requirement affecting the athletics?
Yeah, there's only so much we can do there, right? The eligibility requirements are still the same for the NCAA. So in those situations, those students would have to provide those ACT and SAT scores. I believe this isn't my area of expertise. Hopefully, if that's the case, the NCAA will take a closer look at sort of what that means for those students. Part of the reason that we eliminated the ACT and SAT is what the research is telling us is many students get an advantage by being able to access tutoring or other additional testing support that makes them perform better on the test itself and not necessarily the content of the ACT or the SAT. So when you take a look at what those scores look like on a student's way into the university, and whether or not it had anything to do with the relationship with the student's performance during their time at the university, there isn't really anything predictive there. So there's a couple things to do. Either fix the test, which we don't have a whole lot of control over, provide access for people who, if this is going to be a barrier, then give everybody an equitable playing field to be prepared for that test, or eliminate it and rely on other variables that are far more predictive. And what we found is high school GPA is just so much more predictive than ACT or SAT.
Are there any other questions? Just to kind of follow up, yeah, athletics is part of Northern's attempt. Northern, Jason talks about some of the things that Northern is doing and trying to do. There's lots of other things, such as expanding athletic programs, as a way to attract more students. I think one of the misconceptions a lot of people have about athletics is that every student who is on an athletic team has a full athletic scholarship to come to Northern. In fact, that's the minority have full scholarships. Some get like maybe a half or a quarter of a scholarship. Others are not getting any scholarship but are on the team just because they want to be on the team. So what it does is it does drive some attendance from students in certain sports that would attract, just translate into more students into school. And recently we started an esports program, which is actually a gaming room down in the Hardin Hall, very nice gaming room, to attract students because this is a new thing of online gaming and a popular thing, even a spectator sport. And Northern is trying to attract students that way. So in many, many different ways, Northern is working to try to kind of buck this trend, and it has been for a while because it is real. And there's been a lot of discussion on campus of whether it's real or not. I know Jason's been taking a lot of the brunt of that, of people saying, oh, no, this is just scare tactics. And the numbers are the numbers.
Yep.
And how Northern responds to that is going to be, it's all of these things, including expanding facilities and creating better facilities for the university. This building being one of them. This project was really looking at a way of expanding not only, increasing the number of organizations that use it and improving the quality of those programs. So, how many of you remember going to concerts in the Great Lakes rooms where the ceiling was, just above your head? We've been dreaming of having something like this for a long time, and it really is going to be a great addition. So are there any other questions?
Just a follow-up too, Dan, interestingly, the athletic students, the athletes on campus typically have higher retention rates and completion rates as well. They have additional requirements through NCAA, but that also ends up translating into higher performance. So there's a number of different benefits beyond additional recruitment.
That's a really great point. All right, well, if there's no other questions, we'll wrap it up. The next session here is at 9:20. And it's going to be on rural health in the UP with Elise Burr, director of the Center for Rural Health. So we will convene at 9:20. Until then, get some coffee and have some sweets, and we'll see you in a few. Have someone plow through them.
Yeah, we're going to think about that. I would love to see just this huge line chart across the wall in my conference room.
Oh, yeah.
With all of those breakdowns,
Yeah, and there, like I said, there's a lot more information there.
Yeah,
So.
you bet.
I'm concerned too. I've been living here for 14 years, and I utilize NMD. So, hey, just the citizens out in Marquette can influence what's happening over here.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You bet.
There have been public forums for things like the strategic planning process, and that's one of the things that my office is going to be contributing more to, and we're going to be hosting more listening sessions. How do we serve?
That could happen here. So, it's just too hard. Like just, the strike now.
Yeah.
That's not good publicity.
No, yeah, labor strife is never good publicity for a university or for any institution, But it's all connected too. I mean, that's the thing is that some of the faculty don't. They're the ones who think that it's all just something to convince them to give concessions to the university rather than this is reality. And the discussions that are going on is, are we going to continue to try to be a 9,000 student university or 8,000 student university or a 6,000 student university? And if we are, then that's going to make major changes to the makeup.
How do you make those adjustments in a healthy way?
Yeah.
And if we've got the time to plan for it, we can take advantage of things like people retiring out and,
Yeah.
And not having to let people go or make adjustments that way.
Yeah, which is what we did during COVID. I mean, it was such a huge thing. It was like, okay, then if you want to retire,
Yeah, now's your chance.
well, here's a good chance to retire. And many people took it up on it, But what it meant was that departments lost staff, and so it's difficult. current issues in the opioid crisis in the UP and nationally. But now we would like to have a presentation by Elise Burr, the Director for the Center of Rural Health here at Northern. Elise joined Northern in July of 2020. Great timing, Elise. As the inaugural director of the NMU Center for Rural Health, she has more than 30 years of combined experience working in higher education and the healthcare industry. Elise is extremely dedicated to identifying, understanding, and addressing regional healthcare needs through collaborative efforts. The foundation of her professional success can be attributed to building relationships and partnering with agencies and businesses on initiatives that improve the health and well-being of individuals. And additionally, she is extremely passionate about giving regional residents a voice by sharing challenges and successes with local, state, and federal legislatures, which continues to result in new and ongoing support for regional, state, and national health matters. And she's also a floor mate of mine on the first floor of Grease Hall. That's how we've got to know each other. So it's great to have you on the first floor. She's going to be talking about the UP healthcare challenges and solutions. So please welcome Elise Burr.
Thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me here today. I'm going to be sharing a lot of statistics with you. There was a 320-page needs assessment completed in 2018. I did my best to condense that to a few slides versus 320 slides. So I will have some sources at the end as well to share with you. And I would encourage you to continue, researching and looking at that needs assessment for more data and how that applies to our region as well. So from a national perspective right now, there's more than 60 million Americans that live in rural areas throughout our nation, and that's roughly 20% of our population. You can see in the map that's indicated here, the light green is about 19 states right now that have about 29%, 28.8% of more than a rural setting in the nation. And then there tends to be a significant gap in health between rural and urban Americans. So the rural causes of death are more likely for rural Americans to die from either heart disease, cancer, unintentional injury, chronic respiratory diseases, and strokes. And an interesting statistic that I noticed was that it used to be a lot of people thought rural areas were more likely to have cancer. And really what's been discovered is that in rural areas, there's less cancer, but it tends to be more deadly. And we'll talk a little bit about that, but a portion of that has to do with the distance to receiving care and also the timing that these types of illnesses are actually recognized. So preventative care goes a long way with some of these chronic diseases and illnesses. So there are common risk factors that are associated with the diseases. Some we can change, some we can't. The unmodifiable risk factors are age, sex, and family history. The modifiable ones that we can control are an unhealthy diet, physical inactivity, substance use such as tobacco, alcohol, and opioids. And you'll see different common themes between these things as one of the factors that indicated a higher cause of death was unintentional injury. That was noted earlier. Substance use contributes to that. If you have people who are driving and they're impaired, that will lead to some of that unintentional injury. So a lot of the theme throughout this presentation, it just makes sense. It's just common sense things. It's just a matter of recognizing those and then understanding how we want to impact that in our region. So there's a cause and effect with the intermediate risk factors and the main chronic diseases. Having raised blood pressure, raised blood glucose, abnormal blood lipids, and being overweight or obese will contribute to the main chronic diseases of the heart disease, stroke, cancer, chronic respiratory disease, and diabetes. So something to note on diabetes in particular, and I'll throw out different pinpoints on this, but I recently talked to some UP regional diabetes educators throughout the Upper Peninsula. I asked them what it is that they need to do their job more effectively because of the diabetes rate in the Upper Peninsula. They had indicated that they don't need more money, they don't need more people trained as diabetes educators, they don't need more brochures, more education. What they really need is for people to change their behaviors. And that just made me stop and think for a minute because, you know, here I am ready to try to get resources or try to get more money. And so that just made me really pause because we need to really get inside of the heads of individuals and find out what is preventing them from being healthier or for taking measures to reduce some of that pre-diabetes standard that they have. So why do residents in rural areas have poorer health outcomes? Comes no surprise for those of us who live up here that geographic isolation can play a role in that. The environmental and occupational factors, you think of mining, you think of some of the industry that existed up here for years and how that's contributing to some of our health, you know, over the past 50 years. There are limited job opportunities in rural areas. There tends to be more poverty. We have higher rates of healthy risk behaviors. Again, that kind of ties to the substance use. And then we have challenges with access to care. And so that can fall into transportation, affordability of healthcare services, and also the availability of healthcare services. It's really risk behaviors that are unhealthy. So if you think of like the driving impaired, being under the use or being under detriment of having a substance use. So now a brief situational snapshot of what we're encountering right now in the Upper Peninsula. And I couldn't help but think of part of this when Jason was talking earlier about the enrollment at Northern. But we have an aging population right now in the Upper Peninsula. Close to 20% right now of our population is age 65 and older. And so with that, of course, comes different types of healthcare needs for this population. And so it's time for us to really take a look at how we're going to address and take care of people who are older than 65, and what do we need to do looking out to the future projection of the population. We also have a declining population. In the last 20 years, we've reduced by about 9.5% population in the Upper Peninsula. So at one point, we were close to 319,000. And right now we're right around 286,000 in the Upper Peninsula. So that's a pretty big decrease. And you think about migration, you also think about the older population and the loss of life that might come with that, and the things that can contribute to the reduce in the population. Educational attainment is important. Residents of all but 2 counties from Houghton and Marquette are less likely to achieve a bachelor's degree. And the reason I bring that up, and we'll talk about that in another slide that's coming up, is because with education, there's certain points and highlights in life that are going to attribute to having a healthier lifestyle. And so education is one of those factors. Now, that's not to say that only those counties have people getting bachelor's degrees, but it's just an observation based on the county projection. The poverty rates right now, it's 9.4%, which is over almost 28,000 people in the Upper Peninsula are at poverty rate. It does range, and it's been as high as 14.7%. And so that poverty rate also impacts what's happening with healthcare. Our labor force, I just got these statistics yesterday from Michigan Works, and I thought this was interesting. The labor force number of 134,001 person is a reflection of the unemployment and the employment. So that's a combination right now in that number. But there are more than 100,000 people who are not in the labor force that are 16 years of age or older. So these are a combination of people choosing not to work. There could be some people on disability. There's a number of people that can fit into this category. But right now, when you see a lot of signs saying they're hiring people, this is the category right now that at least a third of our population up here is not in the labor force. So health insurance coverage. These are the medical snapshots for the Upper Peninsula region. There are about 7% of adults that do not have insurance coverage right now. Now, if you take a look back to 2013, there were 18.5% residents in the Upper Peninsula that did not have insurance. And so that significant change in population was due to the Affordable Care Act being implemented. That really provided a lot of opportunity for the residents in the Upper Peninsula to access health care and to be able to not only get like emergency care, but also focus on preventative care. There are 1 in 6 adults in the Upper Peninsula that do not have a primary care medical provider. That's kind of surprising because you just assume that everybody has a doctor. This is going to be more interesting, I think, as we have youth coming in, advancing into adulthood, because these days everything is turning to technology and that quick, I need a doctor right this second, versus establishing a long-term relationship with the provider who gets to know the family history and someone that you can confide in and work through, the health path of your future. There's also 1 in 6 adults that report that cost prevented them from accessing healthcare services. And that could be a combination of not understanding the insurance system. That could be intimidated by kind of like the menu prices of services without understanding discounts. There's also individuals that they're challenged. They don't want to admit what they don't know. They don't want to be seen as somebody who doesn't understand a system, and so they're afraid to ask questions. There are 1 in 4 adults that do not get a preventative physical exam in the last year. Again, these statistics are based on 2017 data right now. I did not want to get into current data because with the pandemic, I think everything is just skewed, so I don't want to put it out of perspective. Note on the preventative physical exam, I do a lot of different community meetings, attend a lot and participate in a lot. And at one particular meeting up in the Houghton area, there were about 30 of us healthcare individuals at the table. And we had asked how many of us ourselves working in healthcare had had a physical exam within the last year. And even though we know better, we're preaching it, there were only 3 of us that had had a physical exam. So, if that's any indication as to what's happening with our Upper Peninsula population, it's like we know better, but we don't take action on it. Then we have 1 in 3 adults and at least 50% of our senior citizen population that have prediabetes, and 90% don't even know it. There's so much that could be done with the prevention of going in from prediabetes to that diabetes stage. You can still reverse and stop yourself from falling into being diabetic by addressing, the issues that need to be addressed when you're at that prediabetes stage. And so that goes back to the conversation I had with the diabetes educators. What do we need to do to get people to really understand the situation that they're in and try to reverse some of that? There are a lot of individuals who will, and to no fault of their own, but they'll make excuses, or they'll say, oh, it's genetic. Oh, everybody in my family had it. But that stage, that diabetes, there's that particular level that isn't hereditary, that's not genetically linked. And so you can really take control of that to increase your chances of not falling into that chronic disease in the future. Oral health and mental health. 1 in 3 adults did not have dental insurance and did not have dental care in the last year. 60% of adults over the age of 65 lacked dental insurance. We had 77% of adults delayed or did not receive mental health care services due to cost. And there were 5% of adults delayed or did not receive mental health care due to the lack of professionals in our region. The Upper Peninsula is considered a healthcare provider shortage area. So we do not have as many healthcare providers in all these different areas as we do residents. And so for that reason, there are individuals who will come to our community, move to the area in the Upper Peninsula and provide these services based on loan forgiveness programs through the government. To work in a health professional shortage area, you're able to get loan forgiveness after a 3-year commitment. And quite often, many of these individuals will leave after 3 years. And so it becomes a recruitment and retention type issue, not only with our providers, but also our specialty providers. And so one of the things that we could be doing is really trying to develop relationships with these individuals who are in our communities and really helping them put roots down and want to stay in the area. The other part that could contribute to this is engaging with our youth more and having them get excited about healthcare professions and wanting to return and stay in the Upper Peninsula. One of the bonuses we have going for us is that we do have a lot of youth that return to the Upper Peninsula and that stay here. And so we really try to celebrate those individuals. They know it's a safe place to live, they know their community, and that can be a big bonus for a lot of our, I guess, our younger adolescents. So a continuation of the impact from that snapshot, education actually impacts your health status. That's why I had mentioned which counties right now are kind of producing the most bachelor level. There's personal behaviors based on education, your employability, and the economic development for a region. And so all these things are kind of interwoven and tied together. Employment is often tied to self-value. Quite often you have health insurance when you're employed. And again, there's that sole underlying theme of economic development for the Upper Peninsula. Health insurance impacts healthcare access. You're more likely to go to a doctor if you have health insurance. You're more likely to have better outcomes if you go to a physician. And lastly, poverty impacts health and can impair future economic potential. So when we take a look at our population, I mean, everything really revolves around health. You know, if you don't have your health, what do we have in the region? You can't keep your business open, you can't keep employees. It all just trickles down. So I really try to think of like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. When it comes to health, you know, we can preach to people and say, oh, you need to see your doctor every year and get a physical. But the reality of the situation is that there are a number of individuals, more than the 28% that are already identified in poverty, that are having challenges met right now in just meeting their day-to-day needs. So if with the physiological needs, you know, there's air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, these are basic needs. There's a lot of people that are even challenged with these. I mean, we know that we have challenges right now with access to food and high quality food, not just frozen, not just processed. That second level, safety needs, talks about personal security, employment, resources, health, and having property. So if you're challenged with that first level, it's really hard for you to think about that next level. And that's not to say you can't be challenged with both at the same time. But if you think about it, I worked in a community where, you know, the choices they had to make were, I can either put gas in my car and go to work and put food on the table, or I could go in and have a dental exam and get my teeth cleaned. So what's going to take what's going to take precedence in that situation? And so what's not uncommon right now is that people will not receive preventative care because of these situations, and they only go to a doctor or an emergency room because something has advanced so far. And so some of these things can be prevented ahead of time and dealt with when they're in healthier stages and easier to, you know, address some of the illnesses that they have prior to getting to that level. But it's really hard because you can't just sit there and preach to these people what they should be doing. We have to really understand the situation that they're in. You might hear the term social determinants of health being thrown around. That's something that I am very passionate about. Again, that kind of contributes to Maslow's pyramid. There are 7 different areas. It's economic stability, neighborhood and physical environment, again, the education theme, food, community and social context, and then access to the healthcare system. So right now there's a position that had come kind of to fruition in the last 5 or 6 years called the community health worker. And at a lot of the outpatient clinics at federally qualified health centers, and more recently, UP Health System at Marquette, Bell, and Portage, have implemented this type of position. Now this is, as of right now, not a position that somebody can bill for, so it's not a sustainable position. But these individuals will identify what challenges the patients might be having right now in these other areas. Because if transportation is an issue, what's the likelihood that they're going to get to their appointments? And can doctor offices decrease the amount of no-show appointments that are occurring on their daily schedules? If somebody doesn't have access to food, what's the likelihood that they're going to be healthier if that's one of the conditions right now that they're experiencing? And so these community health workers actually help to link people to resources in their community. And there's a difference between just referring somebody and saying, oh, you need to take advantage of your SNAP food benefits, and actually setting up an appointment for them. You know, maybe some of these community health workers even attend the appointment with the patient if the patient really is struggling to make that move. And then they follow up to make sure that they've actually accessed that service. And that's huge. The community health workers are, we need to dance. The community health workers, I see them as a vital part, you know, really to helping to contribute to the healthcare system. They're individuals that live in the community where the patients are. They understand what patients are going through. It's not uncommon for patients to be challenged, I guess, to open up and admit to a physician what they might be going through. And so the community health worker is somebody who's at their level that understands, and there tends to be less shame and admission of what they might need assistance with. And there's so much positive that's come out of this particular role. They're working in the state of Michigan right now to advance this as a career path and to actually make it a sustainable position. Personally, I would like to see community health workers also implemented beyond the healthcare system. I could see a need for them to be at universities or colleges. If these different types of topics are actually impacting health, they're more than likely impacting more than health. And so I think it would be great to have that identified up front and be able to connect people to resources. So how do we move forward, you know, in our region? The main points that I see are really collaborating, exploring different partnerships, and this can go beyond the region. It could be at the state level, it could be at the national level. We need to leverage funding opportunities. There's a lot of silos in the Upper Peninsula with a lot of different initiatives and efforts, and I give everybody credit for putting time and effort into trying to solve something that they see. But I really want to get people to recognize how much more could be done if we can get places to work together. We can increase awareness about our situation. So understanding right now what that pre-diabetes population is in the UP, you know, that will hopefully, you know, the more we talk about it, the more people will take it upon themselves to find out what their status is and to make changes and to be healthier. We need to not only identify the challenges, which today I've only named a few, but we also need to take a look at solutions. And I think it's time to not necessarily repeat whatever worked 30 years ago will work now, but take a look at some innovative approaches to this. Take a look at what hasn't been done. And don't think about, oh, this will never work. You know, just bring it up and let's find a way to work together and see if it will happen. We also need to increase advocacy efforts. I've done a lot of work with the Michigan Primary Care Association and the Michigan State Office of Rural Health. I've gone to Washington, D.C. every year to help advocate. I think we really need to talk to our public about learning what they can do. A lot of people don't know what to do. And so I think if we can start with these small steps in teaching people how can they be an advocate, we could really help, I guess you could say, move the needle on some of the things that are happening in the healthcare system. I'll tell you a little bit about an experience I had. I was given, somebody had called me because a senator was coming to the Upper Peninsula and was going to be talking about trying to reduce prescription drug costs. And so I was asked to line up a pharmacist to come to the event to also talk about what's happening at local pharmacies. So in that process, the pharmacist actually disclosed something that maybe he shouldn't have, but he did, and talked about a gag order that was placed on pharmacists at the time. And what this meant was that when a patient would show up, they would give their insurance card, and they would pay $10 copay for a prescription. Had they not presented their insurance card, that prescription may have cost them 50 cents. But because of the gag order on the pharmacist couldn't tell them, put your insurance card away. Well, when the senator heard this, she was just shocked, like just had no idea. And of course, how would you know it when there's a gag order, right? So within the next 6 to 8 months, that gag order was removed. And I'm absolutely convinced it was because if you don't know what's happening, how can you fix it? And so by really understanding what's happening in the healthcare system, I think that there are individuals, I truly believe that want to make a difference and want to make an impact, but it's a matter of telling our story, highlighting what's happening. My particular website, we share different blog stories throughout the Upper Peninsula. We highlight the individuals working in the healthcare system. We talk about patient stories. We need to capture that story and tell that story well, and we'll be able to do more with legislation and advocacy efforts if we can do that. We also need to support the efforts and the accomplishments that are happening in the healthcare field. We need to recognize the impacts and how that trickles down to everything from the economy to our education, to our happiness, to our well-being. And we need to engage in initiatives that are taking place. Understanding, of course, capacity is one thing. If your hands are full, I get it. But there are opportunities to also be able to support different initiatives that are happening, which aren't necessarily time-consuming or accepting of, finances. So I'm going to talk for just a few minutes about the Northern Michigan Center for Rural Health. We were founded, as Dan had mentioned, last year in July. Heck of a year to start a new job. Small thing like a pandemic happening. Not the best time to try to meet people in hospitals and clinics. So I wasn't really able to get too much attention from the external factor through that. So the mission of the center is to improve the health and well-being of UP residents and communities by developing collaborative partnerships that improve the access and availability of affordable quality healthcare services. The goals of the center are to expand access to comprehensive healthcare services, to improve the quality of essential healthcare services, to address regional health priorities by identifying and advancing solutions, and to strengthen the rural healthcare system as a whole. It doesn't sound too overwhelming, but there's a lot that goes behind this. So I'm going to give you a few examples of some of the projects that have been taking place and that will be taking place, just to show you the wide variety of ways that this can impact our region. So knowing, of course, that I couldn't get in with hospitals and clinics, the first thing I thought was putting our regional universities and colleges together in a flu shot competition. So last fall, we had all 4 universities in the Upper Peninsula decided to agree to this, and it was quite fun for the populations to get involved. They were ecstatic about focusing on something that had nothing to do with COVID. And although the ultimate rates were underwhelming when you looked at the percentages that were vaccinated on campus, the amazing thing was that every university reached a high record level for their university campuses. So, I really think that making it fun and engaging people was one aspect to doing that. So in running this competition this year, we were able to get 2 of the 4 colleges actually to join us. So this year, Bay-de-Noc Community College and Keweenaw Bay Ojibwa Community College will be joining us. And next year, Gogebic and Bay Mills Community College will be joining as well. So then we'll have everyone in the Upper Peninsula. So I look forward to that. There was also a digital divide project that took place with community action agencies. There were 4 counties in the UP that had contacted me and said, we have money from CARES Act funding. We're not sure what to do with it. Do you have any ideas? So we talked about their clients and what was important. These are individuals that are challenged with housing, with food, lower income levels. So what we decided to do was use Northern Michigan University's purchase power to buy iPads for their clients. There were about 200 people approximately served by this. And then in addition to that, we were able to provide 1-year contract services for broadband access. And so the advantage to this is that those clients were then able to access not only educational resources, but telehealth appointments during the pandemic. So this was an alternative option to seeing their doctors and taking care of themselves at a very challenging time in the nation. And they were so appreciative of that opportunity. And so that's something that hadn't really occurred in the past, that are things that's how we're looking at these partnerships and what could we do if we actually work together. We're also focused on healthcare workforce recruitment and retention. You may have heard in the news recently, there's a lot happening with nursing shortages right now in the Upper Peninsula, a lot of challenges, a lot of people leaving the healthcare workforce. They've had it over the last year. We really need to focus on this as a region together. And a lot of hospitals and clinics work independently. It's every place for themselves right now when it comes to recruiting. This fall, I've been doing focus groups with administrators of healthcare facilities to talk about what is working and what's not working right now with their efforts. We did one on the east side, we did one on the west side, and we'll be doing a virtual option in Marquette within the next few weeks. The interesting thing is that we're getting different answers depending on the regions. And so what you think might be an easy answer or something that you're hearing, it does vary by location. And so that's important to understand that those solutions are probably going to vary by location as well. Then next year in June, I'm working with Michigan Works, and what we're going to do is we're going to have a UP Healthcare Workforce Summit that'll be held here at Marquette at Northern. And it's going to really show a snapshot of the job vacancies in the healthcare industry over the last year in the Upper Peninsula, as well as bring to light what we've learned in these focus groups, and also boots on the ground type survey responses from people actually in the healthcare industry. And the intent of this is really to get everybody in the room, one, let them know that they're not in it alone. We're all going through some of the same challenges. But also to say, what are we going to do now to work together on this? And not apply it to just our own individual agencies. And I look forward to bringing in state and national resources to that, to let people know that there are systems and individuals out there that can also help with the recruitment and retention efforts that we have. We also had a National Rural Health Day essay scholarship competition the last 2 years. So this was a way to engage high school seniors who are considering a healthcare career. I thought it was really important to think about the youth, because 10 years from now, they're not going to be our youth anymore. They're going to be the ones helping to take care of us. So last year, the topic talked about preventative care and how important that is, and what challenges do they see with preventative care in the region. There are people, that have worked in the healthcare industry for 30 years. We hear the same thing every year. We don't see a lot of fluctuation. But youth have a fresh perspective. They see what's happening in their house, in their schools, and I thought it was important to give them a voice and listen to some of what they had said. One of the interesting answers I thought last year that really stuck out to me was they thought a solution right now was to have traveling doctors and nurses throughout the UP that would only stay in a community 1 week and move on to the next. And the reason they wanted that, which, I was thinking, how's that going to work, But the reason they wanted that was they said, we live in a small community. We're afraid of being judged by our health condition. We're afraid of being judged by what we might show up for an appointment for. And so the less people in my community that know what I'm going through, the better. I don't want anyone to judge me. And Never would have thought of that perspective before from somebody who's younger. And so I think hearing where people are coming from and listening to them, and then thinking about that as we move forward, as we develop processes and protocols and the ways that we approach our patient population is really important. This year, our essay competition talked about our emergency management services, our ambulance system, and our paramedics and EMTs. You may have noticed in the last several months that we're challenged with that population as well for recruitment and retention. So we asked youth to help identify ways that our communities can support our local EMT agencies and EMS agencies. And we're just getting ready to read the essays this weekend, so I'm excited to see what they think. I think that it's providing more highlight and a spotlight on what's occurring in our region. And I really look forward to the youth being a part of that solution, because friends talk to families, and so it's just one way to continue increasing that awareness. There's a hepatitis C project right now. North Care Network had reached out and said they're trying to increase the screening of hepatitis C in our communities. And so what we did with that was we actually paired them up with a mass media communication class here at Northern. And what they did was they actually screened the class ahead of time to find out what did they know about hepatitis C. And then the class actually learned about it, worked on messaging on various platforms for how to educate people about hepatitis C. And then they will be surveying the students again at the end of the semester to find out what did they learn as a result of this project. Well, a lot of the people who are at risk for hepatitis C happen to be around the age of the students' parents. And so more than likely, we anticipate Thanksgiving meal might come around this conversation with the parents. But more importantly, as we take a look at how did that roll out on campus with this initiative, how can we then take that to a regional level and increase the awareness about hepatitis C throughout the region and overall increase the screening rates in the Upper Peninsula? Diabetes initiatives, we've been working on those over the last year. The big thing we try to do is not duplicate or replicate what's already being done. We're trying to take some new approaches to this. We'll be working with another class on the diabetes messaging this year, similar to the hepatitis C initiative. We have a 1-minute take a test to determine if you may be at risk for pre-diabetes on our website. We had, I think within a 3-month period, close to 600 people that had accessed that test. And so we want to continue to promote that, to have people actually take that 1-minute test to determine their level. It then links them to a number of resources and encourages them to follow up with their physician if they're determined to be at risk. Food insecurity. So this goes back to Maslow's pyramid, right? And then how do we advance to health? So food insecurity is an issue in the Upper Peninsula. One of the projects that we're working on right now, we had received a $200,000 grant this summer from the Michigan Health Endowment Fund. And the partners on this grant are NMU being the lead, and then we're partnering with UP Food Exchange, the Central UP Planning and Development, MSU Extension, and Feeding America. So we have some very strong players at the table for this grant. And what we're doing is we're going to be doing a feasibility study, a business plan, and a capital campaign plan over the next 2 years to determine what would happen if we were able to put in a light produce processing facility and food storage distribution warehouse in the Upper Peninsula. Right now, we heavily rely on out-of-state or downstate to support the Upper Peninsula. This will engage farmers throughout the UP. They don't have a facility right now that can do this kind of work for them. So if they did, what would be the likelihood that they could either grow different types of vegetables or additional vegetables or fruits if they had a facility that could do this? Then we need to take a look at the actual distribution of food and how is that occurring throughout the Upper Peninsula. There was a foundation on the west side of Michigan that had already indicated, let us know when you get this going, we're ready to write a check. So, it's no secret that this could be a big change for the Upper Peninsula and really help increase that access to food. Feeding America is not looking to leave the UP, should this work. They want to increase their efficiencies throughout the UP. And so, for example, I'll just give you a quick example. They come up with a truck once a week to the Upper Peninsula. They drop off their food throughout the Upper Peninsula. When they leave, they're going back downstate empty. So if they're leaving Houghton area and they're empty, and they're coming through Marquette and going to the eastern side of the UP, who's to say they couldn't stop at this facility, pick up produce, and then distribute that to the eastern side? So these are all types of things that we're going to be investigating to see what the likelihood is of this. In no way does this mean that Northern Michigan University is going to take on building this facility, but this is to really develop the blueprints and to provide the support and the background work that needs to be done to take a look at something like this. Community health workers, I mentioned a little bit about them earlier. I would like the Center for Rural Health to be a train-the-trainer hub for all community health workers in the Upper Peninsula. I will be going after a grant in a couple weeks. What I have asked is for the Michigan Center for Rural Health. They're the state office of rural health. I've actually asked them to be the lead applicant versus applying for the grant myself. And the reason why is because when that grant application shows up to the federal government, they're going to recognize the state office immediately versus me, up here in Marquette, Michigan. So the likelihood that it could be funded will be greater than if I had independently tried to do that. And so this would allow us to hire an individual to be the trainer and subcontract different areas throughout the UP for that particular training. Emergency medical services, I talked about that a little bit earlier, big challenges up here. This is a situation where downstate you have large healthcare systems that are paying individuals to go to school, to get certified, and then providing their books, and then also guaranteeing to pay them and place them right in a position. We don't necessarily have that luxury up here in the Upper Peninsula. A majority of these people are either volunteers, paid volunteers. There are some that are full-time, which is fortunate. But when you live in a really rural area, what are the odds that you're going to get calls on a regular basis to have steady income? And so we need to work with our population and understanding what can they contribute to this. Could they get even the first responder level of training and be able to give back to their community? There are a lot of people in this profession right now in the Upper Peninsula that are getting ready to retire. They're retirement age. They're only going to be able to do this so long. So how do we talk to youth about staying in the UP, getting this kind of certification? We've had 10 different EMS agencies close in the last 3 years. That means that somebody else now is transporting people farther than what they anticipated. You're waiting longer for an ambulance to show up, and what does that do to increase or decrease what could happen as a result of that longer transport? I'm not a specialist in any of these particular areas, but my goal is that I connect with those who are to try to continue moving those efforts forward. So this is a list of the sources that I used for some of the data that I shared with you. Again, the Western UP Health Department had conducted that needs assessment in 2018 for the Upper Peninsula. They will be releasing the next assessment within the next couple months. They did surveys throughout the region this summer, so there will be new statistics. The 2018 version was the first time the Upper Peninsula was overall taken into consideration. So it'll be very interesting to compare what comes out this winter to what occurred 3 years ago. So we'll be able to see what's happening, what's transitioning, what's trending upward or downward with our health. I have my contact information listed. For those of you who were able to attend in person, I have available the list of the goals and objectives of the Center for Rural Health. I included a page that talked about access to care. And I gave a snapshot of this UP Needs Assessment Guide. It breaks down all the health statistics in every single county in the Upper Peninsula. So not only is it just interesting to read and to see where our population sits, it's also a fantastic resource to use if you're considering grant opportunities.
All right, thank you very much, Elise. Thank you, it was an excellent presentation. Does anyone have any questions for Elise?
Sure. Thank you.
I have a question. I'm teaching a class on UP popular culture, and yesterday we did food. And so not only did we talk about Uper food, I brought a bunch of Uper food, and I asked them, what do all of these have in common? And the answer was, they're all bad for you. Other than the wild rice dish I made, everything else was very high carbohydrates, fat, sugars, and you talk about diabetes, and it hits me very close to home because I got diagnosed 2 years ago with diabetes because I loved Uper food and being sedentary, and we talked about these issues. Why is this an issue in the UP, and what can we do about it? So what are your thoughts about that? I know that you had talked about bringing in Elizabeth Monte originally to be a part of this, and you guys talked about this somewhat.
Part of it is really taking a look at the access to food. I'm not knocking pasties by any means, because who doesn't love a good pasty, but pasty, for example, that's tradition. I mean, that was because of miners and taking food, to work and how they managed their dietary needs during the day. There's a difference between moderation with what we do, and I think sometimes that falls into it. I think it's a combination of understanding what we might be going through psychologically. There's your binge eating that occurs. Quite often, it's not unusual to think about behavioral health components. I think about, like in the medical office where I worked, we did integrated care. And it was a combination of behavioral health and physical health. So it was understanding that I'm overeating, and the reason why is because I'm depressed, or maybe it's because I'm anxious or I'm stressed. So if you're just telling someone you need to lose weight, here, go exercise and eat better, it's not addressing the issue that may be causing them to do this. And so actually looking at the full person, the whole person, and addressing what are their psychological needs right now, and can I teach them a coping technique? That's one aspect. I do think about all the healthy things that are in the Upper Peninsula, the berries, the vegetable gardens that are being grown. This processing facility would help extend that life a bit since we have a shorter growing season. The other thing I think about, I know you're tying it to UP Foods. The other thing that I think about, though, is just the availability. I think of a community where I worked where the only thing in that community was a party store. And you needed a car to get to the grocery store. And the grocery store was 10 miles away. But if you really wanted to go to the largest grocery store that had the best prices, that was 25 miles away. And so if you didn't have a car, you had to take a bus. And then you had to wait for the bus. You had the bus transport that's stopping all the time at the various stops. And then you could only buy so much of what you can carry. So when you have the option between buying $5 of a round asparagus or $10 of frozen pizzas and getting 10 of them, what's going to last you longer? And then there's the challenge with understanding what to do with foods. How do you freeze them? How do you use them? We did a food project out at K.I. Sawyer a few years ago, and I had people that had only had canned vegetables. They had never had some of the fresh vegetables that we brought to Sawyer. And it was just fascinating because they said they didn't know they loved spinach as much as they do now. And some admittedly said, I don't know what to do with it. So we actually did cooking classes at the same time and taught people what to do with that, with that food. I also have to believe that something about advancing technology and motors has significantly contributed to our waistlines. I was talking to a student, probably somebody from your class, Dan, that was talking about Uper food. And we talked about, we have kayaking, we have canoeing, we have cross-country skiing, we have all these outdoor things that we could do. And then we have motorboats, we have jet skis, we have everything that's put a motor on it so that we're less likely to do physical activity because it's more fun now that we have a motor, we can go faster. So I really think it's just the frame of mind and what we choose to do, and how that can impact our health ultimately. That was a long answer.
No, it's a great answer. You have a question?
I have one more thing I wanted to say. We were recently at Rabbit Bay up in the Copper Country, and a person arrived and had a seizure. and we had to call the EMS that was down in Buchek. It took a little over an hour to assemble that group to get them. Luckily, there were a few, and I was one, having been a teacher, knew a little bit about clearing the air around him and, doing it. But boy, if you're in the copper country, you're up at Cedar Bay, you're up at, and you have to have an ambulance to come and get you. You are a long way out, and that's really rural.
Yeah, absolutely right. There are a lot of people who move to the UP because they want to be alone, because they don't want neighbors, because they don't, and then there's these other things that can be a downside, right? And so part of that is really increasing the awareness of what that expectation is. I mean, we have television the last 10 years that have shown, oh yeah, you call 911, they'll be there in 2 minutes. That's a false expectation up here in the Upper Peninsula. One of the things that we're going to be doing this winter, hopefully, I'm trying to solidify funds for this, but I actually want to do a survey to the public about EMS and what their understanding is. And this survey also provides the answer at the same time that it's asking a question. So it'll say, yes, you are right, here's the correct, or no, you're not right, here's the situation. The EMS agencies are not publicly funded like police and like fire. A lot of people think they are, but they're not. The question is, should they be? If this is a life expectancy, and we all expect this as a right, in our communities, absolutely they should be. And so that's a legislative type of move that has to occur. It's a systemic thing. But with the survey, it's going to inform the public about the state of what's happening right now and what we can do to advance that. And one of the slides I had indicated, I'll just flip back for a second here, unless it doesn't let me. I do have a paper. It was recently, they call it a white paper, that was tied to explain what's happening right now in the rural areas. And this is available on my website. So please feel free to access this just to take a look at what the recent results are of what's happening in our rural area.
Yeah, Jen?
Thank you. This is very impressive how much you've been able to accomplish, particularly, as you said, coming here with the start of COVID. Thank you very much for all you've done to knit these things together. It's very impressive. If you had a magic wand, what would you say would be I think these are probably your top things, I'm assuming, or these are what you could get funded. I understand. I've been there. But what would you like to see come, top 2, 3 things that you would like to see happen next?
Well, I think addressing the food insecurity is one thing. And I think it's something that our region can do if we all work together on it. I think there's a lot of opportunities for partnerships that people don't see. And I think that if they open their eyes and think outside the box, that by working together we can leverage a lot more. And I guess I'll give you an example on that. I think there's a lot of money coming out during COVID that has to do with education, and there's a lot that's coming out related to healthcare. Now, if that money was combined and put together and used to build out broadband and strengthen broadband in rural areas where people could have more access to telehealth services or educational resources, wouldn't that be something? Instead of having these separate pools of money where you can only do so much because you only have so much money. So I'd really like to see that happen. These are all just broad strokes, on what could happen, but I think it's just increasing awareness. And if people want something to change, it'll change. So whether it's their behavior or whether it's working together to accomplish something, it can happen if people want it to happen. So I think a lot of it is just getting people to understand the current situation.
Yeah. One of the things you talked about, I agree. If I didn't have this in my hand, I'd be clapping too. You talked about food access, and I drive to Duluth to see family a lot, and it's a joke in our family. Between Ishpeming and Ironwood, we call it the food desert. Because not only are there very few grocery stores that have like a wide variety of things, there are very few restaurants. that provide anything other than burgers and fries and something from the Gordon Food Service. And it's a real issue. I mean, when you're driving there, you can't eat healthy in a lot of those communities unless you are yourself a good cook.
Yeah. It's challenging. I mean, I don't blame people for understanding that 10 pizzas can feed you longer than $10 worth of fresh vegetables. I mean, I understand why they make the decisions they do, but I don't think they understand the repercussions of those decisions and the lifelong, impact that it has on their health. I think about low-income housing and people who are in poverty and how children are being raised. I mean, there's so many topics that I didn't even get into, like prenatal care and, suicide and sexual activity and just all these. There's so much related to health and time constraints. We only have so long, but I really think about the youth. I mean, I think about the future and what's happening and how can we impact that now, because it won't be long before they are our current population.
Are there any other questions or comments for Elise? Well, if not, Elise, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. We're going to wrap this one up. We'll start at 10:30 with the opioid crisis. So thank you very much.
time to get started. We start at 10:30, don't we? All right, good morning, everyone. We'll get started right away. We're already at 10:33. So good morning. Welcome to our session on the opioid crisis, past and present. I'm Leslie Warren. I'm your room moderator for today. My job will be to make sure that the speakers do not go over 1 hour, because we know that lunch is next and nobody wants the speakers to go over 1 hour. My job will also be to make sure that when we get to the question and answer, that whoever wants to speak will have a microphone, because we are streaming, so we need to make sure we pick up the audio, and we are recording for people to watch later. It is my pleasure to introduce our two speakers for today, Dr. Russ Manyagi, who is Professor Emeritus at Northern Michigan University in History. Many people here know Dr. Manyagi already because he has been the leading expert in our regional Upper Peninsula history for many years. He's also the historian for Northern Michigan University. Russ has written quite a few books about UP history. I'm not going to try to give a number, so I can make up a number. I'm going to say it's something like 532 and a half. But is that close? Pretty close. Okay, there we go. And so Dr. Manyagi, of course, is Professor Emeritus. He is retired from Northern, but obviously still active in the scholarship of Upper Peninsula history. Presenting along with Dr. Manyagi will be Dr. Michael Grossman, who is a practitioner medical doctor in Negaunee. Dr. Grossman is the medical director for Great Lakes Recovery Center and the director of the Medical Assisted Therapy Clinic at Great Lakes Recovery Center. He is also a hospice practitioner and is the, I'm going to mess up that credential, so never mind. We'll forget that I said anything. Dr. Grossman has been in practice since 1980. I will turn things over first to Dr. Manyagi then. Thanks, Russ.
Okay, thank you for the introduction, and welcome to everybody. I'm going to be talking about a topic that I'm safe to say has not been covered in the past, and that is the history of the use of narcotics, both medical and recreational. And I've specifically my paper is Narcotics and Addiction in the UP 1650 to 1950. Those are, in general, the area I'm going to be covering. But I found that nothing has really been written about this topic. I looked at a Michigan history book, and there were 2 sentences about, and it kind of boiled down to, we have a problem in Michigan. Amen. And I'm always looking for new topics, and when I get into these topics, it's I'm in the process of educating myself, and that's what happened here. Now, so what you're hearing is information for the first time, and I've tried to focus on the UP, but I've had to kind of go beyond, and you can kind of piece, what's like today, what's happening in the country comes back and happens in the UP as well. We all drive cars. Okay, you get the idea. Now, kind of the lay of the land. What are we talking about? The narcotics of the past are pretty much those of the present. There was opium. Then it was also referred to as landanum, morphine, cocaine, and heroin. And these drugs were used for medical purposes, and then kind of after the Civil War, and we'll see why, they got into recreational use. The topic I'm not going to get into because it would be a topic of its own, and that is alcohol addiction. And alcohol addiction goes back to the early settlement of the UP when liquor literally flowed through the through the St. Mary's River in bottles coming up into the UP. But it actually went back to the French fur traders who pretty much addicted the Native Americans the French to brandy, and then the English came and addicted them to rum. But the first question is, when did opium arrive in the Upper Peninsula? And we find that the French introduced it in the 17th century as a medicine. The French fur traders, the missionaries, soldiers, and so on, carried with them a thing called theriac. Theriac kind of went back into the Middle Ages, and it was a mixture of heavy on the opium with a mixture of spices. And obviously, they could pass this out, and there would be a rather instant cure for people. And you have to remember, at this time, when you get into medicine of that time and into the early 19th century, there really wasn't much that you had that was available. So the opium solved all medical problems, and it continued to be used by the British, the early American military, and so on, especially at Mackinac. Now, you have to remember that opium and morphine were both readily available to the public. We have newspaper items from 1834 coming out of Detroit. A company, Chapman and Owen, pointed out at that time they had large stocks of drugs and medicines at low prices. 1840, there was Hamilton's elixir of opium that was readily available. And by the way, these items cured just about everything. Headaches, lassitude, tremors, nausea, vomiting, constipation, derangement of the nervous system. And then you had, in 1856, you had the introduction of the hypodermic needle, which will then bring us an entry into morphine. But you find that it's just amazing when you look at the ads, how readily available, and it was being, these opium and morphine, strychnine, were being readily advertised in newspapers in Detroit, in Chicago, and you have to remember that isn't the UP, but it's from those cities that you have goods coming north and coming into the Upper Peninsula. You're going to find, though, that you begin to see, like in 1845, there was a newspaper article saying, talking about, quote, the lasting and tormenting effects of calomel, opium, arsenic, and the deadly scientific drugs of the earth. So at that point, drugs are, especially opium, are coming into the area, but for medicinal purposes. Then the Civil War comes, 1861 to 65. 12 million capsules of opium are given to Union troops, and the opium was available for wounds and so on. But also not a cure, but a remedy for diarrhea and stomach ailments and so on. And that diarrhea was a major problem. And you can read about narcotics being smuggled into the South and so on. And the South even talked about raising opium poppies and making their own opium. Now, what happens is, if you have 12 million capsules going out, people are the soldiers are using it for more than medical purposes, and as a result, you have a outbreak then after the Civil War, and this can be seen in even Upper Peninsula newspapers, you can begin to see the spread of opium use and morphine use for recreational purposes. And you also find that in the 19th century, and there's a very interesting article that I ran across, but women, and the article ran the years 1850 to 1920, but women made up 60% of opium addicts. And this was opium that was taken for menstrual ailments and related, as they call them, female problems. But it was taken quietly by women, and few people, even at the time, recognized this was happening, was a problem. So that's kind of an interesting development centered around opium being used for medicinal purposes. The use of opium and morphine was supposed to be through physicians, but you had numerous problems with overdoses. Sometimes it was taken for, especially the morphine was taken to commit suicide. You also had some tragic, and this comes up frequently in the newspapers, you had tragic accidents where people grabbed the wrong bottle and gave their kids opium instead of some other cough medicine or something. And that comes up frequently. We have in 1910, there was a Hancock druggist who ran into problems, financial problems and so on, and decided to solve them by committing suicide with morphine and having his wife join him. Well, luckily she didn't take enough of the morphine and survived. He didn't. Also, you find that physicians in the country, and this would certainly be in the Upper Peninsula as well, 1 in 10 physicians were addicted to morphine at that time. In the 1870s and 80s, as I said, the post-Civil War period, medical journals begin to be filled with warnings about the danger of morphine addiction. 1876, I think it's a Escanaba newspaper, talks about morphine, as they called it, morphine eating. And how, and this is something that happens today, how doctors are giving prescriptions for the use of morphine. It was soothing, it took care of physical pain, a person had an injury and so on, then the pain reoccurs. Morphine is resorted to without proper prescription. You have to remember at this time, there are no regulations. Through much of the 19th century, there are no regulations where you had to have a prescription. You just went out and bought it. I found that even the newspapers in Detroit and Chicago in particular had like the market price for goods. And morphine and, quinine, morphine, opium were out there. As a commodity. So to be like looking at our stock market today and seeing morphine and opium being available. And there are all sorts of stories. Some addicts were so into it that you were only supposed to, if you're going to take morphine, you're supposed to take, they talked about grains, and I can imagine, little grains of it. And one doctor gave some opium to a fellow. He wanted an ounce of it. These are a lot of grains. And before he leaves the office, he unwraps the thing and takes the full ounce. And the physician thinks he's trying to commit suicide. And he asks him what happened. He said, I need that. That's the minimum that I'm able to take and have an effect on me. and so on. And you also get some of the newspapers, especially like out of Escanaba, going into details about the use of drugs at this time. And there was this one interesting statement: the pleasures of Elysium, heaven, when under its influence of morphine or opium, under the influence of a customary dose, and the horrors of Hades when deprived of it. So they began to see, very early, they began to see that these drugs had a terrible impact, and you'd become addicted. There was one fellow, a teamster, that was hurt in a struggle. He ended up selling his coat in the middle of winter so he could buy drugs, and he said it was he could survive the rigors of temperatures below zero, as they were less painful than the horror of being deprived of his daily dose. And so you see they go into a certain amount of detail about taking it and the problems. The quantities of opium entering the United States is going to be quite high. In 1875, the United States imported $829,000 worth of opium from China. Today, that would be about $206 million in opium. And by that time, by the late 19th century, the opium habit, morphine as well, prevails in the United States. There were some. You can see that there are, by looking at the newspapers, you can see that there are problems in the Upper Peninsula, even though there aren't news stories, because if some, Joe Dokes down the street is taking opium, it's not going to make the newspapers, but you do see it in advertisements. And in the 1870s, 1875, for instance, Escanaba Tribune is an example of it. There was a Dr. Beck's only known and sure remedy for a speedy cure from opium. So you had various people, physicians and so on, at a distance and so on. And this Dr. Beck from Cincinnati said that in the ad, said that there'd be no charge for treatment until you were cured. And these ads continue: opium habit cured. I claim to have discovered and produced the first, original, and only sure cure from opium eating. Dr. S.P. Collins, LaPorte, Indiana. And this goes on. There was a Dr. Keefe's Institute that started in Illinois, and then they were going to spread the operation, and it was to cure people of opium eating and alcohol. And they were going to open, in 1892, they're going to open a outlet for recovery in Marinette. Eventually, it opened up in Grand Rapids. Dr. Miles' restorative Nervine, and you'd get a free bottle at the drugstore, and this Nervine thing cured all forms of neuralgia, spasms, fits, sleepishness, dullness, dizziness, opium habit, drunkenness, epilepsy. And they pointed out, in case you were worried, which was always a problem, it does not contain opioids or dangerous drugs. In terms of the UP, Sault Ste. Marie, and I won't go into all the details, but opium entered Canada through Victoria and Vancouver, British Columbia. When the Canadian Pacific Railroad was finished, it would then pass through Canada, dropping down into the United States. And one of the drop-off points was Sault Ste. Marie. and drugs then crossed Sault Ste. Marie. The soldiers at Fort Brady, many of them were taking opium, morphine, and cocaine at that time. I should also point out that cocaine was rather commonly used in the late 19th century. We have Coca-Cola. There was a reason for naming it that. It had some cocaine in it, gave you a little perk. And in terms of ads, Queen Victoria and Pope Leo XIII had advertisements to take various wines and drinks and so on that had cocaine in them. So that was rather common. Today I've kind of focused just on the opium and morphine, but you had a lot of activity through the Canadian Sioux and also through, at that time, Port Arthur, and well, now it's known as Thunder Bay. The other and I'm going through this very quickly. At some point, I'm gonna put together a little booklet because there's so much information you can't do it all at once. But another item that became and would also then get you addicted were patent medicines, and patent medicines were, especially in the beginning, filled with opium. I mean, cured everything, but they were giving these patent medicines to babies that were teething. No, the kid's crying, and well, give them a little shot of this this preparation, and it was there was a sort of an older woman that kind of fit the situation, and she offered Mother's Comfort, and it was a syrup for small children. It had a 0.14 of a grain, so it had a certain amount of morphine in it. She went on trial, and the prosecuting attorney said, well, that's bad for babies, to be taking this stuff with morphine, but any kids over 12, it's fine. So this is, you begin to see, this is kind of a wild world of drugs. And one of the newspapers carried a list of 12 medicines that were readily available and then indicated what was in them. And they had morphine, they had strychnine, morphine, opium, were all part of these medicines, and many of them used for children. The Calumet, 1897, the Calumet News had an article about taking cocaine for seasickness because it would dull your stomach. Pointed out that General Grant, who was a big cigar smoker and was suffering from throat cancer, he took cocaine to relieve his pain. And this one, maybe I shouldn't mention it, but firemen in New York and Chicago, and probably to a certain degree in the UP, would take cocaine, and however they did it, put it in their eyes so that the smoky, it gets worse, so that the smoke wouldn't bother them. And there were some people at that time that put it in their eyes so that they could have their eyes tattooed, color tattooed to their eyes. So it was before contact lenses. I'll just kind of sum up some of these details. The states began to, there was no federal law against narcotics and so on. States began to pass various laws, except I cannot, even online, I have not been able to find when the state of Michigan began to pass some laws controlling the sale of narcotics and so on. In 1914, the Harris Narcotic Act was passed. In the federal law went into effect in 1915, and that began to have, well, on one hand, it was supposed to have control. Actually, there was it controlled the amount, and it seemed that more people began to take narcotics after that time. We have, to bring the story to campus here, we have, I interviewed this very, very old woman years ago, and she was at Northern around 1915, and at that time, the music instructor took drugs. This is what she related. And then I talked to another woman whose mother is 107, and she pointed out that when her mother went to Northern in the 1930s, her mother and the other students were kind of in a state of shock that drugs were, drugs were being taken. As we get into the 20th century, we find that the use of drugs is widespread in the country. It goes on in the Upper Peninsula. You had various people, speakers, talking to Masonic groups, Rotary clubs, Kiwanis clubs, Knights of Columbus, anyway, civic clubs that way, trying to alert people to the problem. And by this time, drugs are being taken by high school kids who are then spreading it to other kids. And what I would have to say is that for some reason, I hadn't really gotten into this topic originally, that you hear about drugs and so on. And I thought this was something that was kind of, from my lifetime, from the 1950s or something, we had drug addiction and so on. And all of a sudden, as I got into this project, this has been an ongoing problem, certainly into the 19th century. One of the interesting things that occurred, and I haven't pursued this one, but a lot of the bootleggers and the Al Capone crowd and so on found that they could they would have fewer worries about competition, about the police and so on, instead of driving a huge truck loaded with Canadian Club whiskey down to Chicago. They could take a little bag of drugs for the same amount of money. So to a certain degree, prohibition then encouraged the development of drug usage and so on. So it's a very, very complicated topic. And what I wanted to do today was just bring that topic to your attention. And as I said, right now I have about this much information that I've gathered in a file dealing with narcotics and drug addiction, covering what I've said today. So I'm just hitting the surface of this topic, and I don't. Maybe we'll have the. I'll step aside and we'll have the other paper given, and then if there are questions, we can both answer them for you. Okay. Thank you.
I guess I can take my mask off. Thank you very much, Russ. That's very interesting. Having been treating people with opioid addiction now for many years, I'm not surprised that it was around in the 1800s, because it's a naturally occurring substance, poppies, morphine, heroin. It's a much worse problem now. I'll talk about like the last 20 years. And when there's questions, I have to recognize my colleague, Dr. Maynard, is here, and he's probably prescribed as many opioids as I have for analgesia, which is for pain, which is mainly why we use them in the medical field. So opioids, what are they? Opioids are substances. Some of them are naturally occurring, such as morphine. Some of them are synthesized, such as fentanyl, which I'll be talking about in a minute, which is killing people at a pretty high rate. But they're generally used medically for pain. I have in my handout they're used for analgesia, which is pain. We don't use them to induce euphoria. That's why patients take them. They get pleasure, they feel happy, they're relaxed, they feel high. So in the medical profession, we use them for pain. We also, unless you're in hospice, you might not know this, but they're very effective drugs for shortness of breath. So people that have COPD or any kind of lung problem or congestive heart failure, when they come into hospice, that's the first drug we use, morphine. We use it for pain, but we use it for shortness of breath too, so it's very effective there. The undesirable effects, it always causes constipation unless you do something proactive about that. It can cause confusion, but it kills people by depressing their respiratory drive, and then they stop breathing. So that's why it works for people with shortness of breath. They don't feel like they're short of breath anymore. If we use the right amount, it's not going to kill them. But if people take an overdose, as they're doing on a regular basis now, especially with this drug fentanyl, it's killing a lot of people. I don't have specific data from the Upper Peninsula, but as Russ said, it's what goes on here is a reflection of what's going on in the country. I just didn't know about this talk till it was too late to get that. There's a doctor named Dr. Kevin Piggott. He used to run the health department, and he has a lot of data about the Upper Peninsula. But I didn't really have time to get all that. But I have been treating patients at Great Lakes Recovery now for opioid addiction probably for about 12 years. So I kind of know how things are going here. I treat people both inpatients in recovery and outpatients. So, how do people get addicted? Well, initially they take the drug, they're given a prescription, or they just take it recreationally, an opioid, either to relieve pain or to get high. And what happens is if they keep taking it on a regular basis, they do get addicted. And this is something I didn't realize. The reason they need to take it all the time is not that they necessarily want to get high all the time, which I'm sure that's a benefit, but they keep taking it so they won't withdraw. And when you stop taking opioids, alcohol, nicotine, all that stuff, there's unpleasant withdrawal. And in the case of opioids, if you stop taking opioids abruptly, you feel like you've got the flu, the respiratory flu, runny nose, severe aching of your joints and your muscles, and you also feel like you have an intestinal flu. You get vomiting, diarrhea, and on top of that, you have severe anxiety. So you're very anxious and agitated. And that's how a patient that's withdrawing from opioids. So in order to avoid the withdrawal, they need to keep taking it. So that's part of the addiction. Generally, they never get the high they initially had. They just keep taking it so they don't withdraw. It's very unfortunate. How does it do this? Just briefly, the neurobiology. Opioids cause a release of a neurotransmitter called dopamine. That's kind of a feel-good hormone. So when you have a really good meal, you get a dopamine release. If you're a runner or an athlete or you like exercise and you have an exercise session for an hour, you come out feeling really good, that's dopamine. And it also, dopamine causes the release of endorphins, another hormone that makes you feel good. But you get much higher levels of dopamine and endorphins with heroin than you do or morphine than you do naturally. It's released from a part of the brain called the mesolimbic system or the reward center. And what happens is once that gets going, it can't stop. We have another area of the brain, which is the executive control center called the prefrontal cortex, the thinking part of the brain, your conscience or whatever. And once the brain gets going on morphine or heroin or fentanyl, those connections between the thinking brain and the reward center are severed. So you're running on your mesolimbic system, not on your thinking system. So people that are addicted to opioids, it's a brain disease. Their brain is not right. You can't just tell them what's obviously logical. It won't make sense to them. They're running on opioids. Let's say OxyContin, because I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Now they don't call it necessarily addiction, they call it opioid use disorder. In the handout, I forgot to put what it stands for, OUD, opioid use disorder. And to be addicted, you have to have more than tolerance, which is meaning taking more of the drug to get the same effect. You have to have that. You have to have dependence, which means if you stop taking it, you'll withdraw. But if you just have those two elements, you're not necessarily addicted. You might be taking opioids for chronic pain and taking it exactly like the doctor wants, and all other aspects of your life are going okay. So you're not addicted. But to have opioid use disorder, you usually have those two, plus at least one of the following that I have in there. I'm not going to read them all, but one big one would be cravings. You crave the drug. So if you're just taking it for a chronic pain and it's helping your pain, you're taking something, say, 3 times a day, but you're not craving the drug and everything else is going okay, you're probably not addicted. But if you're craving it, that's a bad sign. If you're taking higher doses than you'd like to be, or to get the desired effect, that's not a good situation. If you're using it in dangerous situations like driving, if it's causing social disruption with your wife or your kids, that's a bad sign. Job problems, you're unable to stop or even cut down, another bad sign. And maybe you're giving up other enjoyable activities that you used to like, say golfing. Well, I don't need it. They just stop doing it, or they'll stop exercising mainly because they'd rather take the medication. And then, of course, using the drug despite the knowledge that it's harmful for you. That doesn't really matter to people that are addicted. Again, it's part of their brain disease. So if you have 3 or more of these, then you probably have an opioid use disorder. If you have 6 or more of those, it's severe. Now I want to just talk a minute about, I want to keep my eye on the time, but I think we have plenty. You talked about, I don't know, 100 years span, Russ, from 1850 to 1950. I'm going to just talk about the last 20 or 30 years. So there's been and I want to talk about opioid deaths, because that's something we really want to try to avoid. And the number of deaths just keeps going up every year. So in the first wave of deaths, 1999 ahead to 2010, it was us guys, the physicians. You can disagree with me, Fred. We prescribed too many opioids, and people got addicted. And I'll tell you why in a minute. It wasn't because we wanted to get people addicted. And people were dying of these prescription opioids. Then we were told, docs, slow down. We're prescribing too much. People are getting addicted, and they're dying. So doctors took heed, and they stopped prescribing so much opioids. So I thought for sure the death rate would go down then, but it went up. Why? Because the patients started taking heroin off the streets. So a lot of patients that were getting it from their doctors got cut off. Well, they don't want to withdraw. They didn't have a lot of options. They weren't offered treatment, so they started using heroin. The third wave we're in presently, it's the most dangerous wave of all, 2016 to present. And this is kind of a combination of, we don't have so much cocaine in the Upper Peninsula, at least in my experience, but we have a ton of meth. So a lot more people are being treated for their opioid addiction, but they're still using meth because we don't have a really good way to stop them. And mixed in with the meth, unbeknownst to them, is a drug called fentanyl, which is a super potent opioid, 50 times stronger than morphine. And they're dying from it. I would say in the UP, I don't think we have the fentanyl problem that the rest of the country does. It doesn't seem like it to me. I'm not hearing it as meant, but you'd have to talk maybe to law enforcement or maybe to pathology. I don't think we're seeing as many fentanyl deaths, but we're still seeing plenty of opioid deaths. People are still ODing from meth. And one thing I'd like to say about methamphetamines and cocaine, they're not actually opioids. They're stimulants. But they're just as bad, if not worse. And right now, many, many people that used to be addicted to opioids have changed to meth. And I'll talk about that in a minute. So if you look at the death rates, back in 2000, about 18,000 people died of opioid overdose. And it just keeps going up, even though the doctors quit prescribing it so much. I mean, the doctors will do what there's science behind, and the science became apparent we were overprescribing. But in spite of that, it's quadrupled since 2000. And now 2020 was the highest year yet. Probably a combination of this fentanyl with methamphetamine and also the COVID crisis. Isolating people. Social isolation is a big risk factor for opioid addiction. And we got a lot of that here in the Upper Peninsula, too. So this was the worst year, actually, 2020. We don't have statistics on 2021. So why did this happen? Well, there's not one cause, but I want to, in 1988, there was a editorial in the New England Journal of Medicine, which is probably the most famous medical journal, respected medical journal in the world. It's published in Boston, the New England Journal of Medicine. And there was a editorial, which I might have read at the time, I don't have it with me, and it basically reviewed thousands of people that got opioids, like morphine, in the hospital for their pain, and their conclusion was hardly anybody gets addicted. So doc, treat the pain, don't worry about addiction. And it was just an editorial, it wasn't even necessarily a study. They looked at some studies, but it was poorly done, and the person that wrote the article, I think, is still alive and regrets ever writing it. But after that, opioid prescriptions took off, and in 1995, a drug called OxyContin was made by Purdue Fredrickson, a company now which doesn't exist. But they convinced all the doctors that you have to treat pain, treat it with narcotics if you need to, and that pain became the fifth vital sign. So in medicine, we talk about pulse, respirations, blood pressure, temperature. They started putting a little, in the hospital, you had a little extra thing for pain. Ask about the pain, ask about the pain. And to make things worse, they had physician surveys, and if the surveys came back that the physicians weren't treating the pain adequately, you could actually get docked on your pay. They could take it off your salary. I don't think that happened widespread, but the threat was there. Nobody wanted to have a bad survey, so the ER doctors started prescribing more opioids because of that. So in 2010, physicians started to realize that they were overprescribing. The death rate was going up from opioids. And then in 2013, life expectancy in the United States started declining for the first time in a long time. I mean, we've all heard that longevity keeps going up and up because of medical progress, because of sanitation, engineering. Well, it started going down, and it's been going down, and now the last couple of years, partly because of COVID, too. So that kind of woke us up as well. And then in 2016, the CDC recommendations about treating patients to doctors, be very cautious about using opioids to treat chronic pain. Now, we still use opioids to treat patients that have chronic pain, but we're much more careful. And for some people, I think it helps, although the studies, when they actually study it, it doesn't work very well. Opioids help acute pain, but they don't work so well for chronic, what we call non-malignant pain. So people without cancer, or I'm in hospice too, and we use a lot of opioids in hospice, and they work great. It doesn't have to be cancer. But for people that have chronic pain that are expected to live 20, 30, 40 years, it's usually a bad choice. And that's what we've learned the hard way. So anyway, I work at a clinic called MAT Clinic, Medically Assisted Treatment for Opioids. And just to tell you, we use drugs and often opioids to get people off their opioids. So it sounds like kind of a bad idea, and I'm a family doctor. When I first heard about it, I was very skeptical. And a lot of my colleagues actually still are skeptical. But when they actually did the studies, when you put people on these drugs that are addicted to opioids and they're medically supervised, they have a much lower rate of getting back into their drug, of relapse, that's what I'm trying to say. So traditionally, we've been treating people, we get them off the opioids, and we have a residential center in Marquette. We still do that. We don't use drugs. We help them with their withdrawal to get off their drugs, and then we offer intensive counseling. I'm not a counselor, but drug counseling, psychotherapy, and treatment of their underlying psychiatric disorders, because about half the people, or maybe more, that use opioids illegally also have psych problems. But unfortunately, it doesn't work. So what they've found is that over 90% of people that are treated with 12-step program, I'm not talking about alcohol, I'm talking about opioids though. 12-step program, treated with psychotherapy, all the different relapse within a year. It's over 90%, probably about 95%. Now you might say, well, I know of entertainers and people, the guy in the Rolling Stones comes to mind. I don't know. I know that he had an addiction problem. I assume he stopped or he wouldn't be alive. What's his name? Keith Richards, yeah. So, you know, although he might be taking something, I don't know. But we hear of all sorts of people that get off their opioids, and it's true, they do. But 5%, even 5% of a lot of people, there's 2 million people addicted to opioids. It's still a lot of people. But we have much more success, what I'm trying to say, is with medically assisted treatment. So what is it? I'll just talk about it for a few minutes. We use medication so that they stop using their other opioids. Now, the 3 medicines that are currently being used, methadone, which is a full opioid agonist. It's another opioid. It seems counterintuitive to use it, but it's long-acting, and it's been successful when patients use it under medical supervision. We don't have, until recently, there's no methadone clinics here in the Upper Peninsula. I understand now there's one getting started in St. Ignace. But I use methadone in hospice, but I don't use methadone for people that have addiction. So I can't talk too much about it. But there has been some success. Another drug, which is not an opioid, not a narcotic, is called naltrexone, and the IM form once a month is called Vivitrol. And then the last one is buprenorphine, which we usually combine with another drug called naloxone. It's called Suboxone. And that is a partial agonist, a partial opioid drug, which has been very successful when used properly in treating addiction. Now, can people get addicted to Suboxone off the streets? Yes, they can. But they're not being medically supervised, just as they can get addicted to methadone. So I'll say a few things about naltrexone and buprenorphine. Naltrexone it looks very good because it's not an opioid. You can't get addicted to it, and you're not going to overdose on it. It's got some side effects, but they're mild. So it blocks the opioid receptors in the brain, and it decreases the cravings for opioids. So those are all good things. Minimal side effects. The problem with it is if you try using it on someone who's recently got off opioids or who's taking opioids, by displacing the opioids from the receptors, they'll go into severe withdrawal. So you can only use it if a patient has been totally taken off the opioids. And practically, as an outpatient, we don't see that. Almost all the patients I see are already taking opioids. So I can't offer them this Vivitrol because they'll go in, and they don't want to stop cold turkey because they'll have terrible side effects. So I don't use too much naltrexone, but we do use some. We've had some success with it. You can actually use it for alcohol withdrawal too. And there's been some recent studies that maybe with another drug it might work for meth, but that's not proven. It's not approved yet. So then buprenorphine is what I use, combined with a drug called naloxone. That's called Suboxone. So that's a partial opioid agonist. It does decrease cravings greatly, but it is still possibly addicting. We don't take it orally. It's kind of hard to OD on because after a certain dose, it just doesn't seem to have more of an effect. If you combine it with a drug called naloxone, that's what Suboxone is, and they try to inject it, they probably won't OD because naloxone displaces the buprenorphine. I hope that's not too technical, but anyway, we use Suboxone because it's not generally injected. Now these people that are addicted they'll do anything. So they do try to inject it, but if they inject it, they'll withdraw, and so there's a safeguard there. So we don't see as many overdoses. We do have to be careful because people can still get addicted to it and take too much and quit coming to us and buy it off the street. But we've had very good success. How much success? Well, in terms of, we're treating currently, myself and another practitioner, about 120 people, mostly from Marquette County. And in terms of them relapsing to other opioids, very successful. I'd say 80 or 90%. But the problem is it doesn't keep them from using meth. So we have a lot of patients that still use meth. And then if they are addicted to alcohol, they may continue drinking. So overall, it's about 50% successful, but that's way better than psychotherapy and 12-step alone. The best thing is to use it with psychotherapy, drug counseling, and there you get your best results. Okay, last of all, I was asked to talk a little bit about, treating in the Upper Peninsula. What are some of the obstacles? Well, the obstacles, the Upper Peninsula is large. Up until recently, there haven't been a lot of people that treat for MAT, but that's getting better. So all over the Upper Peninsula, there are providers that can provide Suboxone. That's gotten better. But you still have transportation problems because people live far away. You have a lot of unemployment up here in the Upper Peninsula, some housing problems. We don't have as many people living on the street, but you'd be surprised there are a lot of homeless people that have to go to shelters. They can't afford sometimes their utilities, their bills, food. They can't afford, very few of them have a primary care physician they can go to because a lot of them have a lot of other medical problems and psychiatric problems. So these are all problems, and we have something now at Great Lakes called Opioid Health Home, OHH. And it's basically a recovery support service. And it deals, so if I'm seeing a patient and they're not doing well, maybe they're still doing meth, I ask about a job, they're not working, they don't have any place to live, I can refer them to Opioid Home Health, and they deal with all these problems. They try to get them housing for them, they try to make sure that they're properly fed, all those type of things, that they get to their appointments. We can give them rides to their medical appointments, not just to my clinic, but also to their primary care, and then get set up with a primary care provider. At Great Lakes Recovery now, we have a nurse practitioner that does MAT, and she's also in primary care. And if I have patients myself that just can't get to a primary care provider because maybe they burned all the bridges by taking too many opioids, I'll generally see them I'm a family doctor, so I'll generally help them out there. But this Opioid Home Health service is really good. Right now, it's only for Medicaid patients, but certainly it's not just Medicaid patients that get addicted, but we have a large volume of them, probably 60 or 70%. So we can help them out. If they're not on Medicaid, it means they have private insurance generally, so they're not in quite as bad as straits. The biggest problem I find, besides meth, which they tend to use, is if they continue with their old friends that use and their family members that use, you're really fighting an uphill battle. They need to, and if they lose all their friends, they become isolated, and that's a risk factor too. So it's a struggle to make new friends, to meet people that are not using all the time. Yes, I'm right. I think that's all I want to say right now. In conclusion, I would just say that opioid addiction is a problem that I think we're getting a handle on treating it here nationwide and in the Upper Peninsula with these MAT clinics. MAT works better than psychotherapy or a 12-step alone, but combination is the best. So I think that's all. If there's questions, we could both answer questions here.
Thank you very much. I have a question about wild lettuce, otherwise known as opium lettuce, that grows naturally in town. Do you have much experience with that?
No, I've heard of it. What's it called again?
It's called wild lettuce or opium lettuce. It's a naturally occurring weed that grows in town. I was wondering if you have much experience with that. Okay.
I know that people have used kratom a lot. I don't know if you've heard of kratom. You can buy it in the store. And in low doses, it kind of acts like opioids, and in high doses, it acts like meth. So we check for it in the urine. Just because it's legal, we don't allow them to use it. Or sometimes our patients think, they're smoking marijuana, and we try to get them to cut down or stop that. They're using alcohol. And they'll say with marijuana, well, Doc, I can use it. It's legal now. I say, well, alcohol is legal too, but I don't want you drinking alcohol, so that doesn't work. Yeah.
For the purposes of the video, I do need you to be at the mic when you're
Yeah,
talking.
but you should come up too, Russ. They might have questions for you.
Are there other questions? Oh, hold on. It doesn't catch the camera for the recording.
Can either of you address the problem at the hospital in NICU with these babies that are recipients.
Yeah, I can
But
talk
we-
about that.
my
I don't
husband-
treat
my-
infants, but
just wanna say,
you're talking about with neonatal withdrawal syndrome?
My husband and I rock, and once you see a baby coming off that, oh my goodness. So when you explain how.
Yeah, well, okay, well, mothers that are taking opioids during pregnancy, whether it's prescribed to them, they might be on a drug like Suboxone, or they may be taken off the street. The baby becomes dependent on the opioid. And so when they're born, they go through withdrawal, and they have the same symptoms that an adult would, but they don't say what they are. But basically, they have a surge of adrenaline all the time. So they're extremely irritable, crabby, and they don't eat well. I don't know if they get diarrhea or not, but
They do. They're
yeah,
gassy.
yeah, they probably get diarrhea. So, you know, they're miserable. And they were treating them, they still treat them, the babies sometimes with decreasing doses of opioids. But now they've found that they can treat them with just a very quiet environment, talking in soft voices, keeping the skin-to-skin contact. And a lot of them can withdraw without using opioids, a lot of the babies. And I'm glad you asked that question. I studied for my boards recently, and the doctor that has a lot of experience, babies are never addicted to opioids. She had experience with, kids come in, well, I was addicted to morphine when I was born. No, they're dependent on it because their mothers took it. But they don't have that opioid use disorder where their social situation's bad and they have no control over it. They're not addicted. They're dependent. So there's no such thing as an addicted baby. Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Yes.
I had no idea what you were talking about. It's like, I'm so glad I came here just to hear. But I think you mentioned, where did you first even get the idea that the Union soldiers were just eating opium, and in the French Indian War they were eating opium, and the American Revolution, where did you even think
Okay,
about looking?
I found that, let me take this off. I found that it was mentioned in a study of history of narcotics in general, and they mentioned the Civil War. And then I was looking at the paper, and I would point out that in today's world, the newspapers have been digitized, and so, and I couldn't have done this study without it. You can put a topic in, and you put the newspaper, and then you put the topic, and it'll give you all the articles in that newspaper. And when I put certain topics in, I got various news accounts of use of opium and so on during the Civil War. And so what I had read in general then came out in the newspapers. But it's a very and I've asked some attorney friend, could he get me information? He never got back to about the history of it. I don't know. Maybe I should ask the sheriff, but I don't want to ask anybody because I know the answer. They don't have any information about the history. Now, Greg Seibert can tell you about the problem today, and he was on TV Sunday, I think, talking about meth. And I guess we are one of the leading places in Michigan for meth. He was saying for meth use. I think it was also invented here. I shouldn't say this on campus, way in the beginning, but that's another story. Okay.
As far as I know, most of the meth actually comes from Mexico. And I don't know why, but people are not making it so much. They used to make it, and sometimes they'd have an explosion or a fire and all that. But now it's so cheap, they're buying it, from Mexico. Well, they're not going right to Mexico, but they're buying it from dealers that get it from Mexico.
I know we at Rotary a while back, Matt Weesey went and came and talked to us, went into the details. He figured the Rotarians weren't going to get into making meth, and it was all of these topics give me the creeps. And what he talked about met and the chemicals that were produced and people could take, it was just horrifying. And yet people are, and then the met has a physical effect on them. They just kind of deteriorate. Yeah.
We once had a substance abuser who he actually works for one of the recovery houses in Houghton now, or actually Calumet from Nagani. And when he said that when he heard about when he was using and he heard about how dangerous fentanyl was, because his brain was so messed up, he just wanted to use it. It didn't matter that it might kill him. He just really wanted to use it to see what the effects were. So, yeah, people will use anything. Yeah. Yeah.
I just wanted to make a comment. Thanks, Russ, for reminding us about the effect of the Civil War, because on one level, opium addiction has been around forever. In China, etc. It's been with human societies for a long time, but it reminded me of the iatrogenic component, because in a sense that was the medical use, because there were so many people being injured and it was available, so it was being prescribed, and how that contributed to the growing social problem, you see what I mean, even afterward. But which is so mimicked by what we've seen, Mike, in just the last 30 years of practice, and how this, it's almost been like a pendulum between when pain is undertreated, and they said now it's overtreated, but I remember in the day also the medical profession was being criticized because there were so many, they pressured legislators and others. That's why they had that fifth vital sign added, because people complain so much about not having their pain controlled when we have these wonderful drugs around. So it's interesting that it's this interplay of an iatrogenic, I use that word because it's a medically induced problem, but it's also a social problem. And I think and we still fight this ambivalence. Are we dealing with how much of it is a physical problem we're dealing with? They're truly physically addicted, we should treat it as a disease. And then there's the other side of it, which is the social problem that's been around long before that was really an issue. So I'd just like to hear your comments back and forth and how we're going to address this issue, now.
Well, I can say, as far as MAT and using drugs to treat it, I mean, right now, at least the pet is that opioid addiction is viewed as a medical disease, just like, I'm going to say, diabetes. It's not just like diabetes. So, for example, my son has type 1 diabetes. He could have all the diet treatment and it's not going to work. He needs insulin. So what we're saying is these people that are actually addicted to opioids, we got to treat them medically. And right now, we have these 3 drugs, we should use them. I'm not saying something better might not come along. It probably will. But we look at it as a medical illness. And that also helps take the stigma of drug use away too, so that people aren't looked at as failures because they're using opioids.
And then we are
Disagree with you, Mike, but okay, I know the time's gone, but it's just that then you have to transition into the social problem to prevent recurrence. I agree, it's effective in terms of its treatment, but it's generally short-term. And so the recurrence.
is not short-term.
Well,
We do it,
you do it for
we
years?
have no data now as to when to stop using it.
Okay.
And I can tell you as a practitioner, I've been doing it for 4 years,
Oh,
very, very few people can stop using it.
yeah, it's a
But
lifetime
we
thing then.
still say they're in recovery as
Okay.
long as they're taking it as prescribed
Okay.
and living a pretty normal life, which it's amazing. Some of them, I have some people that have gotten master's degrees, gone on, but they still use, it's very hard to get off of. But if they want to, I always try to help them to get off, yeah. But you're right, that's why I say that's where the counseling comes in, maybe 12-step and things like that. I'm not trying to discount the importance of that. Yeah, I mean, to just use medicine is, is too simplified. You're right.
So we are 7 minutes past time. This is a fascinating conversation, and perhaps you'll still be around to carry on over lunch if people are interested. But we do need to wrap things up, so thank you, gentlemen, for being here and for such an interesting presentation.
Thank you, Russ. I appreciate it. That was very interesting.
See, I want.
So lunch is in the Peninsula Room, which is down the hallway and to your right. And we'll be back here at 12:50 for the keynote address and the tribute to Marion Sonderegger and Miriam Hilton.
On that low when I was. Okay. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. As long as we're not, yeah, we're on the live stream, but as long as it's not going up into the red there.
All right, we're going to start in about 5 minutes, so if you want to get some coffee, water, or use the restroom, please feel free to do so. All right, everyone, we're going to get started now. In our next session, we will be having our keynote speaker, Ed McBroom, will be here in just a few minutes. But to start off this session, we lost two very important people to the not only this seminar itself in Northern history, and that is Marion Sonderegger and Miriam Hilton. Russ Minyagi would like to read a tribute to both of them and the importance they played in not only the formation of this event, but also in our knowledge of the history of Northern and Northern history in general. So, Russ, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Before I get started, I would like to have the Catherine and John Sonderegger, the son and daughter of Miriam, stand and give an acknowledgement. Okay, this afternoon we celebrate two women, Miriam Hilton and Marion Sonderegger, who passed from us during the past year. I had the honor and privilege to know and work with them, to conduct oral interviews with them, and today to be invited by Director Dan Truckee to celebrate their extraordinary lives that did so much to preserve our local heritage. Miriam Ann Hilton was born on December 19th, 1924, in Kermanshah, Iran, to Presbyterian missionaries who operated a school there for non-Muslim people like Arabs, Armenians, Europeans, and Americans that were living in Iran at the time. She grew up in Iran, where she learned to appreciate and enjoy foreign culture and way of life. Interestingly, she did not come to the United States until she was 16 years of age in 1940 on the eve of World War II. She attended Wesley College, Iowa State University, Northern Michigan University, and the University of Michigan. Her multitude of teachers over the years gave her a love of written, spoken, and sung words, which brightened her life and made possible teaching at Northern. She married Earl Hilton in 1947, and they were blessed with 5 children. Earl and Miriam arrived in Marquette in 1950. He was a member of the English department at Northern, and for 30 years enjoyed his colleagues, his teaching, his students, and his writing. He was known throughout the Upper Peninsula as one of the ultimate fly fishermen, and he was the expert maker of flies, fishing flies. People gathered around him to learn about fly fishing, and if I'm not wrong, he had monthly fly fishing workshops. And you have to remember, if you're not familiar with these fishing flies, they're made with tiny feathers, and they have to be strong enough to survive being chewed up by a fish. Miriam and Earl enjoyed having students and friends share meals at their home on the east side. Students came from China, India, Japan, Kenya, Nepal, Korea, the Netherlands, Sri Lanka, and Tennessee. She was able to stay in her home many years beyond the time possible because she invited foreign students to share her dwelling free of charge and in return to oversee her life. In the community, Miriam enjoyed the friends who worked with her in the Girl Scouts, Northern Michigan University Women, American Association of University Women, Marquette General Hospital Volunteers, Marquette Coalition for Emergency Services, Tuesday Group of Friends, and the Marquette Senior Day Care Center, where she was a volunteer director for 20 years. She was a member of the First Presbyterian Church and worked with pastors, choir directors, fellow elders, deacons, Stephen ministers, Rebecca Circle sisters, and kitchen friends. In the early 1970s, President John Jamrich sought an author to write a history of the institution. When he was unable to find a member of the history department to accomplish the task, I was a young whippersnapper who had just arrived and knew little about local history in the university, so I was not part of that. He sought Miriam's authorship. As she recounted several years later, she had literally nothing or very little to work with. It must be remembered that the Central Upper Peninsula and university archives on campus did not exist, and she was on her own. She spent several years meticulously gathering material for the monumental book, painstakingly digging through scattered records and documents, and interviewing many of the original faculty members. She gathered a wealth of information and proceeded to put her findings on paper, which led to the publication of Northern Michigan University, The First 75 Years, which was published in 1975. At 104 plus years, former President John Jamrich, now residing in Savannah, Georgia, sends his greetings on this occasion and dearly remembers the accomplishments of Marion. Her research is the basis for many studies of the university that have been developed and will continue to be developed into the future. The second prominent lady is Marion Longyear Sonderegger, who was born in October 1921 in Brookline, Massachusetts. She was the daughter of John Monroe and Elizabeth Longyear Jr. of the near-fabled UP Longyear pioneer family. In her youth, the family moved to Marquette, and she was a 1939 graduate of Graveret High School and a 1943 graduate of Milwaukee Downer College with a degree in English. She also studied English literature at Radcliffe in Cambridge, Massachusetts. She and Richard, who was usually referred to as Sondy, were married in November 1944 and lived in the New England area where he taught for several years. They arrived in Marquette in 1958 when he joined the history department at Northern. They made their winter home on East Ridge Street, and their summers were spent at Middle Island Point. Marion lived at Middle Island Point into her later years. Her husband invited many famous historians to visit and lecture in Marquette. One of the most prominent was maritime historian Samuel Eliot Morrison, who visited in 1962, and as she said, and now he was a famous writer of maritime history, and she said that he thought, he was standing at Middle Island Point, and he thought that Lake Superior was truly an inland sea, much to her surprise, given his maritime experiences. Marion was well known as a civic volunteer in the Marquette area with the Red Feather Campaign, a precursor of the United Way and the Women's Federated Clubhouse. Generations of school children enjoyed the Puppet Show, a fundraiser for the American Association of University Women Scholarship Program. Marion was very active in the community concert and community theater programs in the 1950s and 60s. Marion was a longtime member of the Marquette Area School Board, including serving as board president. She was a session elder, deaconess, and choir member of the First Presbyterian Church in Marquette. She also sang with the Marquette Choral Society for decades and helped write the history of the First Presbyterian Church in the 1980s. In her free time, Barrett enjoyed sailing, skiing, attending the opera, and art museums. She was fascinated by exotic locations and traveled to them. This travel continued into her later years. The family would never miss home hockey games of the Iron Rangers, and before that, the Sentinels. A Green Bay Packer fan, she proudly displayed her Packer stock certificate. Marion and Sondy often talked about how the history of the Upper Peninsula should take on a professional focus. After her husband passed in 1996, Marion took action to implement their concerns and beliefs of improving the study of history. She is best known on campus for endowing the Richard Sonderegger Scholarship available to history students and the Sonderegger Symposium, all of this in the late 1990s. The first symposium was held in September of 2000 and has been held, except for 2001, has been held since 2001. Marion attended most of the symposiums until around 2015 when ill health intervened. And when she did attend, she actively participated with questions and comments, which were enjoyed by the audience. The dream of Marion and Sondi have been realized since over 230 presentations on all aspects of Upper Peninsula heritage and culture have been presented over the years. There are numerous people in the audience in this audience today that have participated in these symposiums in the past. The symposium fostered the creation of Upper Country, Journal of the Lake Superior Region, which is approaching a decade mark of publication, and in which many of the papers given at the symposium have been published. I should also point out a number of the papers have gone on to becoming books. For endowing the scholarship and symposium, Marion received the Dwight B. Waldo Award presented by the Northern Michigan University History Department in 2004 to individuals for promoting and preserving local history. The Marquette Regional History Center presented her with the Helen Longyear Award for her promotion of history in 2010. Just some personal comments. I first met Marion when I visited Marquette on a cold and snowy day in late January 1962, when she and Sondi had me over their home for dinner. Over the years, they frequently entertained the history faculty at their home. The Sonderegger Symposium was always honored to have her as a guest, and as I said, the audience enjoyed her insightful comments to many of the presentations. As I said, people saw her as a connection to Marquette's past. I was privileged to conduct an oral interview with Miriam Hilton, which answered many questions that I had been dealing with concerning her involvement with the creation of Northern's history. That history kind of became kind of part of Northern's legendary history. That end of the history. We won't go down that trail. Due to these two women, we can be assured that the history of the university and the Upper Peninsula will move into the future on a very firm basis. And in conclusion, I would just point out that this afternoon, Miriam Hilton's memorial service at the First Presbyterian Church will be held, I think, at 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, so you're all welcome to attend that. And Marion Sonderegger passed away in May of this year. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
One thing, somebody left their purse in the lunchroom. Is anyone missing their purse? All right, at this time, I'd like to welcome up here Cindy Pavla, who's a special assistant to the president of Northern Michigan University. She has a presentation to make to our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Dan, and welcome everyone to this year's Sonderegger Symposium. We always enjoy this event, and welcome on behalf of President Schuling. So we would like to call up our keynote speaker, Ed McBroom, Senator Ed McBroom. Are you nervous? You look a little nervous. I haven't done anything to hurt anyone in a long time. Some of you may not be aware that Senator McBroom was just recently recognized as a 2021 Michiganian of the Year by the Detroit Free Press. The Detroit News. Okay, I'm following a script. I know I read the story. I even printed it out, so I had a copy. As an alum, of course, Senator McBroom has been a long time and a great advocate for Northern, and we certainly appreciate that. But today we wanted to recognize him and congratulate you on being named the Michiganian of the Year by somebody. And we also know that you couldn't accomplish all that you do without all the support you get from the folks in your home. And so as a special treat, we, for everybody back at the farm, we wanted to make this small little gift of Michigan cookies, for the family and for you, and to say congratulations. And if you could stay here, we're going to get a picture with Dan, me, and you.
Okay. Get Michigan turned the right way up.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you. I'll hold this for you if you want. Okay, you just want me to go? Go ahead. Okay. Just go for it. You're going to close that. I'll put my phone up here so I have a timer so I don't bore you too long. It's really an honor to be with you today, and thank you so much to Northern for the kind words and for the gift. My kids will be overjoyed because they're just wrapping up eating all of the Halloween candy they got the other day, and they love sweets. They take after their dad in that respect for sure. It's been always my honor to be able to go about this state in this role and in a few of the other roles I had before I ended up in the legislature, and tell people that I'm a graduate of Northern. It's a place that, I didn't expect to be a Northern alum. When I was finishing up high school, my plans were to go to MSU and to study cows and know more about cows and farming. It's something that my dad had always suggested, because he didn't get a degree in agriculture at all and ended up farming. And he always like, it'd be great if somebody knew more about this. And then my older brother was there, and I thought, well, I'll still go to MSU, learn about cows, and also get my degree in teaching, so I can, because it's crowded on the farm for too many people, right, for a little farm. And I ended up, I'm a procrastinator, so ended up applying to MSU a little bit late and being put on the waiting list. And I was dating a girl who was coming to Northern, and I was in the choir program that they had for high school choirs, and so I had a little familiarity. I loved high school bowl and my time spent over at the LRC, so I thought, I'll go to Northern for a semester, and then transfer to MSU. And lo and behold, showed up, got sucked into the marching band, which is basically a cult. They, give you funny clothes, take all your money, and bring you into a group that you never call home again. And I loved it. I couldn't wait for every game, couldn't wait each year to come back up for band camp. In fact, later today, I've worked my schedule out in such a way that I can go down to the marching band rehearsal today and watch the band rehearse. And so I ended up staying at Northern and getting a degree in music education instead, and it has held a really great spot in my heart ever since. It's a remarkable institution for us to have in the UP. And so it's a true honor to receive recognition like that. I appreciate it. The facts of the matter are the challenges that Northern faces in communicating what it can do for the state and what it can do for the students up here as an institution, what it does for our communities, parallel very much so the challenges that your state legislators face in serving the people of the UP. It is a constant challenge for the Upper Peninsula to be heard, and it always has been. Dating back to the beginnings of our state,
when suddenly we were made a part of Michigan unexpectedly to many who were here. There weren't many here, but for those who were here, many of them were very upset about being added into the state after the Toledo War settlement. And as they began attending legislative sessions, one of the most notable representatives at the time actually brought his dog sled team to the state capitol and drove it up on the lawn to prove the point that they should let the UP go. They should let them go, let them free. And over the years, there have been many such movements because the people of the UP recognized Lansing's a long way away. Back then, there was no roads. They had to leave in September or October to get to Lansing session because otherwise the weather would keep them from getting there in January. And those challenges have persisted, although driving a car is a little bit easier than a dog sled. It remains very difficult for us to convey the spirit of the place, the true spirit of it. And a lot of people downstate think they know how to take Yoopers, but to really get that true spirit of the place, the heart of the people, the needs of the people remains very challenging. Communication is one of the keys to that, and that's where Northern, the many organizations that you're a part of, Michigan Tech, our economic development groups, our local units of government, all play a role in attempting to come together and provide an amplification for the voice of the people in the Upper Peninsula. You have 4 legislators representing you from the UP. At present, you could have a maximum of 6, but with population loss and the restructuring of the districts, the chances of ever getting to 6 have never been less. We are going to continue to have a smaller and smaller voice unless we see a dramatic turnaround in population for the Upper Peninsula. And so what are some of the focuses then of your legislators, of myself as the senator, right now for 12 UP counties and soon to be for all 15 counties of the UP, if I'm blessed with the opportunity to continue to serve you for another 4 years? How do we amplify our voice and our needs so that we see the growth, so that we don't lose more ground? I would tell you that coming together and recognizing the strength that comes from coming together has never been more critical on so many issues. One of the main ones I've been working on recently involves mental health. Mental health is still structured in this state around provisions of law that date back to the 1920s, very county-based, very much at a time when each county charted its own path. How do we continue to do that at present? It's not possible. There isn't the critical masses needed to obtain the services at each county level that we truly need. We need to start thinking differently about mental health in the Upper Peninsula and think about it as one community of 300,000 people. Because any city in this state with 300,000 people has far more services available to them for mental health than the Upper Peninsula does. But yet the UP is doesn't have a central executive, doesn't have a central administration. Instead, you've got me, one senator. And I have a lot of things, put on my plate every day from various individuals who want help with getting their unemployment benefits, help with the trouble they're having with ORVs on the trail behind their house, help with getting their driver's license renewed after it's been suspended for something 20 years ago. There's just all these little things. So how do we come together? And these are, the various challenges that your legislators are facing on a regular basis. And yet now, in the current political environment, there's so many more challenges because communication is truly breaking down between people. It's breaking down to the extent that someone will not believe what you are telling them if they also associate you with a particular group or another particular issue. And as soon as they find out, oh, you talked with this person, then everything else you say is no longer believable. I think that this stands as a fundamental problem for all of our society moving forward. How do we move forward if we can't talk to our neighbors because of what sign they put in their yard last election season? How do we move forward if we find out they like a certain kind of music that we don't like, right? It boils down to something that ridiculous. I won't talk with you because you eat foods I don't like. Now, it sounds really silly because we're like, well, I know my neighbor, and just because he likes the wrong kind of music, I still know him. But while we're giving that grace to our next door neighbor, we as a society are giving less and less grace to the people who live a little bit further away and aren't our next door neighbor. And we have to find a way to change that mindset. We have to start giving each other a little bit of grace again, a little bit of grace to understand that, hey, 20 years ago I might have had some views that I don't have anymore. A little bit of grace to say, my neighbor voted for somebody that I don't think was a good idea and I think did a lot of bad things, but that doesn't mean that they necessarily were a bad person or they supported all those things or that their candidate even wanted those outcomes. We have to start giving our neighbors that grace. And interestingly, we give ourselves that grace, right? And this is what Jesus means when he says, love thy neighbor as you love yourself. So we give ourselves grace to change our minds and to come with a different opinion. But do we give our neighbor that grace? And I get very frustrated even amongst those who are of the same religious background as I am, as an evangelical Christian, who will give somebody in the grocery store line who cuts in front of them a lot of grace, but not give somebody who has a political dispute with them a lot of grace. As if Jesus somehow said, grace to these people, no grace to these people, because they're politically opposing you and they might be destroying your entire worldview. It's like they still get grace. We still have to love them. And this is, I think, not just a challenge, for me as an Upper Peninsula legislator, it's a challenge right now for our entire country. But my influence, my sphere of influence, is the Upper Peninsula. I take the Upper Peninsula's cause to Lansing, to the best of my ability. And I see all across the communities I represent and the people I work with and around our nation, a failure to comprehend the size of the actual sphere of influence each of us has. People have instead decided, I need to fix that problem over there. I need to race to the farthest places and fix it from the top down. If I could just make Washington see it my way, that'll fix everything. If I could just make Lansing see it my way, that'll fix everything. And people get mad at me because I don't see it their way, or because I am trying hard not to approach the problem that way. Because I believe, fundamentally, the problem is not addressed from the top down, but from the bottom up in what we teach our children, which is, if you want a better world, if you want people to treat you the right way, then change the way you treat people. Change the way you live in your daily life. If you want the world to be a better place, be a better person. Figure out how that is. For me, that's following the tenets of Christianity. That's following the teachings of Jesus Christ. That's reading my Bible. Not all of you would agree with that, and that's fine. How are you structuring your worldview to understand how to be a better person? Grab onto that. Grab onto how to be a better neighbor. Grab onto how to love your neighbor as yourself. And from that, I think we can see a renewal of community, a renewal of the idea of community, which is dying on the vine, one tweet at a time. Community is who you can touch, whose life you can be involved in, whose life you can make a difference in, who needs your help that you can help. And we're losing that. because social media is a big part of that. But we live in a world that's teaching all this materialism, and you get it for yourself. Get it for yourself. And we need to revitalize the idea of community. And I want to tie this back in then with, as a legislator, I'm trying my best, which some of you might think isn't very good, and I can accept that. But how do we look out there? How do I look out there and say, how can I help the communities I represent? What can I do at the state level for them? One of the big things that I was so convinced of when I first started into legislature is that we were changing the way we educated children in such a way that they couldn't stay here in our communities with the jobs and opportunities that we had available. That we weren't getting the opportunity to teach them for the jobs and the heritage that we have. Natural resource industries, service-based industries, manufacturing, so many great opportunities. Truck drivers are getting old. We're running out of truck drivers. Timber jobs, foresters. These are wonderful opportunities that have made the UP a place that many of us love. And so I wanted to help my community by getting to Lansing and changing the way Lansing was directing education. Personally, I feel like Lansing shouldn't direct education that much at all. It should be really driven almost exclusively at the local level with some oversight from Lansing. But I got there a little late for that discussion. So how do I fit into the current discussion? And so when I challenged myself to represent all of you, to represent the Upper Peninsula, I look out there and see what has made the community of the UP, which is truly, in my opinion, one of the strongest remaining communities that you can find. How do we strengthen that? What has made that a place? Why do we consider this someplace special? Many individual reasons, but when it all boils down to is this is our community. This is our amalgamated opinions and thoughts and ideas of what it looks like come together to create this UP culture that we love so much. And I and the rest of the legislative team march on down to Lansing for you every week and try to stand up and talk about that and try to represent that, whether it's in asking for funding for the university or asking for funding for a road or asking for a new policy regarding hunting or fishing or mining. There's just so many things, and each one of you, I'm sure, could identify one particular thing that interests you very much, but we're trying to bring that down there. And the more you're involved with each of your communities, with your local governments, with your organizations, your schools, the more we know what it is that you want us to do. And so COVID, of course, has made this really challenging for all of us. Zoom meetings are not my favorite thing to do, but we have to get past those challenges because the most important one is somehow for us as legislators to make that connection with all the different small communities that are within the whole of the Upper Peninsula. And so my guidance was to talk about the challenges that I face as a legislator. I hope that I've touched on some of that and given you some, passion, again, for community. When I look at community, there's so many, there's your civic organizations that are struggling to get membership. There's your high school sports teams that are struggling to have students participate. There's fairs, community events, concerts. There's city bands and county bands. These are some of just the traditional examples of things that we do for community. I direct the Norway City Band, and every year I go out there and try to recruit a bunch of high school students to come in and play with, about the 20 regulars from the area that play. And I always try to tell these kids, this is your opportunity to serve your community. Yeah, you're going to get some money. You're going to learn something about music. You're going to keep your chops in shape for next year's marching band. But you're also going to be part of this community. And you're going to see people who come out every week, not just to support us, but because we're there to provide something to them and interacting, our lives woven together, knit together here, sharing common experiences, bringing old and young together, not just like social media communities, which are homogenous for the most part, right? You have this community of people who like this thing. You have this community who likes another one. I'm on several of those. I'm on a group of farmers who like upright silos. Okay? Sounds crazy to most of you probably, but there's a lot of farmers who hate upright silos. I don't want anything to do with those guys because I don't agree with them. So I hang out with the guys who believe in upright silos, and we, trash talk the other guys. Not really, but, and then I'm with a group of people, 250 cow dairy farms and smaller, and with another group of marching band aficionados. Okay? Those are great and fun, and they're great to be with, but I don't know a lot of those people. I don't have the opportunity to impact their lives very much, and they just agree with me all the time. When we're part of our local community organizations, Rotary, Kiwanis, bands, municipal government, charities like Habitat for Humanity and others, we're associating with people who have common interests, but also come to us and we interact with who disagree with us on other things, who don't always agree with us, and we get to spend time together, learn from each other. How do you think it is that the world right now has never seen more flat earth, literal flat earth supporters than ever before, right? Because, and this is just Ed McBroom's kind of analysis of this, but every community, every city had kind of its, town fool, right? The guy who's kind of out there, but he was our guy. We loved him. Everybody kind of understood that. And he thought, everybody thinks I'm crazy, but at least, they give me a place and they hear me out. He believes in flat earth, okay. But now he can go online and find 10,000 other people who believe in flat earth, so suddenly he's like, well, I always knew the rest of the people I was around were the idiots, and I'm the smart guy. I mean, it's totally flipped the dynamics because of that. And what can we do, what can I do as your legislator, what can the UP legislative team do to drive us back to getting to know each other, to knowing our neighbor, to interacting with each other, to strengthening the family, the community, the churches, the local governments right here where we're at. And that's going to continue to be kind of my focal point as I move forward with legislation. Whether you agree or disagree with the nuance of every individual piece of legislation, you're never going to have a legislator who agrees with everything you do. Everything, it's just not going to happen. And I got a lot of people right now who are like, everybody wants a blank. Right now I'll say, everybody wants a full forensic audit, Ed. And I'm like, well, that's actually not true, because I hear from a lot of people who don't. And they're like, well, you have to do it because I'm your constituent, you told me to. It's like, government it would never work if that was the way it went, right? Because if I have to do what every one single person says, that would be 280,000 exactly different things to do. Government would never work then. But I have to reach out and hear what people are saying and respond to them. And I want to be able to do that to the best of my ability, and I hope that as you watch the work that I do, that my colleagues do from the UP, that you know that our guiding star continues to be how do we strengthen this community. And to do that, we need to hear from you. We need to be part of your life and your community too. So with that, I'll end. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to take questions or not, but I'd be happy to take a few questions if there's time for that.
All right. If anyone has a question, I have a microphone here. The guys, please use the microphone. Do you have it turned up? It's number 7. There it is. There it is. So does anyone have a question for the senator? I have a hard time believing nobody here has a question for our senator.
Ed, John Daly here. Who was your favorite teacher at Norway Vulcan?
At Norway Vulcan? Wow. I had a lot of good teachers there. Hi, Mrs. Daly. Mrs. Daly was my 8th grade English teacher. Yeah, a long time ago. I always remember when my first campaign in 2010, I got invited to the retired school personnel's luncheon for a Q&A or a forum with my opponent. And I walked in there, and Miriam Linder, Ms. Linder, that I'd had in second grade, was there. And kind of the remarkable thing in my mind about that was how the first election I ever stood for was in her homeroom class to be class president, and I lost. I was vice president because I came in second to Katie Galino, and Katie Galino was only absent one day the entire year because Ms. Linder had things for the president to do. And every day the president had to do stuff, and I only got to ever fill in once the whole year. Any other questions?
You have a question?
Okay. Is that Dr. Sari I see back there?
That is Dr. Sari back there.
Dr. Sari was one of my great professors that I had during, I think it was my freshman year, it might have been my second year at Northern. We had a history of the third world together, and I still have a number of the books and think fondly on those classes. So thank you, Dr. Sari, for what you gave to me as my professor. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. At the risk of taking it a different direction, I appreciate the higher philosophical stance from which you talk. But the thing that bothers me, and I agree with you that we need to come together, but as you said, the silos, somebody likes this and somebody else.
Yeah.
The thing that I'm most concerned about is the authoritarian leanings of people in legislatures and in Congress, and the types of legislation that they're passing, regardless of whether people want it or not, just because they have the majority. And that's the thing that really concerns me about this country and Michigan and other states, of course. Some states are much worse than Michigan right now.
Yeah.
How do you reconcile that when you're on the floor of the legislature and you're trying to work out issues like that? And also, I appreciate the courage for you standing up for the audit of the election. I really think you did a great job on that. And so I'll leave it kind of at that and let you take on.
Sure. No, again, I guess I'd start with addressing that just from kind of my higher philosophical view, because I like living up there and looking at the way things ought to be and the way things were envisioned by our founders and by other reformers over the years. We see our nation, and to my way of thinking and to my analysis of it historically, trending more and more, and both sides clearly, to a frustration that then feels like the solution is one-party rule. Feels like the solution is letting my side have all the levers, because it's too messy otherwise. People are frustrated with the give and take, and they're frustrated that, well, it takes too long, and we got to do it right now, and if we don't, you know, bad things are going to happen, and it'll be all over. And, you know, I'm convinced that our system of government instead relies a lot more on people being, I don't think resigned is the right word for it, but content with the fact that you can't always have it your way, and that the majority rules and the consent of the governed are the principles that we have to stick with, but we also have to protect the minorities' rights and opinions. And what I see happening particularly in Michigan's legislature is the erosion of the minorities' rights, and I think, to my analysis, a significant portion of that is occurring due to term limits and selfishness. I mean, both. But before term limits, there was a institutional respect and knowledge for the process. And remember that the process is always there. The slow, painful toil of change, of legislation, protects us from dramatic swings and of one side usurping tyrannical power. And with term limits coming in Michigan, we're the most aggressive term limits in the country. There has been a real erosion of that institutional knowledge of how things go. What you see happen on the floor, especially in the House, where I served 6 years, is oftentimes foreordained drama, preordained drama, you know, and where it's like, okay, you're going to speak, you want 5 people to speak, you can have 5 people speak. There's no randomness. There's nobody jumping up and saying, hold on a second, I have a thought I want to share. There's no real belief from most of the members that my thoughts should affect your thoughts and potentially convince you that my viewpoint needs to be considered. We're quashing that in Michigan. I can't speak for everywhere else, but I see that here. It's a symptom of a larger problem, but it is clearly something that the system was created to protect, and we are dismantling that system through attrition primarily in Michigan. So how do we reset that? I don't rightly know, except to what I said to before, trying to be better myself. Because I've certainly, within that time period that I have served, had moments where I fell into those same traps. I certainly walked into the job with some of that same mindset and have tried to change my mindset to that and recognize that the minorities' rights and opinions matter and have to be protected because they could be in the majority another time. People's opinions might change. And so I've introduced numerous pieces of legislation to reform because as I've studied American history, you'll see these kind of ebbs and flows of exactly what we're experiencing now to some extent. And reforms come up, whether it's the recall, the initiative, the petition, all of those, you know, the direct election of senators, things like that, that we didn't have, that after a while the system begins to kind of break down because people find out how to abuse it, how to get around it, how to tyrannize it. And so reformers have to come up and say, we need to reform, not burn down, reform to continue to protect the process. It's very similar to any other laws that we write in society, right? We pass a law against something and it works great for a while, but then we start to see around the edges people toying with it and getting away with things. And okay, now we need to change the law again. So that's my approach as a legislator to it. As a human being, we need to restore community and compassion for one another, love for one another, grace for one another. And that's the job of each of us individually, the job of our churches and others to change the hearts of the people. Because otherwise we're just we're just slowing down the chaos. I don't know that that helps a lot, but that's the best answer I have.
All right, we have someone back here as a question.
Ernie Johnson, not really a question, but listening to your term limits and that, I was involved with the legislators prior to term limits, and I saw what was going on there. I worked with a lot of them.
Yeah.
And even now, after term limits, I can see the point where the erosion of people getting in there because they're short-term, they're only going to do what they want for that period of time, and they're gone. And I could, back in early times where the knowledge was there. They were working on it, you could work with them, and they understood. Nowadays, the difficulty now is getting your point across to them because they're short-term. A couple of years, 4 years, 2 terms, that's it, and they're gone, and they could really not interested in a lot of that stuff. And that. So a lot of this, what you're saying is true, and the effect that the downstate legislators versus the upstate, the UP legislators, the effect they have down there to the point where they're more concerned with what's happening downstate than up here and that. And I've seen that. And I'm a local representative, so I have a good feel there in that too. But that's my feeling is that term limits, when they started, sounded great, but they've eroded to the point where the Upper Peninsula really is left off, as far as I'm concerned at this point in time.
And I would add, I'm not necessarily saying we should have no term limits. or age limits like we have for judges. I think there's validity. It's just that we have really, really short ones. And we're going to the barrel so often in the Michigan House that we draw more and more short straws. Some of you might think I was one of the short straws, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you. I had to learn a lot when I first got elected. But you go to the barrel that much more often that we're replacing people. We replace up to 2/3 of the House every 2 years, mandatorily, not just because everybody's angry, but because you have to. And that just leads to a lot of chaos. And we could do better. I've suggested reforms to term limits on several occasions. I've introduced it. I believe that that conversation continues to ripen and may eventually come to fruition. Many states in the 90s adopted the exact same term limits we have now. We're the last state to not reform that since then. So I think that it's an important discussion point, and I like to plant the seeds of discussion on that issue. Anything else I could tell you? I don't know what your schedule is. I don't want to hold you up too long, Dan.
Oh, we've got another 10 minutes or so before we have to start switching over. I do have a microphone, though, and I'm like, wow, I finally get to ask a question of a state senator. I'm a historian, a museum director. It's something that's very important to me. I've worked in museum systems around the United States and have seen a lot of friends who work in other museum systems. And honestly, one of the things that's most disappointing to me in the state of Michigan is just how much we have downgraded the funding of our history museums, staffing at the museums, and expansion. We just, compared to Wisconsin or Minnesota, which also are state-funded, historical societies, our Michigan History Center and the library have really seen a lot of cuts in the last 20 years. And you as a historian, as a lover of history, what is your take on that? How do you see that we can expand that?
Yeah, thank you for that. It's an issue not a lot of people know that I've been working on kind of quietly in Lansing. I love to go over to the State History Museum, the archives, meet with the folks who are restoring our Civil War flags, and there's so much history, inside the Capitol and around the Capitol. And one of the things that has stood out to me as I've met with museums across the UP on various times and down in Lansing is that in the early 70s, the federal government put a significant pot of money to go out and survey the countryside for historical things and to take that inventory of what things are around Michigan that are of historical significance. And that was 50 years ago. And things that they didn't think were significant 50 years ago when they did that survey are suddenly now a lot more historically significant. We need to do a new survey of those items and of our countryside and see what's out there that we're failing to recognize. That's something I've been working on, trying to see if there's funding and a willingness to do that. There's a UP lady who's been serving in the Michigan House and Senate, some too, since the 80s, not as a legislator, but as a staff member, either in the clerk's office or in individual members' offices. She's from both the Iron Mountain and the Lake Linden area, and she's been collecting historical documents, books, art, and other things of the legislature. And she has this beautiful collection of things she's built up to the point now where when members go to throw it away, the sergeants and janitors find it and save it and bring it to her. John Keevala found a whole set of journals that he brought to her. Her name is Joy. And so she's about to retire. And she's really concerned about what's going to happen to everything she's put together. And so I'm working with her and a number of others to pass a statute that would set aside a room for her collection and other people's collections. Because if there's no statute protecting it, then it's just at the whim of whatever person is in leadership at the time. And one of the proudest things I ever got to do with John Keevala was in setting up the Heritage Hall project at the Capitol. John and I envisioned something a lot grander. We weren't able to get that plan done. I spent I spent a Thursday morning crawling around under the floors in the Capitol with John, so he and I could advocate to our colleagues the importance of investing in the building and in this History Center, Heritage Hall. And I just had a tour of that this week. So I continue to try and do what I can to support those things. I certainly recognize there's more to be done. It's one of many balls that I try to juggle on a daily basis.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any further questions? Well, if not, Senator McBroom, thank you so much for coming and being here today and speaking on everyone's.
Thank you all.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thanks, Cindy and Mindy, for bringing those. We will be starting again at 2 p.m. We have 2 sessions, one going on in here on Native American intergenerational trauma. And then in Peninsula 2, we have a session on the Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore and tourism in the Upper Peninsula. So we'll start up in about 10 minutes or so.
You can turn on the projector now. I got. Started now. It is 2 p.m. There are two sessions going on in Peninsula 2. Down the hallway is a session on the Pictured Rocks Lakeshore and Upper Peninsula tourism. But the session here today is in this room is on Native American intergenerational trauma. So what I'd like to do is introduce you to three young people who are students here at NMU. And I'll introduce them each individually, though they're going to tell you their life stories, I hope, as a part of this. These three students all played a role in the current exhibit that we have at the Beaumere Center on what we call the Seventh Fire. And if you want to know what that's all about, please go see the exhibition. But a portion of that exhibition is on intergenerational trauma. We have a video about the concept, which many people do not seem to understand very well. And I certainly didn't understand the term very well before I started working on projects like this over the years. And I've really come to know it much better. So on my far right is Ursa Peterson, who's from Bayfield, Wisconsin. And she is a senior here at Northern, studying music and what is your minor's Spanish, correct? And then to her left is Bazile Panic, who is a student in Native American Studies, and also, are you in business as well? All right, fantastic. And to his left is Kateri Phillips, who is you're a freshman this year, correct? You're a sophomore. They're a freshman for some reason. And they're going to tell you about their experience. They're all students in the Center for Native American Studies as well, who are taking courses there and are involved with the Native American Student Association here at Northern. And I've asked them each to make kind of an opening statement about their, about intergenerational trauma in their lives and from their own perspectives and their own backgrounds, and then I'll ask them some questions after that. So why don't we start on the far right with Ursa.
Ani kena ersan watin indigenicas gawabiganikag nindunjaba makwanindudem. Hello everyone, my name is Ersa Anwatin. Anwatin is Ojibwemoin. It means the water is calm. It was a name that my mother gave me. It's not the usual spirit name that many Ojibwe people will get from an elder. My family is from White Earth, Minnesota, Gawababiganikag, but I actually grew up near Misquabikong, or Red Cliff, which is the reservation near Bayfield, and I belong to the Bear Clan. My mother is Native, and my whole family comes from either White Earth or Mille Lacs bands of Ojibwe peoples. But I am rather estranged, and I'd like to acknowledge the fact that I'm very white passing. I have pale skin. I have red hair. I don't fit the phenotype of being Native American. But I grew up learning a lot of traditional medicine and food teachings and foraging techniques with my mother. So I've been immersed within Ojibwe culture and language as well from a very young age. My mother studied Ojibwemoin and the nutritive and medicinal properties of indigenous flora at the University of Minnesota when she was a young person. So I have the benefit of this great fount of culture and knowledge nearby me in my life. But not everybody, not all Native people have that. And I think that one of the greatest ways that I experience intergenerational trauma in my life is the fact that I'm estranged from my family and my tribe. And it's hard for me to reconnect. I have the benefit of having this wonderful mother who is very connected with our culture and who strives to make me comfortable in being the same. And I think that the fact that I am sitting here talking to you guys today is an achievement for me. And she would be very proud of me. But I think that reconnecting with our culture and reclaiming our culture is something that is very hard for a lot of people in our generation and something that really exacerbates a lot of the even harder aspects of intergenerational trauma. A lot of times when we talk about intergenerational trauma, we talk about things like alcoholism and drug use and these patterns that were introduced to us during early times and even modern times of colonization that our families and tribes are still working to get through. And on top of that, we have this huge body of healing knowledge and culture that we should be able to tap into, that there are these barriers keeping us from doing so. For me, it's my whiteness and the fact that my family lives off reservation. I'm not able to be a tribal member because my tribe is blood quantum. I have to prove how native I am through the amount of native blood that I hold. So not only do we have these patterns and habits that have been taught to us, kind of, I would say, over generations and generations, but the tools that can help us heal from those things are oftentimes cut off, like they have been for me. So that is a little bit of background with my experience of being Native and how I experience intergenerational trauma. I'll hand it off to Basile.
Buju Nindinwe Magnadug Minwa Nich Bamada Sajig. I said hello, all of my relatives. All my relatives is Nindinwe Magnadug. And then Minwa Nich Bamada Sajig. Nich Bamada Sajig is my friends. So you all are my friends now, whether you like it or not. Minugi Jigabo Indigena Kaz, Mesquabi Kang Indunjba, Megazine Dodame, Niwi Wanishkwe Tagos, Kege Bungi, Niwi a Kid. Niwi Wanishkwe Tagos, I'm going to humbly interrupt and speak, and truly I'm only going to say a little bit. My name is Basile Panik. I'm a senior studying Native American Studies here at NMU. I have minors in sustainability and entrepreneurship. I have the honor to serve as the current president of the Native American Student Association. I'm involved in other diversity, equity, and inclusion issues and opportunities on campus. So I grew up on the Red Cliff Reservation, the American Indian tribe that I am a tribal member of. I grew up on that reservation there. Growing up on a reservation obviously has exposed me to what intergenerational trauma looks like for us as Native people. For me, it looked like familial problems with alcoholism and drug use and suicide as well. And that's what intergenerational trauma has looked like for me. I'm super honored that I have had the opportunity to have parents who have been heavily involved with our culture, language, and history. Culture being playing traditional games like lacrosse or attending ceremonies like a big drum ceremony, or language, like speaking the language a little bit. My dad speaks a lot of the language. And history, studying, being in the locations where all of our treaties were negotiated between the Chippewa and the United States. I've been honored to have that access to history and stand on those grounds that my ancestors stood on and negotiated those treaties and ceded thousands and thousands of areas of land. So I think that being able to do that has both exposed me to intergenerational trauma as well as intergenerational resiliency, as Professor April Lindola says. I think that intergenerational trauma began with first contact with the colonizers back in the 1600s around this Great Lakes area. So I think that's when the trauma began. That's when colonizers brought alcohol to the natives and fed them alcohol while we were negotiating these big treaties. And they coerced them, they lied to them during those negotiations. So I think that's where trauma began. I'll also acknowledge that resiliency began at that time as well. I don't think we give enough credit to those ancestors that were negotiating treaties at that time. They were they were very, very intelligent in what they were doing during those negotiations. They thought of me when they were doing those negotiations. They knew about mineral rights before that had been exposed to, I guess, before that was known widely as mineral rights. And in the treaties, they made sure that they kept the mineral rights of the land. Obviously, that hasn't been dealt with well or has been misconstrued, but things like that, where they reserved mineral rights. They knew what they were doing with ceding thousands of areas of land. They were very intelligent. They were strong negotiators. They were strong orators. So I think that history is where intergenerational trauma began, but that is also where intergenerational resiliency began. Miigwech, thank you. Misa you, that's all I'm going to say for right now at least.
Anin, katay minagite ndalnakas, imbish minachikwan dodam, bodewad mindao, chishibanyak and the Bandagwas, Miyagi and the Shnabaki, Dochbia. Hello, you all. My name is Kateri Phillips. I am Potawatomi. I'm Water and Thunder Clan, and I am from Oklahoma. So, when I think of what is it? And all I could think of is resiliency now, but intergenerational trauma. I always think about just the story of how my people even got to Oklahoma to begin with. So I come from a band of Potawatomi people who are from Oklahoma, but originally from this area. So Potawatomi people are all the way to Canada, literally all the way down to Mexico. And I never really understood that as a kid, and I never really understood intergenerational trauma either until now. I'm finally putting pieces together because it's really hard to lay that all out for a kid because it's so much history. So near the 1800s, I have two sides of Potawatomi family. One side was from literally here in this area, and one side is from the Illinois area. And during that time, they were removing Potawatomi people from their land. And it was called the Trail of Death. So a lot of people talk about the Trail of Tears, and that was a terrible tragedy from the Cherokee Nation. The Trail of Death, a similar thing happened to my people. So they marched us all the way from up here, Wisconsin, all the way down into Kansas. They did it from up here, and also my family in Illinois are marched down all the way down into Kansas. And so there's a couple of nations up in Canada who they weren't removed all the way down. And then there's still a nation here in the UP, they're called Hannahville. And then there's a nation in Wisconsin, there's still a nation in Illinois, a nation in Kansas. And then my people were the most south federally recognized Potawatomi tribe. And we're called the Citizen Band. We call ourselves the Shishibanyak for duck people, because we just kept on following the other natives down into Oklahoma. And so we got our little piece there. And I also sang Mexico because some of us literally, we didn't stop in Oklahoma. Some of us kept on going down into Mexico. And so there's actual Potawatomi, and we're also really connected with Kickapoo people. So it's pretty wild. And so we started this move up here into Michigan, how I ended up here today, because of the language. We were my family really wanted to reconnect with that because we lost that during the boarding school time. My great-grandma was a fluent speaker, and we didn't know until she was really old. But she would speak to my oldest sister. And so my oldest sister has memories of having conversations with her in Anishinaabemowin that my great-grandma never shared with anybody else. That was almost unique to her and my older sister. And so my older sister reinstilled a fire in the entire family of bringing back the language. When I was a baby, she would speak to me in nothing but Anishinaabemowin. And that actually ended up being some of my first words. I would say, "No nek niabo," I need more milk or something. And I'd be speaking Anishinaabemowin, and my mom didn't know what I was saying. She'd be like, Christy, Christy, what is she saying? And so this like whole new fire and stuff was greenlit with like the language. Bringing the culture back, my mom was a big reason for that. She's biracial. I have a white grandfather and then a Native grandmother. And so my mom felt a little bit of a disconnect, but loved the culture so much. She loved all of her friends who are like Native. She loved her mother and the culture and all of that. And she wanted to bring that back for us, for her kids. And so she made that a big deal for us to like start reconnecting with the language and culture and all of that. And I ended up like being raised in Chibaquaz. We used to be super Catholic because of the boarding school time. We gravitated towards that. But when my mother started doing the whole shift, we started going into more cultural things. And so I was raised in nothing but Chibaquaz. Well, Chibaquaz are feasts. So like for the 4 seasons, we'll have a feast for like our ancestors who are in between and they're like hungry. So we give them food. We set a fire for them. And that's all I've known culturally. And like religious, I don't call that really religious in my head. That's not what that is. But that's the only thing I've had. And so all my siblings know like Catholicism, but I don't understand that because that's the only thing I've ever known. And so it's pretty interesting, like moving up here and then putting all the pieces as to why I am the reason I am. And I've only been able to do that now. And that is because of like the intergenerational trauma of like not being told just straight out. Because even for my parents or my grandparents, even they, like, I feel like had a hard time putting those words and pieces together of how we got to where we are today. Because it all happened so fast. Like the 1800s from now, like that seems like a long, long time, but it's not. It's not a long time. It's actually a really short amount of time. Like it was my great-great-great-great-grandfather who was removed and remembers. And we have stories in our family of the land we lived on when we were up here. So it's actually like a really short amount of time. So it's a lot to unpack. And it's kind of amazing that I've got the time specifically in my life, which is kind of unique to me because my siblings had to fight into going to college, to doing all that on their own, and then finding the balance of like religion and going back to the teachings. And I just got to follow them. So I've specifically got the time, like especially for my age, to look back on all of mine, like intergenerational trauma and what parts are so resilient about my family and how we got to where we are. So maybe I went on a tangent, but that's a little statement about me and my life story.
Thank you. Thank you. That was all fantastic. I don't think mine's on number 5. There we go. So my first question for you folks, and you can take turns on this. Terry's already touched on it, and that is the boarding schools. In our exhibit, we focused a lot of the history and talked about the boarding schools because it's an era that a lot of people who are outside of the Native communities oftentimes don't understand, don't actually know what happened. For your communities, what was the impact and your own families, from your knowledge, which contributes to this idea of intergenerational trauma?
Cool. So boarding schools, my great-great-grandma on my dad's side went to a boarding school in Wisconsin. So familial history right away there. My great-great-grandma, she's still alive today. She's experiencing dementia right now, so she doesn't remember much, but for a story to understand this, we brought her back to some ceremonial grounds, and before then, she wasn't remembering much, but the second we stepped on those ceremonial grounds, she started to remember and tell these stories about her childhood and experiencing those ceremonies with her mom. She remembered when her mom brought her there. And then she also started to remember the boarding schools, and that kind of got emotional for her as those memories started to flood back. So familial connections to boarding schools. The goal for boarding schools, and hopefully some of you have heard this phrase before, but Richard Henry Pratt said the the goal of boarding schools was to kill the Indian and save the man. So kill the Indian spirit inside of somebody and save the man so that they can participate in Western culture and economy and become good employees and workers and customers and spenders. So kill the Indian spirit, solve our Indian problem that apparently we still have in the United States, and save the man. And so she dealt with boarding schools. There's two sides of boarding schools, I think, sometimes that should be identified. One is that there were these horrible things that were happening. People were shoved together in this school. The first thing that they did in those schools was the second that they got in the school, their hair was cut. You can see that I have long hair. It's not braided because I'm bad at braiding it. So they cut their hair, and the hair was a part of them. It's for us, we know it as like it carries all of our knowledge, and it connects us closer to the ground, our head closer to the ground, so we're more grounded to our Mother Earth. So they cut their hair, and that was there's actually been another story about hair. There was actually a time in World War II where they had some Navajo soldiers that had long hair, and they were known as great warriors, and they could track so well, and the Army ended up recruiting them because they saw their experience and what they were able to do. But in order to join the Army, they had to cut their hair off, and the second that they cut their hair off, those Navajo people, they were basically useless. They couldn't function in that environment. They couldn't track anymore. And I do think that that's because their hair was cut and they lost that power. So that's what happened in those boarding schools. They cut their hair off in order to make them look like a white man. They took all of their their traditional clothes and gave them different clothes to fit the white man's idea of what a man looks like, killing the Indian, cutting their hair off, giving them different clothes, and gave them a white name. They kind of picked a name off of the board and were given a white name, and then they were told never to speak the Ojibwe language again. An example that carries today with the trauma aspect, sometimes if anyone were ever to speak part of their Indian tongue, ivory soap was shoved in their mouth to clean out the Indianness or the bad language or whatever. So that was one aspect of trauma, but my great-great-grandma, there's also something else to identify with boarding schools that I think speaks to our resilience as Native people. Here at this point, there were many different nations that were gathering together in this school at one time, and they started to share languages and share histories and share cultures, and now we have this cross-cultural experiences that are happening, and adds to that preservation, I think. Some of those things might not have been preserved if they kept it to themselves and didn't share it with those other students at the school. So that's a lot of what my great-grandma experienced as well, my great-great-grandma. Another aspect that's important to note is that because she was living on a reservation, her father was really poor. I think her mother had passed away when she was young, or her father had passed away, actually. My bad. Her father had passed away, her mother was taking care of the kids, and she had no money, basically, so they went a lot of times without food. So my great-grandma Pat actually ended up liking some of the aspects of boarding schools because she could eat food. Like that's how much trauma was going through their minds, is that I have to like this school that makes me like the white man, but at least I can eat some food 2 meals a day at least. But so there's aspects of it. It's a hard history, and there's a lot of trauma behind it, but also a lot of resiliency. Miigwech.
I'll speak on two things briefly. One, I don't know the history. Like, I don't know if any of my family was in boarding schools. My mother's father passed away when she was 11 years old. He was the tribal member. He was who was native. He was the one connection between me and the rest of my family on that side. So I have no idea any of the history of that side of my family, apart from what I've researched on my own, which is hard. But I know that a lot of my family lived on reservation up until probably midway through the 1900s. And then there were a series of initiatives by the government to get Native families to buy land off reservation, or they gave them land off reservation to kind of break up tribal communities and westernize or modernize the tribal communities at that point, which is another form of trauma, is that parceling out of land and that breaking up of the tribal community. But I assume somewhere along the way that I must have had ancestors that went to the boarding school, and that's a safe assumption to make because it was very widespread. And it's kind of horrible that I can make that assumption. The other thing is a personal experience. So I study music education here at NMU. I'm actually going through a graduate degree in ethnomusicology, which is the study of cultural music. I went into a used bookstore a year ago, and there's a crate full of used music scores on the ground. Seems really off topic, but I promise it's not. And I'm digging through this bucket of old scores, and I find these little music books that are worn and tattered. And on the inside of the pages, I see that it's inscribed that those were the music books that were used at the boarding school in Bad River, which is the next reservation over. And the kids' names that are written inside these books they're like names that I recognize. They're families that I recognize. And these books are, full of patriotic songs, very Western, classical, music. And I was like, this is the music that these kids were studying in the boarding schools. It's not their music. It's not their songs. They weren't allowed to sing their own songs. So it was really hard for me to have this very tangible a westernization of these kids in my hands. And that's how not long ago it is that I was able to find these scores sitting around in a used bookstore. And I can't imagine being in that school and being told, no, you can't sing that song in your language that you've known ever since you were little, but you're going to sing this. You're going to sing this song. It's in English. You need to learn English. But anything else that actually means anything to you, for me, music means a lot to me. It's gotten me through a lot. Specifically, singing on the big drum has been a big part of how I've gotten back connected to my culture. And that was taken away from these kids. And that's part of the reason I've chosen the path that I have, is because music is so important in my life that I want to be part of preserving cultural music traditions, both for my own culture and for other cultures. But that was a tangible remnant of a boarding school that I held in my hands that hurt my heart a little bit.
Holy, that is so wild. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Especially going through old documents and stuff, and then you see names you recognize, and then it's like, holy, wow, that becomes more real. On boarding schools, I didn't know boarding schools were a thing, and this might sound kind of embarrassing now, until I was probably 15. I didn't know they were a thing, honestly. I didn't know that my grandma was in one. My own grandma, who I'm really close with, was in one of these boarding schools for a long time. My great-grandma, my great-great-grandma. I'm learning that now and all the intergenerational trauma that goes with that. It was really hard to hear. We say I wasn't there for this time, but one of the stories that my grandma was telling 'cause she never said that she went to a boarding school. She called it a foster home. And so we just assumed it was a foster home, nothing to it. And my grandma herself was took care of foster kids, and she got these new kids, and they had lice, and she thought, oh well, we need to put like this powder on them. There's like this white powder that my foster home put on me, to like, because they thought I had bugs or something, and they put it on my head. And then she was talking about Severn, and then my mom looked at her and she went, "That's not supposed to be put on kids." And my grandma looked at her, and my sister says the way it looked, it was a really broken and sad look, and she fully had to leave, as it was like so traumatic, the thought that happened. And they did that a lot, and that was a scene, if you've ever seen Indian Horse. It's so hard for me to watch that movie, and especially the beginning parts, because one of the first thing they did when I forgot, Saul was taken into the boarding school, is they put Severn powder on them. It's a toxic chemical not meant for humans. And then they cut their hair, and then, all that stuff. So it hasn't been that long ago. It's been fairly recent. And healing from all that trauma is very recent. Like I said, like, I'm in a really fortunate position because I'm able to talk about this. My sister, when she was my age, wasn't able to talk about this. We barely even knew that was a thing. My mom, definitely not. Barely even my grandma, definitely not, because she was just getting out of them. So it's really recent, and healing from all that is really recent, but also acknowledging the resiliency it took for me to get where I'm at. Like, I'm a college student. I've been able to buy my own car. I've been able to do these things for myself that previously probably would have been out of the question. Like, how do we get to there? How do we get from where we were at to here? That's crazy resiliency. And I'm really fortunate to have the ancestors that I've had, like my parents and my grandparents, because it's amazing. I can't imagine going through what they've had to go through to get to me, because that's how we got here. They were thinking of me. So
I want to correct something I said quick. I said ivory soap for some reason. I don't know why I said that, but I meant lye soap, that chemical that was put in their mouths. Sorry about that.
All right. Terry, when I interviewed you, you talked about, was it your grandmother said something about that they expected that you weren't going to be around anymore? Do you remember the context of that, and explain that a little bit more?
So the context with that, there's this picture, and it's of her name is Massa, and she was alive back in the 1800s, and that's like great grandma of mine. And I'm really interested in reading historical texts. I don't know why, and maybe I do know why, but I get really intrigued by it, and I just want to learn more and more and more. Maybe it's because we've been so depraved of all the information and Native history that we've had, that what little has been documented, I seem to gravitate towards. And so I looked into that picture, because that's my grandma. I want to know like her full story, and they'll share like a little like paragraph or whatever. So I kind of wanted to know more, and so I started digging into like the artist who drew out the picture of my grandma, and just like, especially for the time, what was going on, the way the paragraph sums up her life story it's super hard for me, because at the time where she was like photographed was literally the time they were signing the Treaty of Eye Removal. And the way the paragraph talks about it, it's like, oh, and we visited this log cabin, and we were playing games with this old like Indian chiefess woman, and she made bad bread. It was so funny, and that was it. And it's like, we were signing the Treaty of Eye Removal at that time. There's no way that was a great fun time. And so I read more into the artist, and one of the things that he documented while he was going on this whole thing of drawing out these Native people, in his mind, in his world, after like this treaty or whatever, after the expansion of America, there was going to be no Potawatomi people. And so he had to draw out and document every little thing because we were not going to exist anymore. And so the picture of my grandma was really true to life. Like, it has all her regalia and the way her hair looked. And especially for the time, like, there's a lot of propaganda going on. And he acknowledged that, and he goes, I don't want any propaganda. I don't want any of that. He didn't say propaganda, but I want a true to life picture of this Potawatomi woman, because there will be no more after this. And I want to make sure we all know. That speaks miles as to what this fellow was doing, drawing out pictures of these Indian people. But that's that tidbit on that.
Thanks for telling this story. So I'm going to, just for a second, play devil's advocate here. And not from my perspective, but when I talk about this issue with people who are not Native, not all people, but some other people, family members, friends, sometimes this is the response that I'll get. When are they going to get over it? You know, that was 100 years ago. When are they going to let it go? And they'll say this about African Americans in slavery. They'll say it about Native Americans. What do you say to those people? When people give you that kind of an answer, just let it go. Let's move on. How do you answer that question? And why is it so hard to let it go? Or why can't you let it go?
I think we've already let go of so much already. We've already lost so much culture. We've already lost so much language. We've lost our families. That this history, as hard as it is and as difficult as it is to talk about, we don't want to be up here talking about this. This isn't what we want to tell you about, believe me. There are much more interesting things that we could tell you about Native culture, but we've lost so much of our history that this, as hard as it is, we need to hold on to this like white-knuckled to remember that it is an accomplishment that we are still here. Every time that I think that I should step away from Native culture because I look white or because I'm not a tribal member, I remember that I can't, because all of my family survived to get me to this point, so that I can learn what I can of my culture and hold on to what of my culture that I can today. So it's not because we want to. We would much rather forget about colonization and move on with our lives, but that's not an option because we need to hold on to our culture. And right now, what we have of our culture is only what survived through colonization, and it is intricately tied to that process of colonization. If we let these processes go, if we stop talking about these processes, we forget what we've lost. And it's truly lost forever because we're not trying to retain it anymore.
Get over it. That would be nice. No, I didn't think of that one. Didn't think of doing that. Well, I think when people tell me that, I ask them, well, get over it. I think that comes from the thought that colonization ended when we're still in the process of colonization. We're still being colonized to this day. I asked them to tell me, well, when did we stop being traumatized? When did colonization end? Was it in 1854 when we signed that treaty, ceded thousands of acres of land, and we got a few dollars for that? Was that when it ended? Was it 1924 when Indians became citizens of the United States? Was it then? Was it 1976 when the American Indian Religious Freedom Act was signed? Was it now when we're still finding bodies to this day at American Indian boarding schools that we haven't found before? If somebody can tell me when the trauma ends, you should definitely let me know, and I'd be happy to start decolonizing and getting over it. So it's still happening today. We're still in a state of colonization. We're still losing culture, language, and history, but we're contributing to the revitalization and resurgence of it as well.
It's such a cop-out. Saying get over it is such a cop-out. Like, not wanting to me, what it just sounds like is I don't want to even begin to think about all of what that means. That's what it sounds like to me, because it is a lot. And I mean, I wish I didn't have to think about it either. I'm just finding out about it sometimes as these other people have found out about it. Like I said, I was like, 15 when I knew that my own grandmother went to one. I'm just finding out about it too. I mean, it hasn't been that long ago. All the trauma is still some of it's really recent. There was a time when my mother, like, she said something to me, and because we're still healing and stuff, and it was really hurtful. And it's hard to put the words on to why when you're a kid. My sister was there, and she looked at my mom and she was like, "You sound like what the nuns used to say to those kids." And my mom looked at me, and she looked at my sister, and it was just like a moment of like healing, because it was able to put a label on why. It's good to learn and to grow. And if you don't talk about this, there is no growth. Like I said, just putting that label on it, that is why. It was a way of like we can move on. That's like, this is all the emotional turmoil. It's so much emotional turmoil after those schools, because everything was so silenced. All the stuff that happened in those schools were so silenced. Like, the fact that my grandma never got to talk about that is so terrible. It's so terrible. And that went on to her and to my mom. All the emotional turmoil that my mom had, and then to me, it was so silent. So saying get over it is another form of that silencing. And I haven't been told that in a while, ever since I've moved away from like Oklahoma and like my public school experiences. But I think that's probably what I would say now. What a cop-out.
Thank you so much for that answer and for all of your answers on that. And I think because there's a lot of discussion right now in the media about critical race theory and these ideas of looking at the past, and much of it is, the criticism of it is just let it go, let's move on, let's not talk about the ugly stuff, let's only talk about the heroes and the great things people have done, but let's not talk about these other things, because it divides us. And I, as a historian, would say, I would think it brings us closer together to talk about these things. But, that's the big struggle that seems to be going on in the public sphere right now, is this discussion on this whole idea, and that's why I brought it up. We are about 40 minutes in. I'd like to open this up for questions from the audience. If you have any questions or comments, does anybody have any questions you'd like to ask these three amazing young people? No questions? You want to just hear them talk more? I'm sure they can do that. I know them all. They love to talk. Okay, well, she just raised her hand. Then I'll get back to you, Corinne.
I'm curious to know what brought you to Northern.
I got a full ride. I couldn't have attended college otherwise. I was a valedictorian at my high school, scored really well on tests, and the only way I was getting to college was on a full ride. And I got it, and here I am. I didn't come here because of the Native American Studies program, but I stayed here because of my connections with it. And that is really why I'm continuing into higher education and continuing through my graduate degree, is because of my connection with the Native American Student Association here at the Center for Native American Studies. That's what's pushed me into continuing into ethnomusicology and really retaining my connection with my culture. So yeah, that's my answer.
Yeah, most simply, it was because of the bachelor's degree in Native American Studies is why I came to Northern. Those were my two things when Going into my freshman year I was going to be majoring in Native American Studies, and I was going to be a part of the Native American Student Association. Just seeing the connection to culture and the educated professors here is what made me want to come to Northern.
It's kind of a journey for me, but to wrap it up, because I do have a lab at 3, so I might have to step out after this question. I moved up here because of my sister. My sister moved here to be a language teacher for the Hannibal Indian School, and I fell in love with the area, especially learning like the stories and the history that I have with this place, this being my traditional homeland. I fell in love. I fell in love with all the language and the culture here, and this university is close, and it has the Native American Center, so I really wanted to come here, and I wanted to be closer to her, and I wanted to be closer to the land and the culture.
Thank you. We do have a question back here.
Hey, Bazile, how are you?
I am good. How are you, Professor Boldman?
I am great.
Awesome.
So we had an interesting, very interesting dialogue in class on Wednesday night. We are doing Iverson snowshoes, as you are aware. And a 20-minute discourse in a statement we want to make became very heated. The students wanted to call Iverson's the original snowshoe. And it went crazy in class because they thought it would be offensive to the native peoples. We would like you to answer, and Ursa, is that an offensive statement to you?
Whoa. It's cool that they had a discourse about it. It's a good conversation to have. The original snowshoe. So if people aren't familiar with snowshoes, Native Americans have had a larger than what we think sometimes of the things that we've invented. We've invented canoes, we've invented kayaks, sunglasses, snowshoes, rubber, aspirin, are just some of the few things that I can name off of the top of my head that we had a contribution to inventing and knowing of. The original snowshoe. I think that's a super cool name, honestly, when I first think about it. I think it could be seen as appropriation especially if the Iversons business, which I don't think they are, isn't contributing to Native communities at all and giving back. They're not like recognizing or respecting the people who actually made the original snowshoe. I think if they put those efforts behind it, I would appreciate it. I think it would be super cool to recognize that. With the business at its current state, they should probably think a little more about that. I'm not offended and my feelings aren't hurt right now, and I'm not like emotional about it, but I think there are processes to think of that could make that name more appropriate. And I think that's a super cool name.
What kind of snowshoe is it? Are they traditional snowshoes? Are they traditional snowshoes, like framed? Okay. Okay. I don't know. I like the fact that they're traditional snowshoes and they're calling it the original snowshoe. Honestly, I think that's a little bit of an homage, if anything. Because most people, when they buy snowshoes today, they're buying bear paw snowshoes, which aren't the original snowshoes. They're nothing like traditional snowshoes. So connected with some information about why those snowshoes are made the way they are and those teachings, I think, honestly, I would see that as a little bit of an homage to, yes, this is the original design for a snowshoe. And this is why it works. Because it was used by indigenous peoples for hundreds of years. That would be my take on it, and I think that honestly, from a marketing insight, like that could be something that could build their business a little more if they include that information and that background. I would buy that snowshoe over another snowshoe because it's based in indigenous ingenuity. But then again, you can't use indigenous ingenuity without doing what he said, and actually recognizing and giving back to Indigenous communities.
So we have time for one more question. Well, actually, no, maybe a couple more. Does anybody have any more questions they'd like to ask? Maggie?
Yeah, super cool question though. Thanks, Professor Bowden.
What would be both of your ideal careers, and how would your Native culture be a part of those careers if you could pick your ideal situation in the future?
So right now I'm gonna graduate with a Bachelor's of Science in Native American Studies next semester. Planning to go to graduate school, get my PhD in something relating to Native studies, either sociocultural anthropology, and or people have been convincing me to try to go to law school lately. So I want to be a professor. I want to be a teacher. The professors here at NMU have inspired me in how much education matters for both the preservation but also the resurgence of our Native cultures, languages, and the understandings of our history. So that's my dream job, be a professor, and also right now I'm kind of doing some freelance work on the side of doing this educational component, kind of like what I'm doing right now. So that's my dream job, just to talk about who I am all day. I think that would be pretty fun.
So I'm going to be going through a doctorate in ethnomusicology. Most people would think that I was going to be a professor, which honestly, like, that's what I expect to do. But what I would want to do would be to start a nonprofit center for Indigenous musics that includes both communal spaces to make music as well as spaces to record music and things like that. So whether that would be connected to a historical society or a university or something like that, creating spaces for communal music making and being able to record and preserve the musical traditions that are performed in that way. That is really my passion. So I don't know if I'll get there someday, but if you ever hear of a super famous like Center for Indigenous Music, look and see if my name's under it, because that's my goal.
Well, there's an idea for the Whitman Commons. That's not funny, Dan.
Too soon, maybe.
What's that? Too soon.
Too
Yeah,
soon.
That's too soon. That's a great idea. I would love to see that happen at a place like Northern.
The university that I'm planning on attending for my graduate degree houses the nation's first Center for Latin American Music, which was started, I think, in the 40s. And I don't think that there's a center for Indigenous music anywhere in the nation as far as I know of. There's a center for just the studies of First Nations, but that's really broad. Just saying. That's like hundreds of different peoples and entire cultures within that.
Well, maybe we can get some of that $90 million they're spending to build one, huh? What do you think? I don't think that's going to happen, but I think it's a great idea. Any other questions, comments, jokes about the Whitman Commons? Well, if not, thank you too, and also Kateri, who had to leave. This is really powerful and illuminating. Next, we're going to have a session on entrepreneurship. I can never say that word here in the UP. But we'll take a break and we'll start back at 3:10 here in this room. Please eat the rest of the cinnamon rolls and things and the coffee. We'd appreciate that.
Miigwech.
All right, everybody, we're going to get started with this session, which is on rural entrepreneurship and InvestUP. Different perspectives, all for the same goal of making the Upper Peninsula a vibrant economic engine, or at least a survivable economic engine. I don't know. We'll hear what they have to say. I hope we're moving forward. Our two speakers today are Corinne Bodeman, who works here at Northern as an instructor in the business department. She has a BS from the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, go Illini, and MS in environmental management from the Illinois Institute of Technology. She is a lead AP and an ambassador for Living Building Challenge, and her career in construction included working for Armstrong World Industries, McGraw-Hill, Firestone Building Products, and the Wandor Corporation. Most recently, she was a sales manager at WLUC TV6 and a director of marketing and new business development at Goodwill Northwest UP, and started teaching as an adjunct in 2015 before coming full-time in 2019. And she's currently is working towards her doctorate in business administration and entrepreneurship. After her, or I think they're going to kind of tag team this thing, is Marty Fattanti. Marty began to lead InvestUP, the region's private sector led regional economic organization, on January 1st, 2019. Since taking helm of InvestUP, Marty has been, with the help of the InvestUP team and board, has grown the investment base of the organization by over 75%. That's amazing. Has established a partnership with Amazon Web Services for the first in-the-state industry Internet of Things pilot project for regional manufacturers, and was appointed by the MEDC as the fiduciary of $7.2 million in pandemic assistance grants, which, in working with partnership with local economic development organizations, were distributed to over 1,100 unique businesses throughout the UP, and is engaged in business development and retention work in all of the 15 Upper Peninsula counties, and has advanced data-driven focus for the organization that led to the organization to adjust its strategic planning and focus. Before he was here, he was on the staff of the legislature for 14 years, serving as chief of staff for the 38th Senate District and as a policy advisor for the Michigan House of Representatives. And his bio goes on and on and on, so I'll leave it there. But I just want to welcome both Corinne and Marty here to do their presentation, so I'll turn it over to you.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I was tickled to be chosen to speak. I have spent, as you noticed from the bio, I came from private sector. I just came into academia a few years ago. In my process or my path of getting a doctorate, I've always known it was going to be in entrepreneurship because I did actually spend a lot of time in that venue. I did a paper, believe it or not, just as a class project because I wanted to start looking into what are the factors that affect funding? There's an entrepreneur in town, and he has a pretty cool idea. He's an inventor. He's not a business person. And he had a really cool idea, and it had some pretty significant merit. And after spinning his wheels, he had to pick up his family and move to San Francisco. He had to move to California to be able to get funding. And I thought that was a pretty unfortunate situation because he could have brought a lot to our community, but he had no funding sources. And this was around the mid-2010, so around 2015. And he has finally returned. He jokes, he said, I left about $23,000, I came back $23 million, and that's pretty cool. Pretty impressive. He did a lot of work, he learned a lot, which we see a lot of entrepreneurs do. So in the process, I wrote this paper on why, I remember this gentleman, and why can't we get them funding? And I thought it was as simple as, what the heck's wrong with the banks? And I ended up finding out that I went down a rabbit hole of epic proportions, and that it is not simply just the banks that are responsible for the funding. There's so many other factors to that. And so today what we're going to do, and you've already heard from both of us, today what we're going to do is I'm going to cue up the historical aspect. I'm not here to say what we're doing in the future. My paper is retrospective in terms of what's been the problem. What is our symptom? What's going to fix the problem if there is any? What are we looking at? And then I'm going to hand it over to Marty, and I have no doubt that he's going to talk about what InvestUP is doing to help the community. So we're going to talk a little bit about what is rural entrepreneurship. Amazingly, rural entrepreneurship is a little bit more technical and complicated than anyone would have ever thought. Hey, got to get business in rural communities. It's a little bit more difficult than that. We will go then into the definition of what's rural. There are academic definitions of what's rural, and what's interesting is that what's rural in the United States is totally different than what's rural in, for instance, Europe or the Middle East or South America. We're going to talk a little bit about small and medium enterprises, because until you get into it, small and medium enterprises will be shocking to you that a medium enterprise is in the tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. Really? That's a medium enterprise? And so we'll talk just ever so briefly about that. And then there are 4 factors that we'll dive into as to what is the cause, or what are the impacts, the factors that affect funding. The first one is funding itself in terms of entrepreneurial funding. There's a debate over that. Then we're going to talk about social capital. Who'd have thunk that social capital would be so impactful on our gentleman who had to go to California? We're going to talk about clusters. What's an industry cluster? Can we make a cluster here? And I'm assuming you're going to talk a little bit about clusters. Perhaps that's going to be something coming down the pike. And then we're going to talk about policy, and that really does tee it up for Marty to talk about policy in the UP and policy in the state of Michigan and what's going to go moving forward. You are welcome to stop me at any time if you have questions, if I'm not clear, if there is something you need to know. Otherwise, we'll take questions at the end, whatever you'd be comfortable doing. So I was already introduced, we can skip that slide. So we talked about rural and what is the difference between rural and rural entrepreneurship, and is there a difference between the two of them? And we look at the literature review and we hear things like, the fragmented nature of entrepreneurship means that the entrepreneurship is necessarily broad term that captures a whole range of behaviors, attitudes, motivations, and activities. That's one of the research papers. They can't even get their arms around entrepreneurship. You will have some people, Shane being one of them, that will tell you that entrepreneurship is just hanging a shingle out, and I'm now going to be a lawyer, or I'm going to be a barber, or I'm going to just make socks. I'm going to pick on Bazila. I'm just going to make socks. And people think that that's entrepreneurship. And it depends on what you're studying. So who would have thought that entrepreneurship had such a wide variety of differences? It becomes important to resist lumping rural entrepreneurs into the high growth and profit categories, because not all rural entrepreneurship is the same. Our gentleman who went to San Francisco has software, has software that affects the performance of the brain. That's a far cry from hanging a shingle out and saying, I'm going to be a local mom and pop grocery store. And so we have to identify not only what is rural entrepreneurship, but what do we look like as entrepreneurs. I'm trying to find one of my favorite quotes, and I think it's going to be right here. Entrepreneurship has a dynamic field of research in the last 2 decades. However, rural entrepreneurship has been largely overlooked. Based on 181 articles on rural entrepreneurship, and granted, this is 7 years old, but 181 articles published in Journal, indexed in Scopus, which is an academic database, we found that rural entrepreneurship is essentially a European concern, whose most prolific authors are affiliated with institutions in the UK and Spain. In other words, the United States isn't talking about rural entrepreneurship as far as most recently as 2015, 2016. They have the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. It's called GEM, and this is an organization that monitors, entrepreneurship globally, and they never bring it up, rural entrepreneurship. They talk about entrepreneurship, but they don't bring up rural issues. So, we talk, oh, hang on for a second, I jumped ahead of myself. I wanted to find something else. Here it is. Fortunato contends that rural entrepreneurship is overlooked in Main Street literature. Or I'm sorry, I already hit that. So let's go forward. Let's talk about, we want to talk about the third rural America. Oops, I walk away, I'm sorry. I'm a walker when I teach. So in the third rural America, when we were developing cities, We have the ones that were highly developed from rural areas, and then we have the high amenity. And I think you might see with our development of Marquette, and you see our tourism, and we're starting to get more hotels, and we're starting to get more services. There's your high amenity. I like to use Traverse City or even Jackson Hole, Wyoming as a comparison to high amenity rural areas. But then you have what's left, which is us. And the third rural America mentioned earlier characterizes communities still tied to traditional rural industries like agriculture, forestry, fishing, mining, energy production, and manufacturing, and they are often less prosperous and economically and socially challenged, and sometimes in chronic decline. And I think when you hear words like this and you see what our businesses are like, this is what comes to mind. We are rural and we are third tier, and how do we get ourselves out of that? They referred to extraction communities. What does that remind you? Lumber and mining, and that's exactly what the UP is. It's an extraction community. And so we talk about how can we change that. So we talk, the literature talks about funding entrepreneurs. And it says, put succinctly, venture capitalists recognize that when they invest in a business, they invest in a person. VCs will look at the person who's doing the inventing. Except one of the problems is we don't have any VCs here. And I know Marty's going to address that. So we have a brain drain. We have, if you look at this statistic, American counties in total, and this is, I got to move my little mouse out of the way, 11% of their population between 1970 and 2000. 96% of these counties experience brain drain, with 95% being non-metropolitan or rural. We lose all of our students. We lose Bazille, we lose Taylor, we lose Emma. They go where there are more opportunities. And I think Marty's got a slide showing what is exactly happening here, and it mimics this statement. We're losing our youth and we're losing our intellectual capital because it's going elsewhere. And this is one of our problems. I want to talk a little bit about the the small and medium enterprises. I kind of talked about that at the beginning. These two slides show what the various countries describe as small and medium enterprises. And you see that micro enterprises, small, you have 50 employees, you make upwards of $3 million. And we're looking at medium enterprises, which are $3 to $15 million, and they have between 50 and 100 and 500 people. You can see where Australia, Canada, Japan sit with regards to this. We need to believe in building more of these small and medium enterprises, and the literature will, in fact, document that. I refer back to Fortunato again. He provides another interesting perspective on funding entrepreneurs. When the companies leave, and we're talking about the extraction communities, and one of the things that happens to us a lot, how often are we used to the mines opening and closing and opening and closing, and big organizations, all of a sudden, what happened in Houghton? The copper mine closes, and so we have vast poverty because there's nothing for people to do. When the companies leave, many residents feel helpless to change their economic situation or consider alternative community development approaches as a community. Research has shown that extractive communities, those engaged in mining and the removal of raw materials from nature, have universally been subject to boom and bust cycles, and the exploitative and arbitrary hiring and firing of labor as dictated by the needs of extra-local marketplaces. Capitalist activities like entrepreneurship and investment are thus identified with the elite class and rarely attempted by the working class. Again, we're accustomed in our society, our culture, for having the mines closed, and here we are. We're flooded in poverty. How can I go get a loan? They're the ones that are controlling that. I can't do that. So that's what we deal with. Oops, I went the wrong way, guys. There we go. We find evidence that the self-employed contribute to net economic growth in the Appalachian region. I'm quoting Stevens and Partridge because this is synonymous with will rural entrepreneurship by supporting simply just small businesses make a difference. And it says, we find evidence that the self-employed contribute to net economic growth in the Appalachian region. Thus, even in remote rural regions, self-employment and associated entrepreneurial capacity are positively linked to growth. Yay. Yet we find no statistical linkage between the number of small businesses and growth, suggesting that the type of business is more important than size. And so what we're leading to is we have an author who says you don't want to support the small businesses. You have local businesses say we have to support the local businesses, the small businesses. And yet we have a study from 10 years ago that says when it's a small business, if it's not the right technology, it's really not going to matter. Yes, it helps growth, but big business and growth, it has to be a specific type of business. And of course, we're all going to point our fingers at technology. And you'll see a lot of that redundancy. So we go into the 4 causes of factors that influence funding. And we talked a little bit about the funding. Who is funding the social or the entrepreneurs locally? And notoriously, it's been your banks, because banks notoriously have been the ones, just what we referred to with the extractive communities. They're the ones controlling the money. Banks notoriously, however, do not like to take a lot of risk. So if the business isn't something, we've seen that we have to have a special kind of industry, but if the businesses aren't doing, the banks aren't seeing something that they're comfortable with, then in fact they aren't going to invest in that business. So then we move on to social capital. Social capital is who you know, what you know, how can they help you. And there's a point here that says social scientists have described 2 forms of social capital, bonding and bridging. The bonding social capital perspective explores the impact of collectives' internal ties and the substance of the network relationships. Bridging social capital, sometimes referred to as the private goods model of social capital, focuses on individuals and their network relationships. So summarizing this one point, however, they say a social network theory perspective is closely related to resource-based view and suggests that business networks in rural locations are likely to be thinly dispersed and limited in the extent of strong and weak ties. Firms involved may lack centrality, and networks are more likely to have structural holes. In other words, there's not enough people to help. We don't have businesses that are going to support other businesses. We don't have enough people to say, hey, I know this dude, give him a shout. The networking of social capital doesn't exist. And that is one of the drawbacks. Ironically, my dissertation is going to be how COVID has affected certain things. We are learning now that the ability to Zoom has changed that exponentially. So this was written right about the time COVID hit. We are learning that now our social capital can be improved remotely given the fact that we've learned to communicate and talk to each other via Zoom and build our networks that way. So we continue on with barriers to social capital can be great, including, but not limited to, lack of availability, visibility, affordability, and the skill of the entrepreneur. This gentleman who invented the brain neurological product, he had to go to San Francisco. He was an inventor. One of the things that I teach my students is there's something called inventor bias. The inventor thinks that his product is the very best thing in the world. He went to San Francisco and realized he was the wrong person for the job. He got it, but couldn't talk it. And he came back and he said, I've hired myself a CEO. He's the new business development guy. He's the guy who's running my company. I'm the brains behind it, but I know I can't talk about it. And that relates to the skill of the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur may have the ability to create the business, but they surely don't have the ability to run it. And that all falls into social capital. We also look at clusters, and we talk about clusters in terms of businesses that support other businesses. You don't see let me rephrase that. There's very little support of businesses with the exception of the mine. You see all of the equipment company and then all of the support to the equipment company. The same with the lumber industry. You see all of the Ponzi's of the world and the Caterpillars that are there to help the lumber industry and all of the businesses that support that, but that's it. The clusters are what kind of businesses can we bring to, in fact, help that. And they describe microclusters. Clusters improve performance. It fails to address rural considerations. The study focused on that. And basically they say rural industry clusters provide anecdotal and empirical examples such as RV industry in Indiana, the carpet industry in Georgia, furniture in Tupelo, fishing gear in Woodland, Washington, and sporting goods in Hood River. So if we can get an industry, aside from something that's extractive, once you get that industry, you will get support businesses, which is in fact, stealing Marty's thunder, will bring more economic growth. And so finally, we discuss policy, and I'm gonna then prepare to hand this over. Let's tease this up for Marty. Policy has been very interesting in the research. Again, I have mentioned this author called Shane who says it's absolutely ludicrous for the government to support small business, the mom and the pop businesses, the startup grocery store. It doesn't do much for the community, and yet we hear the word jobs, 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 but that's not where it helps. And he says that only 0.3% of all startups are backed by venture capital, and yet they're the ones that, in fact, create most of the growth. And what they're saying, what the literature is saying is that, and I think I'm here we go. Recent estimates suggest that venture capital firms owned or supported by the government participated in over $4 billion per year investments in privately held firms globally. They contend that public VCs can energize the private markets, fill gaps in the areas where private VCs would be reticent, provide seed money to get the investor to the next stage for second round VC, and bridge the information asymmetries that are found between private VCs and entrepreneurs. So what they're saying is, yo, government, we gotta have some kind of venture capital where it's not gonna be privately funded per se. And my understanding, and I'm going to have Marty correct me if I'm wrong, is they don't take ownership. Eventually they get their paid back. It's almost a loan, isn't not like a funding mechanism. It's just a temporary funding and they get paid back, I'm pretty sure. Okay, fine. So finally, I want to quote something from the Federal Reserve of Minneapolis. The Academy suggests expanding capital opportunities along each rung of a firm's capital ladder. According to the Academy, a company is on its first rung when it's starting out. Seed capital is critical. Second rung of the ladder, businesses need assistance in operating expenses. The third rung of the ladder is venture capital, and at this point, companies may require millions and millions of dollars of investment. And most of the rest of the literature suggests that it needs to be a public-private enterprise to be able to fund rural entrepreneurs, that there are so many things that we have to deal with that private investment isn't going to always solve the problems. And one last quote, job creation remains important, and thus the great jobs creation debate is important. Determining who is creating jobs, small business, large ventures, growth entrepreneurs is an important question. Your community's development strategy should be built with an understanding of the jobs creators as one of your key metrics. In other words, what that is saying is what's really important, what jobs are we wanting to create? And that, it continues on, but that's a pretty good summary of a history of what's going on in the UP. And I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Fatani to tell us how they're gonna address it. So thank you. All right, and I will put you up there. No, thank you. There you go, and I've even made it big for you. I think I have.
Oh, yeah, good.
Yeah,
good
see?
Well, thank you, Professor Bodman. It's been a pleasure to get to work with you and to learn from you. And thank you, Dan. It's been a pleasure to get to meet you and learn a little bit more about the Beaumier Center as well. It's an honor to be here today and to be part of the Sonderegger Symposium, especially after hearing about the rich life of Marion Sonderegger and that which she led before passing just this past May at 99 years of age. There's no doubt in those 99 years that Mrs. Sonderegger saw many changes and challenges, and from the legacy she left, advanced many of the opportunities. So I think it's especially appropriate that I was asked here today to talk about the challenges that the Upper Peninsula is facing in economic development, but hopefully through that, to the point that Corinne just made, to talk about how we turn those challenges to opportunity. However, before talking about that topic, let me just tell you a little bit about InvestUP. We are a regional economic development organization. We're fairly young. We were formed in November of 2017 at really the charge of then Governor Snyder. He invested a lot of time, looked to invest some resource in the Upper Peninsula, and I think became frustrated at the parochialism that existed in the Upper Peninsula to find a sole source of economic development voice. So with that, some businessmen and businesswomen, principally in Marquette County, came together to stand up a model that's been used successfully in other parts of the state. The gold model, I would say, is the right place down in Grand Rapids and Southwest Michigan First in Kalamazoo. So we're charged with driving prosperity across the entire Upper Peninsula and to try to find where opportunity exists in each county in the UP and to remove barriers or obstacles to economic opportunity. We have 4 strategic objectives. So we look to grow and develop existing business. We look to attract new business. We look to brand the Upper Peninsula as a great place to live, work, and play. And we look to retain and attract workforce. There are 24 principal issues that support these 4 strategic objectives that we have. And of those 24 issues, from our perspective, with a board that is comprised of many of the bigger employers in the Upper Peninsula and a couple niche businesses that employ about 8% of the UP workforce, there are 4 issues highlighted here that we believe are most critical to advancing economic opportunity in the Upper Peninsula. So while growing and developing existing business and attracting new business both remain strategic priorities for us, and we're proud of the work that in 3 short years we've done on those priorities, we've really come to learn that our focus on those objectives is to some degree misplaced. And that's because both of those priorities really rely heavily upon workforce. Part of what has become very clear to us is that workforce is our most profound challenge because of what underlies that challenge: population loss. Understanding this issue is of particular importance when you look at the trend that has been taking place with our population. In 20 years, the region has lost 16,000 people. And the news from the last census, of course, was troubling. Every county in the UP, other than Houghton, lost population. Compare that to just 20 years ago when only 4 UP counties lost population over the preceding decade. Of the 26 cities and villages in the UP specifically designated as cities and villages, only 4, Gladstone, Kingsford, Houghton, and Negaunee, saw population gains. 5 of 6 counties facing the most profound population in all of Michigan are in the Upper Peninsula, and overall the UP lost 3.1% of its population, while the state population grew by 2%, and the country's population grew by an average of 7.4%. So as you can see from this slide, unfortunately the projection for the next 20 years doesn't look any better and is also troubling. A more granular look at that projection by county indicates that only 3 counties were predicted to gain population over the next 10 years: Houghton, Marquette, and Schoolcraft. I say were predicted as this is a 2018 analysis from DTMB, the Department of Technology Management and Budget, and so it was before the pandemic, which we believe, as I'll touch on momentarily, has provided new opportunity for us. Even more consequential is that what is taking place with the age of our even more consequential is what is taking place with the age of our population. According to the 2020 census, only 2 UP counties, Iron, which is really statistically moot, and Luce, have a greater share of its population under 18 than when compared to 2010. So there's little doubt that our population continues to age. Of the four most populated age demographics, they lie between 50 and 69, but for the 20 to 24-year-old age group, which of course reflects the good work that Northern and the three other universities that the Upper Peninsula is blessed with have brought in for population. More visually, you can get a better picture of what's happening with our age and its population. Relative to population, again, you see the benefit of higher education population in the 20 to 24-year-old demographic, but you can clearly see the trend here. With the 30 to 40-year-old cohort, which was our largest cohort in 1990, now having ascended to 55 to 65 years old. Unfortunately, the look at the K-12 population is even more sobering. In light of our overall population trend, it's no surprise to see what is happening with the population of our youth. We've lost 24,000 children under the age of 19 over the last 25 years. And to be clear, no county in the UP has fared well, with each county losing population in this demographic compared to its percentage of overall population over the last 10 years. The opposite end of the spectrum does not provide any comfort either. As you can see, each county in the UP has a higher percentage of its population expecting to retire than the national average expected for a county with similar demographics. And in comparing ends, it is no surprise to see birth rates down and death rates up. Birth rates have trended down in every Upper Peninsula county except Mackinac, while the death rate has increased in every UP county except Alger County. More troubling, while the death rate exceeds the birth rate in every county with some significance, the death rate in half the Upper Peninsula counties is nearly double the birth rate. However, what is most troubling is what it means to our school enrollment in the Upper Peninsula. Seeing the foregoing, it should be no surprise, of course, to understand the impact to our school, but yet to actually see it, it's stunning. From 1970 to 2020, it's estimated that the UP went from just under 71,000 students to just under 37,000 students. Or another way, we've lost 48% of our K-12 population. What is arguably worse is in just the last 20 years, we've lost 22% of our students. Another way to look at this is our K-12 population as a percent of our total population. So you can see here, the downward, let me gain my spot. In light of the preceding slide, a downward trend was to be expected, but this look provides another graphic visual that the trend is alarming. We've gone from having nearly a quarter of our population in the UP to being school-aged in 1970 to presently having a population that is less than an eighth that is school-aged. And in case you're interested to know how the top 20 school districts have fared, you can see outside of Houghton, none have fared well. 13 of the 20 largest districts have lost over 50% of their enrollment, with Ontonagon losing a stunning 4 of every 5 of its students. Certainly, there are a number of reasons why our K-12 population has declined, including fewer births and homeschooling, but I'd suggest the biggest reason is the loss of business and industry throughout the Upper Peninsula. However, I would also suggest the reason doesn't matter as much as the consequence or the solution. If you want some perspective on the consequence, though, consider just this one fact. Due to the loss of K-12 students in the UP that we've seen over just the last 20 years, the Upper Peninsula is losing school revenue just based on foundation allowance, none of the categoricals, each and every year of $100 million. And if you want more astounding, if we had the same number of kids in UP schools today that we had in 1970, Upper Peninsula schools would be enjoying the benefit of an additional $295 million each and every year. Imagine what that means to our schools. Imagine what that means to our communities. Now, I don't say this to agitate, but rather to educate and hopefully motivate, which I'll touch on shortly. While I hope that no further consequences are necessary to motivate, the tremendous impact to our schools is not the only real adverse impact of population loss. It's hard to overstate how much population matters. It matters to our schools and universities whose funding is tied to enrollment, to employers that need a workforce, to aging residents that need health care and services, to local governments that need tax revenue to support existing infrastructure and to build new infrastructure, to future business prospects that consider population dynamics before choosing a location, and to our political representation in Lansing and Washington, as you heard from Senator McBroom when he spoke. But from challenges come opportunity. And before focusing on some of the prospective solutions to our challenges, let me just suggest that despite the data that I just shared, there really is great reason for optimism. And you need look no further than tourist traffic. We see a record number of cars crossing the Mackinac Bridge. Pictured Rocks, which had a previous high of 800,000 visitors in 2019, went to 1.2 million visitors last year and is estimated to have 1.5 million visitors this year. And the Ore to Shore in Marquette this year had 2,600 residents from 31 states. And it's easy to understand why the UP is such an incredible destination. We are certainly grateful for tourism and appreciate its significance to our economy, but frankly, the UP is so much more than that. The reality, especially today, is that being a vacation destination, especially one predicated on priceless resources like these, is not incompatible with being a great place to do business. In fact, it's foundational to it. And that was recognized by the Wall Street Journal in a Saturday essay just this year. The Wall Street Journal went on to say that in talking about the opportunity through the pandemic for remote work, the places that will compete best are those with unique amenities, like Michigan's Upper Peninsula. An adage provides that if it's a great place to visit, it's a great place to live, and if it's a great place to live, it's a great place to work, and if it's a great place to work, it's a great place to do business. We need to answer how we turn that adage into action and convert those travelers to townsfolk. But in order to do that, and to have a meaningful chance in doing that, there are four really difficult foundational infrastructure issues we must fix. The strategic focus that I was talking about in those four boxed issues that I had presented earlier. First, our growth is constrained by housing. And if you look what is happening with building permits authorizing new housing units, it offers insight into the magnitude of the problem. Over the last 20 years, we've seen a 66% reduction in new housing units being built in the Upper Peninsula. Second, available and affordable childcare is constraining growth in the UP. And again, the data is revealing. We've lost 30% of our licensed childcare providers. Additionally, we have nearly 2 kids for every 1 childcare spot available. Thankfully, state policymakers and the administration just invested in this past year's budget $1.4 billion into childcare solutions, doing everything from increasing the childcare subsidy to improving access to reducing some barriers that that made it difficult for providers to get into the business. However, we're understandably concerned that, like so much state programming, that money will either not be well designed for our needs in the UP and address our particular problems, or be too bureaucratic and too slow in coming to address the very real opportunity that's in front of us right now. The third issue we need to resolve is, of course, affordable and accessible broadband. And there's even more reason to be optimistic here. as Atlantic Engineering Group, AEG, was the winning bidder of the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund for the UP and is making a $175 million investment in Michigan to bring 1 gigabyte fiber to the home. Construction in the UP is well underway, and in fact, just 2 weeks ago, Delta County saw its first subscribers to this gigabyte service. Additionally, as you may know, with the success that the EAN has had, the Educational Access Network that NMU has built out, in late December, bipartisan legislation was passed by Senator Gary Peters that will ensure the EAN is secure and able to offer its most up-to-date technology. That, along with the fact that EAN has spectrum open to commercial service, will permit it to expand its footprint even further. And lastly, we must find a way to stand up best-in-class regional air service that provides more robust, reliable air access in and out of the region. Once again, we're sitting on a unique time with the opportunity to invest, as Marquette County is sitting on some $16 million in CARES money that's dedicated for the improvement of Sawyer. So those 4 issues are difficult to resolve, but with these types of investments, there's reason for optimism right now. And I would submit that there's further reason for optimism with the profound challenges we're facing with population. Beyond being rich in tourists, we also have a number of difference-making strategic assets, especially compared to other rural regions in the state and around the country. Foremost among those strategic assets is the fact that we're blessed with incredibly strong higher education partners, 4 universities and 4 community colleges. We are truly, as MTU President Rick Kubek is fond of saying, an educational destination, with most any education a student desires if this is the lifestyle that he or she seeks. This map depicts it well. Not only does the UP have the only universities north of Alma, but we have 3 smart zones in Bent at NMU, a boat building school, and a culinary school. But as blessed as we are, it's troubling when you contrast it with this map, a map depicting population gains in the state of Michigan in 2010. Population gain to the northwest part of the Lower Peninsula. From our perspective, it's absolutely unacceptable that Northwest Lower Michigan has gained population while the UP hemorrhaged population with the institutional assets we have. When you look back to the institutional assets that Northwest Lower Michigan has with 3 community colleges, and you compare it to the institutional assets that we have, we need to change that dynamic. We often hear, to a point Corinne made about Traverse City, well, we don't want to be like Traverse City. We would agree with that. We would submit we should be doing better than Traverse City. Our higher education partners are truly partners in community and economic development. In fact, Michigan Tech's last economic impact study concluded it contributes $130 million annually to Houghton County and $450 million annually to the state. And importantly, these institutions also provide us locally with a talent pool of over 21,000 men and women who seemingly embrace our way of life. The trend with admissions for all 3 public universities is consistent with the increased attention the UP has seen with tourism. As you can see, Michigan Tech had a record-breaking freshman class. Lake State was up 7%, and Northern also saw a more diverse class in the class that it brought in this year. So once again, we need to answer the question, how do we turn these learners into locals? We need a comprehensive talent retention partnership between the private sector and educational institutions that embraces not only these 21,000 higher education students, but also our K-12 students to keep them here after they graduate. Our difference-making assets don't stop there, however. Foremost amongst them is an innovative ecosystem, including 3 smart zones and Invent at NMU. According to the MEDC, to part of what Professor Bodeman was talking about, we've got 41 companies that define startups incubated in the region. And that's despite the shortcomings that she was talking about with venture capital and angel investment. We are a community that is home to advanced manufacturers, healthcare service companies, medical device manufacturers, 3 to be exact in the UP, traditional manufacturers, Department of Defense fabricators, modern agriculture, and aerospace companies. 33 aerospace companies call the Upper Peninsula home. Or another way, the Upper Peninsula is home to hardwood basketball courts, Stomachromer hats, ceiling tiles, snowplows, circuit boards, McDonald's to-go paper bags, limestone lumber, balls for ballpoint pens, frog tape, snowshoes, rocket thrusters, yes, rocket thrusters, and much more. While the legacy of some of these companies that produce these iconic products, like Cromer, Marbles, and Iverson, stretches back decades, in just the last 9 months, we've seen 3 companies expand in the Upper Peninsula. North Cross Consulting Group from Portland, Maine, a cybersecurity company, Siren PR from Royal Oak, a strategic relations firm, and although not a bricks and mortar example, TIP Strategies, who have offices in Austin and Seattle, now has a project manager working for them remotely in the Keweenaw. We undoubtedly have other strategic strengths that provide us strategic opportunities, such as our commitment to sustainability, as evidenced by the Shine Institute that NMU is now standing up, a shared border with Wisconsin and Canada, a cooperative working relationship with community leaders, policymakers, state officials, and economic development organizations. But I would submit, lastly, our climate is becoming an ever more important strategic opportunity for us. In 2018, Popular Science predicted that at the end of this century, the UP would be one of the 3 most desired places to live in the US because of climate change. The opportunity here is twofold. First, with the nature and abundance of natural resources, there's a new market for opportunities emerging that suits us well, such as cross-laminated timber replacing steel, cardboard containers replacing plastic, and EV markets' need for rare and precious metals. Second, because of the implications to population, the more important opportunity may be through climate refugees. These are conversations taking place right now that offer some support that Popular Science timing may be off considerably. And there might not be audio to that. So this is a CNN video, a woman calling CNN cold, essentially saying that she's got another forest fire breathing down her neck, and she's looking to relocate. But she says the question is where? So I would suggest this woman asks the absolute right question. She asks, if not here, where? How do we ensure that people making a call such as this know that the answer is right here in the Upper Peninsula? Because if we don't, others are going to answer it for us, like CNN did in the balance of the story by focusing on the efforts of Duluth. Yes, Duluth. They are already taking in climate refugees. So in conclusion, how do we offer that assurance? We do it by collectively making population our defining metric and embedding policy that looks to drive population in the Upper Peninsula. I say it intentionally collectively, as no one community, no one county is going to make any discernible difference against this trend. It takes all of us to come together and move those policy conversations forward. So with that, I think we're open to any questions if there are questions.
Anybody have any questions they'd like to ask Marty or Corinne? Yeah?
Yes, hello there. I kind of like to be the devil's advocate.
Sure.
But some of the people just today have been talking about how we need to increase our population and build more housing and have more industries here. And then another people said that there's too many people coming here, and we don't want any more people here. We want to keep it. So it's like, what are we supposed to believe?
Well, I think you're right. There's an absolute tension. There are some people that do not want this area to grow. And that was the comment I was referring to about we don't want to be Traverse City. I think that's absolutely the intent behind that statement. Some people do not want to see growth. I would challenge those that don't want to see that population growth. What is your end game? Who at the end of the day is going to provide the taxes that you need for serviceable communities? Who is going to provide the healthcare services that you need as this population continues to age? So I can definitely appreciate why communities like Munising in particular are stressed because of tourist traffic. That's a very real issue and one that needs some policy driving how to help a community like that with that tourist traffic. But I think that's an entirely different issue than finding population that lives here, goes to school here, and is embraced as part of the community. So I don't know that those are at odds in terms of what you've heard, but there are two different issues. One that needs a policy solution for the stress that's created to tourist communities, and those communities that we would suggest need population growth.
I just want to follow up with what the last gentleman said, Marty. If I was a housing developer, I would say, great, 2,100 or whatever the timeline is looks great, but population has been going down. If I was going to build childcare, the market's declining. Why would I want to invest in that? If I was going to provide air service, population's going down. Why would I, invest in that? Professor Bodeman talked about the difference between the first rural areas that were kind of developed due to the increase in urban areas. The second rural areas were Telluride and the Jackson Hole, and which sounds like you are suggesting we might become. But what about the third rural area? I mean, what about, the folks down in, Republic and folks that don't even have broadband now? What are the mechanisms? What are the steps to get from here to there? I agree with your vision, but I don't understand what we can do to provide the mechanisms to get from here to there.
Well, I think from our perspective, you're right. It's a chicken and an egg issue, right? Do you need the jobs before you get the people that provides the opportunity to build out housing and childcare? That's an absolutely fair question. I think we believe right now the evidence suggests that talent attracts business. So if you have concentrated talent, it's now business that follows talent. So you need to address those infrastructure issues to have any opportunity to attract new business or see existing business grow. It's what we hear day in and day out from our business community. They can't grow because the talent doesn't exist. Our hope would be when you look at things like our trail network and what the new appreciation for natural amenities mean and quality of life means, that there is hope for communities like Republic and like Covington as you build out those natural amenities. So there are some communities like Marquette that I think have done really well, starting like with the NTN and what that's meant to the community. And you're seeing it up in Houghton. You're seeing some of that down in Iron Mountain. So as that grows, if that appreciation stays, that appreciation for quality of life, which I think is part of what's behind the Great Resignation, I think there's opportunity for us. But from our perspective, it really starts with concentrated talent. We conducted the first socioeconomic poll, which we'll release soon, that talks about the intent of people to stay in the Upper Peninsula. And I think one of the takeaways from our perspective is people would like to stay if there were jobs. And I would suggest companies aren't growing because there isn't the infrastructure to house those people, care for the kids, provide broadband. Healthcare is an important part of that. So that's the approach that we're being driven by. Follow-up question or concern to that, or?
I just wonder what support, what mechanisms exist to bridge from here to there.
Yeah, so I think the good news is right now the state's sitting on $10 billion of unallocated money. The state's general budget is $10 billion, so it gives you some idea of the significance of that. $6.5 billion is from American Rescue Plan money, so there's some limitation on how that can be used. $3.5 billion is from budget surplus, so there is no restriction on how that can be used. So as I'd mentioned, the state has invested $1.4 billion into childcare. We expect that will, at least in the short term, help with some childcare provision. We are making a pitch to the state right now. As Dan mentioned in my introduction, we were entrusted with $7.2 million to socialize to small business in the pandemic. We're making a pitch to policymakers right now to entrust us regionally with $50 million to allow us some opportunity to address the most acute needs in our region. Other regions shouldn't be excluded from that, allow them to address the needs in their community. What we would look to do with that $50 million is to tackle those types of issues. So as an example, we would have a loan guarantee that de-risks housing developments. Part of what we hear from the development community, and we stood up a conversation with developers, bankers, community leaders to say, what's the issue standing in the way of development? And what we heard is projects here are largely too risky. So what we'd look to do is have a loan guarantee that allow the banks to get into the game, de-risk that loan for them, and if the loan goes bad, then pay it off. So those are the types of things we would look to do. And again, with the money that's there right now, we think there's really opportunity in it, much like with broadband. So it's a really unique time for us. A lot of people are saying it's some kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with the money that's out there for investment. And if you're reading the news today, it sounds like there's more investment coming for infrastructure and the social programming. Now's the time for us to ask. I would say it's not once in a lifetime. It's just a once opportunity. We will never be back at this intersection again. So if we don't get it right now, particularly with the renewed interest in rural communities with our types of amenities, this opportunity passes us by. Jen?
Sorry, he gave me the mic. Thank you. Fascinating. And thanks for all the work you're doing. This is really, really important. In the last session, Tom Nemechek of the UP Travel Association raised everyone's awareness about short-term rentals.
Yeah.
He's very concerned. As you might know, the Marquette City Commission is also very concerned. I wondered, are you guys going to take a position on that, or where are you on that?
So we haven't. I served in the legislature on staff for 14 years, and that is as hard of an issue that was in front of the legislature in my time. And so to see a proposal advance to the House 2 weeks ago and is now in front of the Senate, frankly, was a bit surprising to me. We'll see if it gets legs in the Senate. It's not something we've staked a position out on, but in talking to this gentleman, when you talk about some of those tensions that tourists are creating for Upper Peninsula communities, that's part of what's at the heart of it. You're seeing it in Munising. It's a real difficult conversation between local leaders there who feel the stress to their budgets by virtue of what's going on the emergency response side and what it means for public service, yet you balance that against kind of the free market person buying a home and investment. So it's a really hard issue for locals. So I'll give you a more stunning statistic than that. We have also, I didn't mention it here, but one of the things we're really trying to do is there's no real-time data in the Upper Peninsula to help make more educated decisions on what's taking place on the economic development side. So not only have we committed to a biannual 3-year poll with the Glenn Gariff Group, we also commissioned Dr. Rochelle Winkler from Michigan Tech to do an in-migration study. So that will soon be released publicly as well. One of the things I will telegraph that was learned in that study is 30% of all homes in the Upper Peninsula are not occupied year-round. Some communities see 50% of the homes in their community not occupied year-round. So you think about the consequence of what that means to that housing market and what that then means for those that are using it for investment short-term rental purposes. It's a very hard conversation. One that I'm grateful is behind me is a staff member in the legislature. I don't know that we'll weigh in. Our focus has been to date really on those 4 issues. But, again, if my board decides that's one of the issues that we tackle, we'll certainly tackle it. But to date, it's not been.
Well, thank you for bringing up the short-term housing. As a student who has looked for short-term housing every semester I've been at school and has been unable to find it. Thanks for bringing that up. My question's kind of twofold. So you've mentioned that talent is one of the main things they're looking to retain. Have you been conducting exit interviews with students in terms of the students who are leaving the area and asking them why that is, since remote work is increasing?
So we have not, and we think that's the type of very thing that we need to do better in partnership with the universities. So those are conversations that we've had with universities. Question becomes, what's the path forward to pay for it? Who's conducting it? So I think your point's really well made because, again, that gets to the data that allows us to make better decisions. So it's not something we've done yet, but it's something we would love to do.
And I guess the next part of that question would be, which obviously would be more informed if you were able to, once you have more data from students, is a lot of the issues you're bringing up very much reminds me of the conversations they're having right now in the country of Greece. They've had the same population issue and the brain drain that Professor Bowman brought up. And their most recent announcements have been on policies that are to attract digital nomads, which are those remote workers. Is that the type of policies that you guys are discussing now, and what would that look like?
Yeah, so that really is something that the Smart Zone here in Marquette has really been leading on. And so that is a big part of what is behind the Make It Marquette campaign, something we're very supportive of. We do see opportunity in kind of that digital nomad life. Absolutely, it's part of why we believe broadband's so important, because you're seeing a trend in that direction, much along the lines you see in remote work. I just lost my train of thought on digital nomads. I think part of that conversation also requires us, to be really honest about what are we doing on immigration, right? And so you right now have Afghan refugees that are coming into this country. And so what is our play towards a population like Afghan refugees? That's a hard conversation to have in an area like the Upper Peninsula, but I think it's a conversation that has to be had. What we've learned quite quickly, unfortunately, there's an office of New Michigan or something along those lines. So Michigan will get 1,300 Afghan refugees, but how they're allocated is largely already been decided. And so we're far behind in being able to even be in a position to qualify for a refugee population like that because we don't have, once again, the infrastructure in place like interpreters, like how do you embrace them into our schools. So you look at what Grand Rapids has done to prepare for this type of population, they're steps ahead of us by virtue of that. To give you so we're a pretty small organization, but relative to our local economic development organizations, our partners like the Lake Superior Community Partnership, we're fortunate. But when you compare the bandwidth that we have compared to someplace like the Right Place in Grand Rapids has roughly 4 times bigger population in its metropolitan area than we have. But their regional economic development organization has a budget that's 33 times bigger than ours. So again, it makes our job more difficult to be able to move these types of initiatives forward. So that's not to show pity, it's just the reality and part of the reason we've been so intent on trying to grow that investment base.
Thanks. Hey, Marty, when we moved up here 21 years ago, we had to take a 30% pay cut for the privilege of living up here. Housing prices are increasing, gas prices are increasing, everything's increasing. Now, I'm not talking about Northern. We're going to keep that out of the picture. What are the local businesses thinking about pay? Because you see the haves and have-nots, and it's been notoriously low pay in the community. Are they addressing that?
That is absolutely one of the obstacles in our opinion to growth. And so to prove this point out, because there is absolutely a historical bias about you can live in the UP, you can pay them less. So what we've just approved to do last Friday is put significant resources into a UP-wide labor market study. So you will see within the next year a comprehensive labor market study that helps to prove out that point, because there are some that just believe it's the UP, it doesn't, your price of living is less, which I don't think is true, and you can afford to pay less, and that is absolutely a barrier to keeping, particularly the younger class here, so, yeah.
All right, well, we're going to have to wrap it up. Our next session is going to be starting in a few minutes, but Marty and Corinne, thank you so much. What I will say is that growing up in the UP, I can, from personal experience and seeing other people growing up, where I grew up, you didn't grow up with the expectation that you were going to spend your life there. You grew up with the expectation that you were leaving. And in fact, the joke was you spend the first 18 years of your life trying to get out of the UP and the rest of your life trying to get back to the UP.
Exactly right.
And it's very true. It took me 17 years to get back to the UP after I left. And I feel very fortunate to be in that position. But how do we buck that trend and make people say, I want to stay? And I love seeing it at Northern, because I don't know how many students I've worked with over the years who said, I don't want to go. I want to stay here and find a career. And I'm really impressed at how many are so ingenious and find ways of doing it, but they're the rarity, and that's, hopefully we can change that. So thank you so much. You can take it out into the hallway. We're going to get set up for our last session here. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're going to get started now with our last session for the day, which has been quite a day of just amazing presentations and topics. And this last one is, I'm really so happy we could please present this with two wonderful scholars and friends of mine here on campus who are doing some amazing work in our communities. The presenters are Sarah Middlefeld and Jessica Thompson, both professors here at the university. Sarah is an associate professor in Earth Environmental Geographic Sciences Department here at Northern, and is a 2020-2021 Excellence in Scholarship Award recipient. Congratulations. She is working on 2 National Science Foundation funded projects related to wood energy in Michigan and sustainable coastal development on Lake Superior South Shore, which is what this presentation is all about. She enjoys working with students and colleagues and members of developing local solutions to global environmental challenges. And as an environmental historian, she is interested in understanding how the past can be used to inform the future. She got her BA at Carleton College, MED at some college named Harvard something. I guess it's a good school. I don't know. And a PhD at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. That's a good school. Our other presenter is Dr. Jessica Thompson, who teaches courses in environmental social responsibility, new media, and public relations. She is also a trained facilitator and mediator and holds an interdisciplinary graduate certificate in adaptive management of environmental systems. And her research is focused on team and organizational communication about complex ecological issues such as climate change resilience and sustainable development. And her recent research projects include working with interdisciplinary teams studying resilience in Mongolia, ecosystem services in the Gulf of Mexico, and building communication capacity for climate change engagement at U.S. national parks and wildlife refuges across the country. She has her BA from here at NMU, go Wildcats, MS at the University of Utah, environmental journalism, and her PhD from the University of Utah. So I welcome Jess Thompson and Sarah Middlefeld. And don't worry, there are people online watching. So.
All right, great. Thank you for that nice introduction. Dan Truckee, our local Marquette Artist of the Year. Quite a impressive group here. And thank you all for hanging in here on a Friday afternoon. And I guess those watching online. Yeah, I'm really actually kind of excited to talk about this project that actually began before the pandemic. It seems like in another universe ago. Oh, yeah, are you guys front rows okay with the mask off? Oh, wow, that's very liberating. Wow. I have not done that on campus. Okay. All right, thanks for the feedback. So this project, Jess Thompson was PI on this project, and she got together with me and Scott Jordan, also in the College of Health and Human Performance. And it was a really cool interdisciplinary collaboration to look at how, as the slide suggests, the past, present, and future can be used to think about how do we develop on our coastline here on the south shore of Lake Superior in a sustainable manner. As Dan mentioned, I'm an environmental historian, and so I really like to think about how the past has shaped current conditions and then how we can use that to think about moving forward in a more sustainable manner. And then so Jess will take over and talk a little bit about some of our present challenges around coastal planning here on the South Shore and thinking about future scenarios based on this project, which was 3 workshops where we actually brought community members from across the county, decision makers and county officials, city officials, planning commissioners from both the city and county, and actually not just Marquette area, but all along the South Shore. We also brought in some collaborators from the University of Minnesota at Duluth and Michigan Tech and Michigan State. So it was kind of this wonderful mix of academic expertise around climate science and coastal dynamics and history and sort of the human side of planning and kind of social development as well along the South Shore of Lake Superior. And so it was from these 3 workshops emerged some of the themes that we'll be talking about today. And again, I'll cover kind of the past, and then Jess will take over at the present and future. And so again, this was funded through the National Science Foundation, the Coastline and People Project. And So when most people think about coastal planning and coastal development, they tend to think of, zoning codes and land ordinances and things like that that might be rules that we impose upon a landscape that influence, what people can and cannot do in our coastal zone. But when we look historically, when we really look deeply into the past, and especially, sitting here on the ancestral homelands of the Anishinaabe people, we see that generations for thousands of years have been thinking about how to use this landscape, this particular interface between our terrestrial ecosystems and our aquatic ecosystem, the coastal zone. How do we use this and try to manage it for our future generations? Patty Lowe is a really influential scholar whose work I admire. She's a member of the Bad River Band of the Lake Superior Ojibwe, and she's got a book on seventh generation earth ethics, and argues that as Anishinaabe tradition, the 7 generations idea, that we need to be making decisions about land that not only benefit current generations, but really thinking about how our decisions affect 7 generations into the future. And so we were kind of inspired by that. You hear this term sustainable development a lot, but we wanted to really kind of think deeply about, well, what does that mean in this particular bioregion with the particular groups of people who've lived on this coastline for thousands of years? And so we did have tribal representatives at our workshops, and really were able to kind of engage with multidisciplinary, multicultural perspectives at some of our workshops. And indeed, when we look at, it was really fun working in the archives, both here at Northern and the Marquette Regional History Center. Found some great treasures there, and of course, John Anderton, the late John Anderton, who was in my department formerly, had done some really great work looking at, his archaeological research showed that there was pretty significant Ojibwe settlements near the Dead River. And, so when indigenous people were living on the south shores of Lake Superior and Europeans, discovered this area, it was not insignificant or not surprising, I guess, in retrospect, that there was pretty rapid development in already on established camps along the coastal area, because the coastline really is what drew people to this area. So, for fishing and, of course, later mining and forestry, industries, the coastline was really the catalyst for commerce for different cultures throughout the history of this region. And sometimes, the impacts of those industries left dramatic impacts on landscapes. So this is an image that I found looking south from Granite Loma, and you can see the impacts of logging practices that were typical for that turn of the century cutover era, when the practice was cut and get out and get the logs down into the fresh water as quickly as you can and out to the big markets down in the bigger urban centers. And you can see the erosion processes here, and a guy on the coast. But there was also, probably those of you who are interested in regional history know about the long legacy of conservation in our region as well. So not only extraction with the mining and the logging, but there was also early indicators of people thinking about, okay, how do we plan for the future use of our coastal regions and areas? And of course, one of the founding fathers of Marquette, Peter White, hired Frederick Law Olmsted, who many of you may know as he was the creator of the Central Park in New York City and many of the sort of charismatic, I guess, urban parks throughout the United States. Actually came here and designed Presque Isle, and his advice was essentially like, don't do anything, leave it alone, don't develop it, and you'll be good. And actually, even to this day, I serve on our city planning commission here in Marquette, and whenever anyone talks about anything near Presque Isle, you will hear these words of Olmsted, like, don't do anything, as minimal impact, minimal development as possible. So it is something, this history is something that current decision makers do take into account. And so I was interested in looking deeper into, as sort of my service hat as a planning commissioner, I was interested in looking deeper into specific zoning laws that related to the coastal zone. And I found that the city of Marquette, was one of the first adopters of early zoning and planning in the state of Michigan, which had its first zoning act in 1921, when the state legislature said, okay, we're going to make the ability for municipalities to put zoning into effect is going to be legal. And early zoning really was pretty rough cut. It was really trying to separate industrial uses from places where people lived, the residential separating that from industrial districts. And so again, the purpose of that was to promote public health, right? So people didn't have to live next to big polluting factories, and you know, there was safety issues around traffic and such when you have like big factories right next to residential areas. And so there was some, you know, wasn't into the level of zoning and planning that we deal with today in 2021 is much more complex, much more different types of land uses, and there's different levels of land uses. But when you go back to 1921, it was pretty basic, and the idea was like, let's try to keep these populations healthy by separating industrial uses from residential. And what was interesting is what the kind of end product of those early zoning ordinances in Marquette was that it really encouraged development along the coastline, industrial development. We heard in the workshops we did some interactive sort of public history exercises where we had community members map out their own, you know, memories of this landscape and of this place, not only in their own lives, but their understanding of like broader historical dynamics. And a lot of people talked about this shift from the coastline being kind of the nasty backyard where people just dumped their old cars or their big industrial, you know, factories. This is, of course, Cliff Dow's, to this shift that happened around the turn of the 21st century. It really wasn't until the 1990s with redevelopment efforts where it was like, no, the coastline is the front porch of our community. And it really had this shift from early zoning practices in the early 20th century that said, no, industry should be next to the coast because, you know, dilution is the solution to pollution. So it gave us easy access to dump your tailings right into the lake there, which was a pretty common practice, not just in the South Shore of Lake Superior, but all throughout the Great Lakes and the industrial kind of Rust Belt. But it shifted that a lot. So it was really, you know, interesting to see some of these early photographs from the Cliff Dow's, and I was impressed by the wide number of different chemicals that they made there. Acetone, like I know that is an ingredient in nail polish remover, you know, they were making that. Methanol, which is a liquid fuel. And I didn't realize this, but when I was working in actually the archives here at Northern Michigan University that has the Cliff Dow's records, and at one point in time, Cliff Dow's was the largest wood distillery in the world. And so at some point I want to come back and like dive deeper specifically into that history, because that's pretty interesting. Like in the middle of the 20th century, they were turning wood, a solid fuel source, into a liquid combustible fuel source. It's pretty interesting to me. So anyway, they were doing lots of crazy stuff there. And one other interesting kind of surprising aspect I thought from this project was when I looked broadly at the kind of history of zoning and planning in the county, I found out from one of my planning colleagues that the Marquette County was the first county in the state to have a rural land use ordinance, which I don't know, like when I mentioned that to other planners, they were like, whoa, this is crazy. Like, what, that's crazy. They were doing like land use planning in 1938. And what's really crazy is if you look at this, and again, really like a really simple way of breaking down different types of land uses, they only had like pretty much, well, you can see 4 different categories. There was the city of Marquette and the city of Negaunee and Ishpeming, and then all of the like big thatching is just forestry area. And then they had like an unrestricted area, which is the area that's just blank. And a lot of this looks really reminiscent of like Oregon's smart growth policies in terms of really looking at how do you curb urban growth and contain it into certain areas. But anyway, this whole zoning code was fit on one page. That was the other thing that my planning colleagues were like impressed by. We just rewrote the City of Marquette's land development code in 2019. It's about 400 pages. And so when you look back at this very kind of elegant system, it makes you wonder, wow, yeah, it's become more complex. But another, I guess, point, not just looking at the county, but specifically for this project, the coastal regions, you could see that those were planned as recreational districts. So there was a lot of intentionality to keep the coastline set for recreational use and for public use. That's one thing that we hear a lot of also from the Planning Commission, with my Planning Commission hat on, is people really, really, really in Marquette really care about that public access to the lake shore. So really the middle of the 20th century is when the city got a little more, I guess it was just a sort of congruent with its time, but was reflecting on early planning efforts and saying, you know, really up until now, things have been kind of uncoordinated. Private interest has been very influential. And in this middle of the 20th century to the end of the 20th century, they really started shifting away from less coordinated emphasis on industrial extraction and an industrial lakefront to, you know, emerging industries like tourism. And so this image that I got from the Maritime Museum shows a cruise ship down in Lower Harbor right next to the coal piles that were there. And so some of you who are interested in history probably maybe have seen this image or similar ones, but I just love the juxtaposition because you see how the coastline is really shifting from its old kind of industrial roots into this new, you know, tourist-based economy. And there was some interesting leaders who kind of had this vision, in particular Holly Greer. She was the first female mayor before our current female mayor, Jenna Smith. And Holly Greer had this vision of the waterfront really being a place for a new type of economic activity that was based on recreation and tourism. And you probably have seen, if you're local here in Marquette, you know the Holly Greer bike path has her namesake because she really pioneered the revitalization of this is where those old coal piles were when they were turning this back into what is today Lower Harbor Playground with the wooden the wooden playground that they have there. And you can see that this is really like kind of transforming from an industrial port into what has now become kind of a recreational playground and play space. And so, yeah, by the end of the 20th century, a lot of reports and studies were being focused on trying to Marquette's economy has been changing, and people are really seeing tourism as a new kind of industry in this area. And so here's that quote that came up quite a bit in our meetings. People said that this idea of the lakeshore is becoming, again, the front porch of the city. It's something that we look to and celebrate, and as opposed to putting our nasty industrial waste next to. So there's been quite a bit of coastal planning projects that have happened since 1999. Of course, the Superior Watershed Partnership has been a really active group looking at watershed management and how it affects coastal dynamics. The City of Marquette has had several different community working waterfront workshops. And what our project, again was trying to do was bring people together, because these reports have been done by a lot of different organizations. Of course, SWP is a big one, but then, you know, the county is doing their own things, and the city has its own things. The tribes are doing their own thing. Duluth is doing its own thing. And we really were like, what would happen if we put all of these people who are trying to think about sustainable coastal development and have it focused on being informed by climate science? What would that look like? And so I think that brings me up to the present. So Jess can talk a little bit about some of the current challenges and thinking about the future.
Cool. Yay. Yeah, you can see just talking through the context of development along the coast is complex enough. And now, if you layer in the impacts of a rapidly changing climate, it gets even more complicated. So, like many coastal communities along the shore of Lake Superior, we are experiencing right now the impacts of a rapidly changing climate, which is leading to increased environmental vulnerability, but also it is coupled with pressures for development. So we have these two forces at play, and really it leads to a suite of what we call dynamic climate variability. So people might use the phrase climate change or global warming, but because the system has so many variables at play, it really is unpredictable, and it's what I would call dynamic climate variability. During our workshop, we brought in experts who had worked on the assessment of climate change on the Great Lakes. So the Environmental Law and Policy Center used the latest, most robust, peer-reviewed research to put together some very stark, I would say startling, data points. And these are things that are happening right now. So if we just start with air temperature, we have seen that in this region, there's been a 1.4 degrees increase just since 1985. In Marquette County, that is a 2.7 degrees within the past 50 years. So maybe during the course of your lifetime, just in this county, we've seen warming at 2.7 degrees. In parts of the western UP, it's already warmed 10 degrees, and the catch is a lot of that warming is happening at night. So the overnight lows are getting warmer. It's literally happening while we're sleeping. The predictions by the end of the century is to see a 5.7 to 9.8 degrees increase across the entire region. So we've got air temperature, and then we've got water temperature. This just came out a couple weeks ago that Lake Superior is the fastest warming lake on the planet, the fastest warming freshwater lake. In the past 100 years, Lake Superior has warmed 6.3 degrees Fahrenheit, and a majority of that warming has just happened in the past 3 decades. We're also seeing a decrease in ice cover, and we're losing within the whole region about 30% of ice since 1973. I actually checked today. There's many great apps. There's this great buoy project, and saw that the lake is 53 degrees today. It's November 5th. The average for the lake historically has been 40 degrees. Last week, NOAA published that the surface temperature of Lake Superior this summer was 60 degrees Fahrenheit on average. So we're seeing dramatic increases. And the greatest rates, actually, surprisingly, are in these very deep regions. So we're seeing less increases right next to us, but if you look at the whole system, it is being impacted dramatically. So we've got air, water, and more water. Precipitation is a big piece of the dynamic climate system, and we've seen an increase since 1976 by 10%. So what is 10%? 10% of the rainfall in Michigan in a year is about 3 to 4 inches. And just to put that into perspective, June is our rainiest month of the year, and we get about 3.5 inches of rain. So just since 1976, we have gotten an entire extra month of rain in our year. And the predictions going out to the end of the century are another 10%. So this means, and most of it is coming through these large storm events, and it's coming fast. So it's not like we're seeing it spread out over that month. If you remember the Father's Day flood in the Keweenaw, they got 7 inches of rain over 9 hours. So we're talking 2 months worth of rain in less than a day. That has tremendous impact on infrastructure. Another piece of the system is water levels. So the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers participated in our workshop and shared some of the latest data that they had been collecting, but they also explained how lake levels are affected. So usually the level kind of goes up in spring and summer, and then in the fall we experience what's called just fall evaporation. It's a factor of the water and air temperature, and then that helps kind of bring the lake level back down. But again, with warmer temperatures, this becomes really difficult, and what even just see the Army Corps kind of stumble over when asked, so what should we expect? Are the lakes going to stay high? Are they going to go low? And they just kind of say, oh, we don't know, right? So in 2007, Lake Superior had record lows, just the lowest that had ever been recorded. But in 2013 and 2014, it had record-breaking highs. And then in 2019, when we started this project, each month we were breaking a record for where the lake was at. This just adds complexity to the system. So again, dynamic climate variability. It's literally a perfect storm. This is a picture of stress. So if you think about all these factors combined, these changes are creating challenges for communities all around the Great Lakes region. But we're really, and you'd say, okay, Lake Superior, we're doing better than the others. We've got a bigger body of water, we're gonna be okay. But where there are population centers, Duluth, Ashland, Marquette, we are experiencing that stress. And it is because of development pressures. And as population in these areas increase, whether people coming as climate refugees or starting their retirement or even raising a family here, we have to make decisions that go way back to the planning documents that Sarah showed us. So this was a critical part of our workshop series, and it helped to frame what do we do next. So we asked many of our stakeholders, we had both surveys and focus groups, what are they seeing? What are some changes that they've noticed just in their time? Some people who had only lived here a few years, some people who had been here their entire life, and they really were aware of coastal changes, whether it was property loss, beach erosion, road damage. These were concerns that they had. Also, more than 60% of our respondents or participants didn't feel that we were really prepared for the coastal hazards ahead. We asked, what are your number one concerns? Like, what things should we be really focused on? And overwhelmingly, it's about safety and access. We want to keep these beaches available and safe. So we used a process called scenario planning, and this is just a way to talk about different futures and what the future might hold. From the previous research, we knew that climate intensity and development intensity were our two biggest questions, and we weren't quite sure what would happen if climate change continues to threaten the area, and if development pressures continue to threat. I hate to use the word threaten, but put pressure on our decision-making structures. So using the research that we had access to in the adaptation planning and climate resilience literature, we built these 4 scenarios. And I just want to talk briefly about what these scenarios are. Scenarios aren't, we're not predicting the future. We're just saying the future could happen a lot of different ways, and it could look like this. So one way is through managed retreat. And this would mean like climate impacts intensify, but so does development, and essentially we have to move things back. We saw this with Lakeshore Boulevard. If you got one of our Coastlines and People books, you can see we moved this road back. I think it was a $3 million per mile project. And that is a perfect example of managed retreat. It's very popular along the eastern seaboard in communities that are feeling sea level rise right at their back door. Opposite of that, really, at the other end of the spectrum is an armored shore. So just for perspective, 85% of Ohio's coastline is armored. Armored means that we go to war with the shore. We use concrete, riprap, we build break walls. It's called hard stabilization. And it adds to safety, right? It secures whatever assets you have on the coast. Innovative technology in the green building industry is helping to identify ways to use permeable surfaces, removable surfaces. So if you do have a big storm event, you can recover quickly without permanently damaging infrastructure. In Duluth, they had a boardwalk along the coast that kept getting washed out storm after storm. And instead of rebuilding it with concrete, they created these permeable slats that can be rolled up, but it also allows water to go through and then return to the lake. So it becomes a breathable barrier that can absorb a storm without fully damaging and requiring massive rebuilds. And then the last one is a passive approach. We literally do nothing. We let it be. We don't move stuff or add infrastructure. We just say the lake will do what she will do, and that will be what it will be. So we can talk about these scenarios kind of hypothetically, but what we found to be really useful for our workshop participants was to contextualize them into actual locations. So we created 3 archetypes of places that resemble communities along the south shore of Lake Superior. One being a post-industrial river mouth, so an area that has maybe a river that meets Lake Superior, but it has historically been a site of manufacturing, or maybe like coal, or I don't know, just imagine something, if you can, that resembles something close to here. Maybe there's adjacent forests, wetlands, communities, but it predominantly had this history of being a manufacturing site. So there might be contaminants in the soil. And what we did with this incredible design team from Studio Rad, Joy Cardillo and Joe Ram, is create these pictures. And so using research and stakeholder input, we said, what would it look like if we were to reimagine an industrial site? We could call it a modern manufacturing district. Reuse buildings that we can, use some green technology, bioswales and wetlands, make sure surfaces are permeable and living, breathable, using renewable energy, increasing efficiency, adding mixed-use space. So all these pictures did was illustrate the conversations that were happening in our workshops so people could start to see what it might look like in action. Our second archetype was a downtown district, so a community that really does have its front door facing the lake. Maybe it did have some industry there, neighborhoods, and what the community has said is we want access. We want that to maintain its public appeal. We want it to be a space, but we also need to protect it. So this one might require a combination of hard stabilization or an armored shore with, concrete and break walls so that people could be able to visit in public spaces without worrying about infrastructure being damaged. And then our last archetype was a critical infrastructure, a throughfare. So if you think about, if you're driving into Marquette along M41 and 28 where they're joined and there's a bike path, what we had discovered is like water, sewer, electricity run under these roads. And if the lake keeps creeping in closer, it threatens this critical infrastructure. So we need to be able to protect critical infrastructure so that it doesn't go out to sea with a big storm event. And so in this design, we use, again, a lot of green build, a lot of managed retreat. We bring the road back and add bioswales, which are kind of like these just very natural ditches that allow water to drain and be filtered before it reaches the lake. To save the space. So we've outlined all of these scenarios in this book, and we have several copies. Please take some and take some for your friends. And those of you online, just email me and we'll get you one. But the project was exciting for many reasons, mostly because we were taken seriously by the city and the county. And I'm not gonna lie, it's really wonderful when your research has relevance. A few of our final takeaways were that there are multiple values in any community. People care about different things. They're not necessarily mutually exclusive. Conservation and development don't have to be arch enemies. There is a way to combine so that you can meet everyone's needs, and it still is beautiful and rejuvenating in space. Science can tell us a lot about what's happening with our ecosystem, and it can help to inform development in ways that not only protects the people in the community, but the assets that are invested in development along the shore. The more public input, the better. Again, there's some polarizing things happening in politics, but if you can create space for a wider range of voices, and engage more people at the table, you can likely get to a better solution. So we really enjoyed doing this project. There are a lot of people to thank, and mostly we thank you for spending your Friday afternoon here at the symposium, and I'm just gonna turn it over.
So them, anyone have any questions? Yeah? Just so the folks online can hear.
All right. I'm just curious, in exploring these different scenarios and the post-industrial ones and various development scenarios, did you all get into the issue of ground contaminants, which I know is an issue in Marquette and lots of other places where you have these post-industrial communities, and may limit what you can do with some of those?
Yeah, in fact, we explored phytoremediation and using the planting of all different species of trees and mushrooms to actually filter the minerals and the contaminants out of the soil. In fact, last week I was at a meeting at Invent at NMU where they're working with KBIC and then a Detroit manufacturer to explore the potential for hemp to bioremediate. It grows fast and it can sequester tons of contaminants, and then it can be used to, in fact, they were using it to build concrete blocks called hempcrete. So there's a lot of really exciting innovations in the green build. I'm just going to call it the green build sector. And I think they might sound crazy today, but they will be normal as we move into the next decade.
Are there any other questions? I just had a little comment. In our last session, one of the things was discussions about entrepreneurship and economic growth was that the current refrain you hear is, we don't want to be Traverse City. Thinking about Traverse City as a busy place, we don't want to get busy. But I lived in Traverse City before I came here, and what I saw was lack of public shoreline space. Because what they did is the townships basically sold off all of the lake shore to private development, and there's very little public access to the lake in Traverse City, and Traverse City folks very much envy Marquette because we have this access to the shoreline still, and so I think that's more the refrain for me. Don't let it all be developed. That would be terrible. Yeah, because it's an important part of our identity is that front porch, as you say. But are there any other comments or questions? Yeah.
I've been here 15 years. We were all kind of shocked when they built these hotels and condos, and they say, "Oh, we're just going to do it on, this the south side of downtown." But I'm afraid that it's just inevitable that they're going to start wanting to build the stuff, and then what are we going to do to actually stop that? And it's like,
Well, we're lucky because Sarah's on the planning committee, so.
Oh, well.
Well, some of we citizens don't hear about this. I haven't heard about it. It's like, hey, it'll be a shock when they start building the place.
Yeah, well, we all have to be aware, don't we, of what's going on, and yeah. Do you have another comment? No? Okay, I thought you were asking a question.
I will say that even though, we will inevitably see more development along the coastline, and again, just like to echo what Jess said, is one of the big issues, we talked about in this thing is sustainable development. We're not anti-development. We want to see development. And one thing that Marquette has already done is the beach is all zoned for conservation recreation, so there will be never any development on the east side of the bike path. So that area will be protected. But what happens on the west side of the bike path, that will be an interesting conundrum, and we're already seeing it, so it's interesting times.
I think you should identify that as Founders Landing because that's what it is. Most people won't recognize it, I don't think, even though they're familiar with Founders Landing.
That's an interesting break
The SS Florida broke up, and part of it came ashore at that spot where the rock is in 1800 something or other. It drew a lot of attention at the time.
Well, also that was the location of a fishing weir for the Native Americans. That stream was a very important fishing spot for them. Also the mouth of the Carp River, but that river in particular was a really important historic site. And on the back side of Gaines's Rock, where the bike path is an actual flaking site for the quartzite that they flake to create the spearheads. So it's a really important archaeological site as well, and anthropological. And this is something that the city is starting to work more on, is identifying where these sites are, determining whether or not we should interpret them or how we should protect them, but make people a little bit more aware of just the archaeological history and the cultural history of the Anishinaabe in the area. Because we think of this as Founders Landing, this is where Peter White showed up in the boat with the folks, and it's true, that's where it happened. But there are centuries of existence and occupation here by the Anishinaabe people on this very site. So it's something we need to do better, a story we need to tell better. Yeah, well, that whole was an actual river that ran through the, what we now think of as the rock cut in South Marquette. That was a ravine where there was a stream, and now the stream has all been pushed underground now. Yeah. Yeah, so. Are there any other questions or comments? Well, I'm not surprised if not, because you guys have done such an amazing job. So thank you all for coming. Thanks for everyone coming today. We appreciate it. Thanks, everybody online.